ጉባኤ በተመለከተ መረጃዎችን ወደ እናንተ እናደርሳለን። የመሪዎቹ ጉባኤ እስከሚጀመርበት አፍታ ማለት ነው። እንግዲህ መረጃዎችን ወደ እናንተ ለማድረስ በአማርኛ እንዲሁም በእንግሊዘኛ በአፋን ኦሮሞ እንዲሁም በትግርኛ ቋንቋዎች መረጃዎችን ወደ እናንተ ለማድረስ ስቱዲዮ ተገኝተናል። አፈወርቅ ውበቱ፣ አቡቻሌ ያደሳ፣ ጌታቸው እንዲሁም ማፍቶም ወንድማገኝ መረጃዎችን በተለያዩ ቋንቋዎች ወደ እናንተ ለማድረስ ስቱዲዮ ተገኝተናል። እንግዲህ እስከ ፕሮግራማችን ፍጻሜ አብራችሁ እንድትቆዩ ግብዣችን ነው። እንኳን ደህና መጣችሁ ባልደረቦቻችን። እንግዲህ የዘንድሮ ጉባኤ እጅግ በጣም በብዙ መልኮቹ ተጠባቂ ጉባኤ ነው። 38ኛ ብቻ መሆኑ ቁጥሩን እያሳደገ መምጣቱ ብቻ ሳይሆን በሁሉም ረገድ ይሄው የመሪዎች ጉባኤ በየአመቱ አፍሪካ የምታስመዘግባቸው ድሎች የሚዘከሩበት ቀጣይ ስራዎቿ የሚመለከቱበት ጉባኤ ይሆናል ተብሎም ይጠበቃል። በዘንድሮ ጉባኤ በርከት ያሉ ጉዳዮች ይጠበቃሉ። እንግዲህ ሀሳብ የምናነሳባቸው 2 እና 3 ጉዳዮች ይኖሩናል። የመጀመሪያ ጉዳያችን 38ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ ዋነኛ የዘንድሮ አመት ማጠንጠኛ ጉዳዮች ምንድናቸው የሚለውን እንመለከታለን። በቀጣይ ደግሞ ከተማችን አዲስ አበባ ለዚሁ ጉባኤ ለአንድ አመት የዘለቀ ዝግጅት እንደማድረጓ ይሄው ጉባኤ ሲካሄድ ከዚህ ቀደም የውጭ ጉዳይ ሚኒስትሮች ወይም የስራ አስፈጻሚ ኮሚቴ አባላት ውይይትን በስኬት አጠናቃለች። የመሪዎች ጉባኤን በተመለከተ ደግሞ እንግዲህ የተለያዩ ጉዳዮች የመሪዎች ጉባኤም ይቀጥላል ተብሎ ይጠበቃል። ከዚሁ ጋር በተያያዘ ከተማችን አዲስ አበባ ያደረገችው ዝግጅትን በተመለከተ እንቃኛለን። ዘንድሮ አፍሪካውያን ለየት ባለ ሁኔታ ከዚህ ቀደም በታሪክ ሲደርስባቸው የነበረውን በደል የሚያስቡበት ዋጋ እንዲሰጣቸው ባለም አቀፍ ደረጃ ድምጻቸውን የሚያሰሙበት አመት ሆኗል። እንግዲህ ለአፍሪካውያን የማካካሻ ፍትህ ለአፍሪካውያን እንዲሁም ለዘራ አፍሪካውያን የሚል መሪ ቃል አለው የዘንድሮ ጉባኤ። እነዚህ ጉዳዮች ላይ ሀሳቦችን እያነሳን ከእናንተ ጋር ቆይታ እናደርጋለን። እንግዲህ በድጋሚ እንኳን ደህና መጣችሁ። ዘንድሮ እንግዲህ 38ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ ከዚህ ቀደም እንዳልነው ለኢትዮጵያ ለሀገራችን እንዲሁም ለከተማችን አዲስ አበባ ብቻ ሳይሆን በአፍሪካ በአህጉር ደረጃም በሰፊው ሲጠበቅ የነበረ ጉባኤ ነው። እንግዲህ ዋነኛ ማጠንጠኛ አጀንዳዎችን እንመልከታቸው። የዘንድሮ አመት ቀደም ሲል ያነሳ ነው እንግዲህ የዚህ ማካካሻ ፍትህ ጥያቄን መነሻ አድርገን እነዚህ ጉዳዮች ሀሳቦችን እናነሳለን። ከዛ በፊት ግን በዘንድሮ ለየት ባለ ሁኔታ የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ የሚያተኩሩባቸው ጉዳዮች እንመለስባቸዋለን፣ እንመክርባቸዋለን። እንግዲህ በየቋንቋችን የዕለቱን ዋና ዋና አጀንዳዎች እናስተዋውቃለን። ያደሳ ካንተ ጀምር።
እሺ፣ አመሰግናለሁ አቡ። ኤጋ ከበጀምቶታ ዳወቶታ ኬኛ ኤምንራ ያይ ገምታ አፍሪካ ያይ ሶዶሚ ሰደተፋ ያይ ኢዲሌሳ ሀራ ጀልቀቤ ጉዮታ ለማፍኒ ገገሰ ዋንቴፊ ኢሞቱማ ከናን ከወልቀበተኒ ኢስብራን ቀቀብሲሳ አስ ስቱዲዮ ዳጀቹዳ አፋን አማሪፋ አፋን እንግሊፋ አፋን ትግሬቲን አከሱመ አፋን ኦሮሞቲ ኢስብራን ቀቀብሲሳ ኢትፉም ነጀቹ ያስነስ ኑዳ ወዳ ኤጋ ኢሞታ ካስኖ ኬሳ አጀንዳን ዮካን መተዱሬኒ ያይን ገምታ አፍሪካ ሶዶሚ ሰደተፋን በረከነረቲ ማሪያቱ ማልፈካታ ከንጀዱኒ ካስና ከነመሌሲ kanaan dura biyyoonni Afrikaa Itoophiyaadhaaf Laayiberiyaa irraa kan hafe kolonii jala turanii kolonii kanaan wal qabatee immoo beenyaan akka kaffalamuuf miidhaan nurra qaqqabeera kan jedhu achi keessatti kan ilaalamu ta'a. Kan biraan magaalaan Finfinnee qophii addaati kan isheen taasisaa turte waggaa tokkoon dura yaa'ii kana kabajuudhaaf jechuudha. Qophii ajaa'ibaa Finfinneen bara kana misirroo fakkaatte akkaataa baay'ee miidhagaa ta'een keessummoota ishee simataati kan jirtu. Dhimma kana ni kaasna. Egaa kanaan kan wal qabatee isin biraan qaqqabsiisna waan ta'eef nu faana tura. ወደ ሌሎች ቋንቋዎች
ሻፋን ኦሮሞ ባልደረባችን ያደሳ ጌታቸው እጅግ አብዝቼ አመሰግናለሁ። እንግዲህ የትግርኛ ክፍል ባልደረባችን አፍቶም ወንድማገኝ አጀንዳዎቹ ምን እንደሆኑ ታስተዋውቅልን ድሉን ሰጣለሁ።
አመሰግናለሁ አቡ። كبرات تملكتنا مبلغ 38 ጉባኤ መርሐት ህብረት አፍሪካ ሎሚ ለሸመንተ ለካቲት እስከ صباح ብዘሎ ማለት እዩ ከካየድ ምድለዋት ተዛዚሞም ኣብዚ ሰዓትና ምጅማር ገጽ ይዝርከብ ማለት እዩ ናይ ሎም ዓመት እቶ ኸዓኒ መካሐስ ፍትሒን አፍሪካውን ዘር አፍሪካውያንን ብዝብል መሪ ሐሳብ እዩ እቲ ጉባኤ ከካየድ ማለት እዩ በሐፍሻውን አዲስ ሚዲያ ኔትወርክ በስተፈላሊ መረጽታት በኤምኤን ፕላስ ካልኦት መመረጽታት ተጠቂሙ እቲ ዘሎ ናይ ጉባኤ ህብረት አፍሪካ ዘሎ ኩነታታይ ከም ዝመስል ናባኹም ናብ ተመልከት سمعتنا كالوت استفعل محورها وقصاتن غيرنا خنا محلال فينا مالتيو سلازي بوانا قند شتوتات اتي غبايه تايم كخونو بفلايكا كتمانا كتما اديس ابابون تزنبرا مدلاو انتاي يمثل بخميك اغايش اندا تقبلت كمي غيرها خصنيه تايك تمثل كابز حلف عمتات بحث ركول خناتات تاي يمثل بزبل سفح بزل منقدي ابزين اب استوديو ترخيبنا لنا مالتيو بقنقا افان اورمو ابزي ياديسا ጌታቸው ጎነ የሎ በአቡቻሌ በአምሐረኛ ኮምውን አፈርቁ በትድማ ካብ ቋንቋ እንግሊዘኛ አነወን ሀፍቶም ወንድማገ እናገኝ ካብ ቋንቋ ትግርኛ ማለት እዩ ተዘሎ ሓበሬታታት ብሙሉኡ ታይ ከም ዝመስል ተም ዘለው ጭብጣት ሸቶታት ናይቲ ጉባኤ ታዮም ክኾኑ ዝግቦም ኣቀድሞ ቢል ዝተኻየደ ጉባኤ እውን ነር ናይ ሚኒስትራት ወይ ከዓ ናይ ሚኒስትራት ጉዳያት ወፃኢ ማለት እዩ ታይ ዓይነት መልእኽታት ተመሓላሊፎም መዘሉና ወኽና ተመልከተና ክነብልና ከተከታተልና ዕድምና እዩ ማለት እዩ
አመሰግናለሁ ሀፍቶም እንግዲህ ተመልካቾቻችን በአገር ውስጥ ቋንቋዎች ብቻ ሳይሆን መረጃዎቻችን በዓለም አቀፍ ቋንቋዎች በእንግሊዘኛ ወደ እናንተ ለማድረስም እዚሁ ተሰይመናል ባልደረባችን አፈወርቅ ውበቱ በእንግሊዘኛ ወደ እናንተ መረጃዎችን የሚያደርስ ይሆናል አፈወርቅ መድረኩ ያንተ
Thank you very much, Abu. Hello and welcome to the Addis Media Network, the country's professional metropolitan media, ladies and gentlemen, from every corner of Africa and across the globe as well. The African Union Summit, which is going to be taking place here for the 38th time here in Ethiopia's capital, Addis Ababa, has kicked off today. And we are here again just to give you all the highlights, all the prospects about this summit, because we Ethiopians have already started our operations and as the process is actually just to host the African Union Summit. Actually, Ethiopia has been a pioneer in opening up the unity among Africans and different black people across the globe as well. So today, the African Union Summit has started its operation here in the Ethiopian capital, and delegates from across the globe and Africa have come here in Ethiopia capital. So we are here again just to give you all the prospects about our today's stay here in our studio at this Media Network. I'm joined by my colleagues Buchale from Amharic Department and Adessa Getacho from the Afan Oromo Department and Haftom Wendemagany again. So we'll be definitely giving you all the important notes, all the important aspects of our summit here. Actually, Addis Ababa, especially Ethiopia's capital and the diplomatic hub of Africa, has been in different drawbacks and shortcomings as well. But this year, Addis Ababa is in its improvements, especially in relation to the corridor development that has already grabbed the attention of different people across the globe and across Africa as well. So Ethiopia's capital, Addis Ababa, is now in its very nice move, and definitely we'll give you some highlights about that. And stay tuned with the program.
አመሰግናለሁ አፈወርቅ የትውልድ ድምጽ የሆነው አዲስ ሚዲያ ኔትወርክ አዲስ ቴሌቪዥን የዘንድሮ 38ኛው አፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤን የተመለከቱ መረጃዎችን በተለያዩ ቋንቋ አማራጮች ወደ እናንተ ማድረሱን ይቀጥላል አብራችሁን እንድትቆዩ በድጋሚ ግብዣችን ወደ እናንተ እናደርሳለን እንግዲህ የመጀመሪያው ጉዳያችን ባልደረቦቼ እንግዲህ ከተማችን አዲስ አበባ የአፍሪካ ህብረት መቀመጫ ቀድሞ የአፍሪካ አንድነት ድርጅት እንዲመሰረት ሰፊ አስተዋጽኦ ካበረከቱ ከተሞች በቀዳሚነት ልትነሳ የምትችል ከተማ እንደመሆኗ መጠን እንግዲህ የአፍሪካ ህብረት ጉባኤን ለማስተናገድ ተመራጭ ሀገር በአፍሪካ ያም ደግሞ በቀድሚያ ልትጠራ የምትችል ከተማ እንደሆነች ይነሳል ከተማችን አዲስ አበባ እንግዲህ ይህንን የአፍሪካውያን በጋራ ለማሰባሰብ የአፍሪካ አንድነት ድርጅትን ለመመስረት የመጀመሪያ መሰባሰቢያ ጥላ ከመሆኗ ባሻገር እስካሁን ለዘለቁት የአፍሪካ ህብረት ስብሰባዎች አፍሪካን የተመለከቱ አጀንዳዎችን እውን ለማድረግ እንደ ዋነኛ መምከሪያ አውዶና ዘልቃለች እንግዲህ ዘንድሮም ይህንን ኃላፊነቷን በተሻለ ኃላፊነትና ዝግጁነት ነው ጉባኤ ለማስተናገድ መሰናዶቿን ያጠናቀቀችው ከተማችን አዲስ አበባ ለዘንድሮ ጉባኤ ምን ያክል ዝግጅት አደረገች የመጀመሪያ የመወያ አጀንዳችን ይሆናል እንግዲህ እንደምታውቁት ባልደረቦቻችን ከዚህ ቀደም የአፍሪካ ህብረት ጉባኤ ሲካሄድ ሌሎች በርካታ ተቋማት ከጉባኤው ጋር ግንኙነት ያላቸው ውጭ ጉዳይ ሚኒስቴርን ጨምሮ ሌሎች ይመለከታቸዋል ተብሎ የሚታወቁ ተቋማት በጋራው ነው በኮሚቴ በመሰባሰብም ጭምር ነው ለዚህ ጉባኤ ዝግጅት የሚያደርጉት ዘንድሮ ለየት ባለ ሁኔታ እንግዲህ ይህንን ጉባኤ ለማስተናገድ ያለፈው ዓመት 37ኛው የመሪዎች ጉባኤ በተጠናቀቀ ማግስት ነው ከተማዋ ዝግጅት የጀመረችው ቀደም ሲል ያነሳናቸው ውጭ ጉዳይ ሚኒስቴርን ጨምሮ 35 የሚደርሱ አብይ ተቋማት በኮሚቴነት እንዲሁም ሁለት ኮሚቴዎች በአስተባባሪነት የተሰየሙበት ዝግጅት ነው ሲደረግ የቆየው እንግዲህ እንደምታውቁት አዲስ አበባ ከተማችን የአፍሪካ አንድነት ድርጅት ኋላ ላይ የአፍሪካ ህብረት ዋና መቀመጫ እንድትሆን ሰፊ ክርክር ሲስተናገድ እንደነበረ በታሪክ እናስታውሳለን ኢትዮጵያ አዲስ አበባ ከተማችንም እንዲሁ የአፍሪካ ህብረት መቀመጫ እንድትሆን ከተደረሰው ውሳኔ ማግስትም ጀምሮ በርካታ ሀገራትና ከተሞች የአዲስ አበባ መቀመጫነትን ለመንጠቅ ሰፊ ዝግጅት ሲያደርጉ ሰፊ እንቅስቃሴ ሲያደርጉ እንደነበረ ይነሳል እንግዲህ ይህንን ከአዲስ አበባ ከተማ የህብረቱ መቀመጫነት የማንሳት ጥያቄዎች በርካታ ነበሩ ከተማዋ ደረጃዋን የመጠነች አይደለችም አፍሪካ ከተሞች እያሳዩት ካለው እድገት አንፃር የዘገየ እድገት አላት እንዲሁም ደግሞ በአማራጭነት ከአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ ማስተናገጃ ዋናው ማዕከል ውጪ ሌሎች ተጨማሪ ጉባኤዎችን ለማስተናገድ የሚያስችሉ የስብሰባ ማዕከላት የላቱም የሚል ጥያቄዎች ይነሳሉ ዘንድሮ አዲስ አበባ ከተማችን እነዚህ ጥያቄዎች መመለስ በሚያስችል ቁመና ላይ ትገኛለች በተለይ ባለፉት 3 እና 4 ዓመታት ውስጥ ከተማዋ ለነዋሪዎቿ የምትመጥን የመጀመሪያ ቤት ስራዋ ለነዋሪዎቿ ምቹ መሆን እንደመሆኑ መጠን ከነዋሪዎቿ ሻገር ባለ ሁኔታ ደግሞ እነዚህን የአህጉራዊ ኃላፊነቶቿን በዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃ ደግሞ ተመራጭ መምከሪያ አውድ ለመሆን ሰፊ ጥረት ስታደርግ ቆይታለች። የኮሪደር ልማትን ማንሳት እንችላለን። በርካታ እንግዶች ማስተናገድ የሚችሉ ዓለም አቀፍ ተቋማትን ልክ እንደ አዲስ ኢንተርናሽናል ኮንቬንሽንና ስብሰባ ማዕከልን ጨምሮ የአድዋ ድል መታሰቢያን ሌሎች በአማራጭነት የህብረቱና ሌሎች ዓለም አቀፍ ጉባኤዎችን ለማስተናገድ በአማራጭነት ተቋማትን አዘጋጅታን የጠበቀችው ዘንድሮና አዲስ አበባ ከተማችን ለየት ባለ ሁኔታ 38ኛውን የመሪዎች ጉባኤ ለማስተናገድ ሰፊ ዝግጅት አድርጋለች። መረጃዎችን ወደ እናንተ ማድረስ እንቀጥላለን። የአፋን ኦሮሞ ባልደረባችን ያደሳ ጌታውን እስኪ አዲስ አበባ የዘንድሮ ጉባኤ ለማስተናገድ የነበራትን ዝግጅት በተመለከተ ደግሞ ለአፋን ኦሮሞ አድማጮቻችን መረጃውን ያደርስልናል።
አመሰግናለሁ አቡ። ኤጋ ከበጀምቶታ ዳወቶታ ኬኛ ከለቲዳን ኤኤምኤን ራጀቹዳ ያይ ገምታ አፍሪካ 38 ተፋውጅ ወልቀበቴ ዲሞታ ገራገራ ቀበኒ ስምብራን ቀቀብሲሳ ኢትፉፋ ጅራ አቡ ቻሊ አፋን አማራራ አከሱመሲ አፍቶ ወልዳ አገኝ አፋን ትግሬራ አፈወርቂ ሀብቱ አፋን እንግሊፋራኔ ሲያደሳ ጌታቸው አፋን ኦሮሞራ ወሊንታይ ስምብራን ቀቀብሲስ ናይጋ ያይ ገምታ አፍሪካ 38 ተፋ በረከና መጋላ ፍንፍኔ ኬሰት ጌጌፈማ ጅሩፊጋ ቆጲ አዳ ታሲሳቲ ከንቱርቴ መጋላን ፍንፍኔ ጁዳ ኤጋ ሴና ቀብሶቲ ወልቀበቴ ኢትዮጵያን ኬሱማ ጉራቾታ አዱኛ ረጅረኒ ፈርዲ አፍሪካቲፍ ሴና አካያደኖት ከወካን መለቶ ብሊሱማ ጉራቾታ ታቴቲ ከነሴን ካቱ ከኑማፊ ቴሶን ሙሚች ገምታ አፍሪካ መጋላ ፍንፍኔ ኬሳ ከንቴፊስ ከኑማን ወልቀበታ ኤጋ ያይ ከናፊ ቆጲወን ገራገራ ታስፈማቲ ከነሳን ቱረኒ ኤጋ ኮሬን dhimma kanarratti hojjetu koreen dhaabbilee walitti baba'an 35 of keessatti hammate jechuudha. Yaa'ii kana qopheessuudhaaf akkuma yaa'ii idileen 37ffaan goolabameen gara hojiitti galamee hojiiwwan bal'aan hojjetamaniiti kan isaan turani. Utuu yaa'iin gamtaa Afrikaa kun hin geggeeffamiin dura immoo yaa'iin ministeerotaa kan biyyoota miseensaa gamtaa Afrikaa 46ffaanis geggeeffamaati kan inni ture jechuudha. magaalaa Finfinnee keessatti Finfinneen egaa isa yeroo kamirrayyuu caalaa bifa adda ta'een keessummoota ishee kana simataati kan iseen turte jechuudha. Finfinneen dhugaa dubbachuudhaaf hundeerraa jijjiirama hunda galeessa agarsiiste miidhagdee keessummoota ishee kana simataa jirti waan ta'eef inni baranaagaa adda wanti isa taasisu yaa'icha isa kana jechuudha. Kanuma wal qabatee immoo dhimmoonni magaalaa Finfinnee wal qabatan dureewwan Afrikaallee akkaataa ajaa'ibaati wanti isaan kaasan tureera wayitaa gara magaalaa Finfinnee kanattis imalaa turanii jechuudha. Kanuma wal qabatee yaa'ii kanarratti gaa dhimmoonni ka'an dhimmoota ardii Afrikaa qofa utuu hin taane dinagdee yookaan jijjiirama siyaasa dinagdee hawaasaa addunyaa keessatti illee hiikoo guddaadha kan isaan qaban waan ta'eef ajendaan bara kanaagaa akkaataa addaatiin kan inni eegamu yaa'iin kunis gurraandhala 8 hanga 9 guyyaa irraa jalqabee jechuudha. Bara 2017tti kan inni geggeeffamu waajjira muummicha gamtaa Afrikaatti jechuudha. Yaa'ii kana irratti dhimmoonni jajjaboon murteessoo ta'an ni ka'uudhaan eegama. ይህንን ይመስላል።
አመሰግናለሁ ያዲሳ ሀፍቶም ወንድማገኝ በትግርኛ አድማጮቻችን መረጃዎችን ታደርሰልን።
እሺ አሁን ሊያቡ ክቡራት ተመልከትና ከምቲ አቅድመ ቢልና መጥቶይና ዘገለጽናዮ መበል 38 ጉባኤ መራሕቲ ህብረት አፍሪካ ሎምን ጽባሕና በከተማ አዲስ አበባ ስሉጥ በዝኾነ መንገድ ንምስላጥ ምድለዋ ተዛዚሞም ሕዚ ኣብ ምጅማር ገጽ እዩ ዝርከብ ማለት እዩ። አዲስ አበባ ህብረት አፍሪካን ክንወስድ ከለና ከም ኢትዮጵያ ከም ሃገር ክንወስድ ከለና ኢትዮጵያ መብዛሕተን ሃገራት አፍሪካ ነፃነተን ከያወጃ ከለዋ ካብ ባዕዶ ምግዛት ነፃ ኮይና ካልኦት ወፅየን ኣባላት ንክኾና ካብ መጀመርታ ጀሚራ ዝነበረ ኣስተዋፅኦ ብጣዕሚ ዕዙዝ ምዃኑ ዝፍለጥ እዩ። ነዚ እውን ብዝተፈላለዩ መንገድታት ካብ ቀደም ኣብ መፈለምታ ጀሚሩ ክንወስዶ ንኽእለሉ ግዜ ኣሎ ማለት እዩ። ኣብዚ ናይ ኢትዮጵያ ተሳትፎ ናይ ኢትዮጵያ መስዋዕትነት ናይ ኢትዮጵያ ግደ ልዑል ምዃኑ ዝፍለጥ እዩ። እዚ ድማ በብእዋኑ ዝተፈላለዩ ፈተናታት የጋጥሙ እዮም። ካብ ዘጋጥሙ ፈተናታት እዩ መቐመጢ ህብረት አፍሪካ ሕዚ ኣብዚ ሕዚ እዋን ካብ ዘለዋ ዓለምና ካብ ዘለዋ 3 ሃገራት አዲስ አበባ ከተማ ሳልሰይትና ማእከል ዲፕሎማሲ ምዃና ዝፍለጥ እዩ ካብ ኒውዮርክን ጀኔቭን ቀፂላ ነዚ ድማ ዝኾነሉ መንገዲ ሰው ኢሉ ዝመፀ ይኹነን ካብ ቀደም ጀሚሩ ካብ ወለድና ጀሚሮም ዝነበሩ ኣስተዋፅኦ ዝነበሮም ግደ ልዑል ምዃኑ ዝፍለጥ እዩ ክቡራት ተመልከትና ነዚ እውን ሓልዩ ንክመፅእ ድማ ክሳብ ሕዚ ካብቲ ዝተጀመረሉ ግዜ ጀሚሮ ሕብረት ኣፍሪካ ዝነበሩ ክሳብ ሕዚ ዘለና ያ ሰዓት ድማ እቲ ጉባኤ ዝካየደሉ ቦታ ናይ ዲፕሎማሲ ቦታ ምዃን አዲስ አበባ ካብዚ ንኸይወፅእ ዝተገብረ ኣስተዋፅኦ ልዑል ምዃኑ ዝፍለጥ እዩ ክሳብ ሕዚ ዝግበር ዘሎ ኩነታት ማለት እዩ ስለዚ ኢትዮጵያ ኣብዚ ዘይተካገደላ ብዝተፈላለዩ መንገድታት ብዝተፈላለዩ ዋና ዝተፈላለዩ ሓሳባት ነተላዓሉ ናይቲ ሕብረት መቐመጢ ንምልዓል ዝግበሩ ፈተነታት እውን ውድቂ ዝኾኑሉ ኣብዚ ንኽቕፅል ዝተገበረሉ ከይዲ ህልኽ ዘውድእ ወይ ድማ ብዙሕ ፃዕርታት ዝሓትት ምንባር ዝፍለጥ እዩ ነዚ ድማ ኣብ ኢትዮጵያ ዘለው ኩሎም ኣብ ሓላፍነት ዝነበሩ ኣካላት ማለት እዩ ሓድነት ኣፍሪካ ዘለዎም ዋጋ ንጎኒ ዘዩን ምዃኑ ዝፍለጥ እዩ ክቡራት ተመልክትና በዚ እውን ከተማ አዲስ አበባ እንድሕር ወሲድና ድማ ቅድሚ ሕዚ ሓደ ካብ ዝለዓሉ ነበሩ ምስ ፅሬትን ፅባቐን ከተማ ተታሒዙ ነዚ ጉባኤ ንምክያድ ብቕዕቲ ኣይኮንክን ዝብል ሓሳባት እዮም ዝለዓል ነይሮም ማለት እዩ ነዚ ድማ ዝተፈላለዩ ምክንያታት ዝተፈላለዩ መንገድታት እንዳቐረበ ዝፀንሕሉ ኩነታት ነይሩ ሕዚ ግን ኣብ ዝሓለፈ ዓመት ጀሚሩ ማለት እዩ ድሕሪ ምዝዛም መበል 37 ጉባኤ ሕብረት ኣፍሪካ ዝተጀመረ ልምዓት ኮሪደር ተታሒዙ ከተማ አዲስ አበባ ትርከበሉ ሓደ ዓመት ዝተረኣየ ለውጢ ኣዝዩ ብጣዕሚ ስሉጡን ምዕቡልን ምዃኑ ድማ ሕዚ እታ ከተማ ልባ ነፊሓ ወይ ከዓ ሙሉእ ልባ ኮይና ንኽተዳሉ ኣጋያሻ ንኽትቅበል መባፅሕ ቱሪዝም ኮይና እውን መፅኦም ንኽጉብንዩ ኣቐድሞ ኣቢሎም ዝኣትውሉ ኩነታት እዩ ዘሎ መራሕቲ ሕብረት ኣፍሪካ ነዚ ድማ ሓደ ናይ ልምዓት ኮሪደር ውፅኢት እውን ክኸውን ዝኽእል ዕድል ሰፊሕ እዩ ማለት እዩ እዚ ከዓ ፀንሒቶም ዝተፈላለዩ ጉባኤታት ዝተፈላለዩ ዓለም ለኻዊ ዋዕላታት ኣብ ከተማ አዲስ አበባ ንኽሳለጡ እንዳተሳለጡ ዝመፅሉ ኩነታት ነይሩ ማለት እዩ ነዚ ከዓ እኹላት ዝኾኑ ማእኸል ኮንቬንሽን ሓዊሱ ዝተፈላለዩ ቤተ መዘከር ዓወት ዓድዋን ክንወስድ ንኽእል ኢና ካልኦት ምድላዋት እንዳተገበሩ ዝፀንሕሉ ኩነታት ነይሩ ኩላት ተመልክትና ነዚ እውን ደስ ብዝብል ኩነታት ብፅቡቕ ድሙቕ ብዝኾነ ኩነታት እንዳተቐበለት ኣጋይሻ ፀኒሓ ሕዚ እቲ ዋና ቀንዲ ዝበሃል ሎምን ፅባሕን ዝካየድ ጉባኤ ንምስላጥ ትርከበሉ ኩነታት እዩ ዘሎ ስለዚ ምስ ልምዓት ኮሪደር ተታሒዙ ከተማ አዲስ አበባ ትርከበሉ ብርኪ ብጣዕሚ ፍሉይ ምዃኑን ፅቡቕ ምዃኑን ናይ ሎም ዓመት ጉባኤ መራሕቲ ሕብረት ኣፍሪካ ፍሉይ ዝገብረሉ ኩነታት እዩ ዘሎ ማለት እዩ ብሓፈሻ ኸ እቲ ጉባኤ ከታ ዓይነት ኣጀንዳታት እዮም ትፅቢዩ ዝግበሩ እንታይ ውሳነታት ከመሓላለፍ እዮም ኣብ ዝብል ድማ ብቐፃል ድማ ናባኻትኩም ነብለሉ ኣጋጣመሉ ማለት እዩ ክቡራት ተመልከትና ሕዝና ወብኩም ልሰኩም
አመሰግናለሁ ሀብቶም አብዝቼ በጣም አመሰግናለሁ እንግዲህ የአዲስ አበባ ከተማችን ይህንን ተጠባቂ አህጉራዊ ጉባኤ ለማስተናገድ ካለፈው አመት ጀምሮ ሰፊ ዝግጅት ስታደርግ ቆይታለች ጉባኤው በሚመጥን በድምቀት እንዲጠናቀቅ የማድረግ ጥረቷም ዛሬ ፍሬ አፍርቶ ይታያል ማለት ነው እንግዲህ ባልደረባችን አፈወርቅ ደግሞ ለእንግሊዘኛ ቋንቋ አድማጮቻችን መረጃዎችን ታደርስልናል አዲስ አበባ ምን ያክል ተዘጋጀች
Okay, thank you, Abu. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, when we speak of the progress that our city, Addis Ababa, has come through, we definitely stick to the point that the short-time improvements in the city can definitely be a good example for the rest of African cities and African donors as well, because we said a little earlier that Addis Ababa is now serving as a capital city of 120 million people, and it's also the diplomatic hub of the African citizens in general, because the Ethiopia's role and Ethiopia's impact on the Pan-Africanism move just to bring about unity in African sisters and brothers is here recognizable. So Addis Ababa has been improving itself for the last 3 or 4 months actually, and whenever we talk about the corridor developments here in Ethiopia capital Addis Ababa, there is one thing that should be mentioned here, and that is the first improvement that has been actually witnessed in a shorter period of time. For instance, Abu and all of you may recognize that whenever we go through development issues, it takes time, right? It's a gradual process, but Addis Ababa, the Ethiopia's capital, has got this improvement in a matter of half a year. Not more than that, by the way. So delegates from all over the world have been witnessing that, and they said the further thing that every country can take lesson from Addis Ababa or Ethiopia is the fact that completing tasks or development issues in a short period of time. So Addis Ababa here now is ready just to host every international conferences and any other issues, because the city is now improving itself well. And the other thing here that we can definitely mention is, Addis Ababa wasn't comfortable previously. We can say that streets in the right and left side of the city were congested with the mobile market and different congested people. But now the corridor development has opened ways just to move freely from place to place, where the bicycle can definitely be available there and where cars can go from place to place without any interruption. That is the result of the corridor development, as you may witness. And not only that is the other issue here, Ethiopia, as we said, is now a home for many citizens across different countries of the globe. And the especially tourists and diplomats reside here permanently. So now I think they are getting an atmosphere that's really conducive for living. They've been saying that Addis Ababa previously was, of course, known in different issues, but it wasn't meeting its reputation. But now the city is now clearly meeting its reputation, and the comfortable situation that has been created here for dwellers, the diplomats and tourists is the other example that we definitely mention here. The other thing is, when we spoke of the fact that the corridor development in Addis Ababa is really important, we mention another thing that's really crucial, and that is, the corridor development started here in Ethiopia's capital and then expanded to the other cities across Ethiopia. Different regional cities are now taking experience from the city, and if diplomats go from Addis Ababa to different directions to Ethiopia, they can witness that the corridor development is now expanding throughout the country. And that is the other achievement. Here, during their stay, diplomats for sure can definitely understand that Ethiopia's improvement, especially in the last half year, can definitely be recognizable. And the city's improvement here, the city's move here is again very, very important, because we can shortly say that it's really meeting its reputation.
መልካም አመሰግናለሁ። እንግዲህ ከተማችን አዲስ አበባም በተለይ ኢትዮጵያ ለአፍሪካ አንድነት ድርጅት መመስረት ለአፍሪካውያን ነጻነት ያበረከተችው አስተዋጽኦን ብቻ እየጠቀሰች የአፍሪካ ህብረት መቀመጫ መሆኗን እንደ ማሳያ ማድረጓ ዋነኛ ምክንያት ብቻ ላይሆን ይችላል። ከዚህ በኋላ ከተማችን አዲስ አበባ ቀደም ሲል ባልደረቦቻችን ባነሳችሁት መንገድ በሚመጥን ደረጃ አፍሪካውያን በሚኮሩበት ደረጃ እኛ ኢትዮጵያውያን ለአፍሪካ ነጻነት ከከፈልነው ዋጋ ባልተናነሰ በከተማ ልማትና በውበት ዘርፍም አዲስ አበባ ከተማችን ለሌሎች አፍሪካውያን ከተሞች ምሳሌ መሆን የምትችልበት ደረጃ ላይ ደርሳ በእርግጥም የአፍሪካ ህብረት ብቻ ሳይሆን ዓለም አቀፍ ተቋማት እንደ መምከሪያ እንደ መቀመጫነት የሚጠቀሙባት ከተማ ትሆን ዘንድ በመልካም መንገድ ላይ ትገኛለች። ከተማዋን ከማሳመር ለነዋሪዎቿ ምቹ ከማድረግ ባሻገር ዓለም አቀፍ ተቋማት በአማራጭነት ይህችን ከተማ ለመምከሪያነት እንዲጠቀሙባት የሚያስችሉ ግብዓቶቿን እያሟላች ቀጥላለች። ምናልባትም አዲስ አበባ ከተማችን በተለይ በዘንድሮ ዓመት ብቻ መረጃዎች እንኳን ብንጠቅስ ባለፉት 6 ወራት ውስጥ ብቻ ከተማችን አዲስ አበባ ወደ 40 የሚደርሱ ዓለም አቀፍ ሁነቶችን አስተናግዳለች። እነዚህ ሁነቶች ደግሞ ከ1 ዓመትና ከ2 ዓመት በኋላ በተገነቡ ማዕከላት የተካሄዱ ስለመሆናቸው እንግዲህ ከውጭ ጉዳይ ሚኒስቴር ያገኘነው መረጃ ያመለክታል። ይህም እንግዲህ ከተማችን አዲስ አበባ ለአፍሪካውያን ብቻ ሳይሆን በዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃም ለመምከር ዋነኛና ቀዳሚ ተመራጭ ሆና እንድትቀጥል የበኩሉን አስተዋጽኦ ያበረክታል ተብሎ ይታሰባል። እንግዲህ ባልደረቦቻችን ተጨማሪ መረጃዎችን ወደ አድማጭ ተመልካቾቻችን እያደረስን ቀጥለናል። እንግዲህ እንደሚታወቀው ዘንድሮ ለየት ባለ ሁኔታ የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ በርካታ አጀንዳዎችን ነው እንደ መምከሪያነት የጠቀሰው። ወደ በኋላ ላይ የምንመጣበት የማካካሻ ፍትህ ጉዳይን መነሻ አድርገን ሌሎች በተለይ ከዚህ በየአመቱ የሚተገበሩ እቅዶች ከአጀንዳ 2063 የ50 ዓመት የተለጠጠ እቅድ አንጻርም መሪዎቹ ይመክሩበታል ተብሎ ይጠበቃል። ከዚሁ ከ38ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ አስቀድሞ ባለፈው የካቲት 5 እና 6 በአዲስ አበባ ከተማ የህብረቱ የውጭ ጉዳይ ሚኒስትሮች ወይም የስራ አስፈጻሚ ኮሚቴ አባላት ውይይት አድርገው ወስነው ለመሪዎቹ አጀንዳዎችን ማቅረባቸው የሚታወስ ነው። ይሄው የስራ አስፈጻሚ ኮሚቴ አባላት ዋነኛ መምከሪያ ጉዳዮች ከዚህ የተጓደሉ የኮሚሽን አመራሮችን መሰየም፣ የምክር ቤት አባላትን ልክ ኢትዮጵያ አባል የሆነችበት የአፍሪካ የሰላምና ጸጥታ ምክር ቤትን ጨምሮ ተጨማሪ 4 ሀገራትን በአባልነት መምረጥን ጨምሮ ሌሎች አጀንዳዎችን አጽድቋል። ከዚህ ከሲኤፍቲ ወይም የነጻ የንግድ ቀጠና ስምምነትን በተመለከተ ሀገራት ምን ያክል እየተገበሩት ይገኛሉ? አሁን ባለው ሁኔታ አፍሪካውያን ሀገራት በህገ መንግስት ደረጃ አጽድቀው ተግባራዊ ለማድረግ እየሄዱበት ያለውን ሂደትም ገምግሞ ለመሪዎቹ ውሳኔ አቅርበዋል። የውጭ ጉዳይ ሚኒስትሮች ወይም የስራ አስፈጻሚ ኮሚቴ ስብሰባ በዛሬው ዕለት ምናልባትም ከደቂቃዎች በኋላ ይጀመራል ተብሎ የሚጠበቀው 38ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ ዋነኛ መምከሪያ አጀንዳዎች ምንድናቸው የሚለውን ጉዳይ እናነሳለን። እንግዲህ ባልደረቦቼ እንደሚታወቀው አፍሪካ ቀደም ሲል ባነሳ ነው ከፈረንጆቹ 2013 ጀምሮ የ50 ዓመት እቅድ አስቀምጣለች። አህጉራችን አፍሪካ በህብረቱ አስተባባሪነት የሚተገበር ማለት ነው። ይሄው እቅድ እንግዲህ አፍሪካ ትደርስበታለች ተብሎ የታሰበ በሰላም በኢኮኖሚ በማህበራዊ ትስስር ረገድ የተሻለ ደረጃ ላይ ትደርሳለች ተብሎ የታሰበ እቅድ ነው። የ50 ዓመት በጣም የተለጠጠ እቅድ ነው። ሀገራት እንደየሀገሮቻቸው በተቋም ደረጃ ደግሞ በማዕቀፍ ደረጃ ምስራቅ አፍሪካ፣ ምዕራብ አፍሪካ፣ ደቡቡ እንዲሁም ሰሜኑ በየአደረጃጀቶቻቸው በቀጠና አደረጃጀቶች በኩል ሊከወን የታሰቡ እቅዶች አሉ። እንግዲህ የዘንድሮ የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ ለየት ባለ ሁኔታ ይህንን አጀንዳ 2063 የመጀመሪያ 10 ዓመታት ተገባበርን ጨርሶ ይገመግማል። በ2013 ነው ተግባራዊ መደረግ የጀመረው። 2014 ጀምሮ ሀገራት ተቀብለውት ስራዎቻቸው አካል አድርገውታል እና ዘንድሮ ይሄው የአጀንዳ 2063 10ኛ ዓመቱን ጨርሶ ወደ ሁለተኛ 10 ዓመት ምዕራፉ ተሸጋግሯል ማለት ነውና በ10 ዓመታት ውስጥ የተገኙ ውጤቶችን መሪዎቹ በጥልቀት ይገመግማሉ ተብሎ ይጠቀሳል። በተለይ አፍሪካውያን በነፃ ዝውውር ከሀገራት ወደ ሀገራት እንዲዘዋወሩ በነፃነት እንዲዘዋወሩ የማድረግ የህብረቱ ትልም አለ ወይም አስፓይሬሽንስ ተብሎ በእንግሊዝኛ ቋንቋ የሚጠቅሱት ማለት ነው። ሌላው በአፍሪካውያን በመካከላቸው ያለውን የንግድ ልውውጥ እጅግ በጣም ማጠናከር ይጠበቅባቸዋል። በግምገማ ደረጃ አፍሪካውያን ሀገራት እርስ በርስ ካላቸው የንግድ ትስስር ባሻገር ከሌሎች ቀጠና ሀገራት ወደ መካከለኛው ምስራቅ ወደ አውሮፓን ሊሆን ይችላል ያላቸው የንግድ ልውውጥ እጅግ በጣም ከፍተኛ ነው። እርስ በርስ ያላቸው በአፍሪካውያን መካከል ያለው የንግድ ልውውጥ ግን እጅግ በጣም ደካማ እንደሆነ ይነሳል። ይህንን በማሻሻል አፍሪካውያን ባላቸው በራሳቸው አቅም ከራሳቸው ጋር በትብብር የንግድ ሂደታቸውን ማሳለጥ እድገታቸውን ማደላደል የሚችሉበትን እድል የመፍጠር እቅድም አለው። የአፍሪካ የነጻ የንግድ ቀጠና እስካሁን ባለው ሁኔታ 30 የሚሻገሩ ሀገራት ይህንን የነጻ የንግድ ስምምነት አጽድቀው እንግዲህ ተግባራዊ ለማድረግ የተጠባበቁ የሚገኙ ሀገራት ናቸው። እነዚህና ሌሎች ጉዳዮች የህብረቱ መሪዎች ይመክሩባቸዋል ተብሎ ይጠቀሳል። እንግዲህ አደሳ ዋነኛ የዚህ የዘንድሮ 38ኛ መሪዎች ጉባኤ ቀደም ሲል ያነሳናቸው ሆኖ ሌሎች የሚጠበቁ ጉዳዮች ይኖር ይሆን? ምናልባት ለአፋን ኦሮሞ አድማጮቻችን በአማራጭነት መረጃዎችን ታደርስልን እንጠይቃለን።
እሺ አመሰግናለሁ አቡ ኤጋ ከበጀምቶታ ዳወቶታ ኬኛ ያኢ ገምታ አፍሪካ 38 ተፋቲ ወልቀበቴ ጋር ኢሞተ ገራገራ ሰምብራን ቀብሲሳ ኢትፉፋ ጅራ ኤጋ ያይቻን ዱረቲ ቢዮኒ ሚሴንሳ ገምቲቻታ አኒ ሚኒስቴሮታ ኢሳን በከቦን ኤርገተኒ ተከንጅራኒ ሚኒስቴሮኒ ቢዮተ ሚሴንሳ ገምታ አፍሪካ ሲ ያኢ ኢዲሌ ሳኔ ፉርተሚ ጃፋ ገጌሰን ኬሰቲ ዱርሰኒ ዲሞታ ያኢ ኢዲሌ ገምታ አፍሪካ 38 ተፋዳፍ ገልቴታ አን ጀደመን ረቲ ማሪያተኒ ከለቲ ካኒቲ ከነሳን ጅረን ጀቹዳ ኤጋ ከኑማ ወልቀበቴ ዲሞኒ ሚኒስቴሮኒ ሚሴንሳ ገምቲቻ ኢረቲ ማሪያታ ኬሰና ኢረቲ ማሪያታ ቱራን ኬሳ ኢሳን ኢጆን የከፈከኛቲ ካን ካስኑ ዮቴ ኬሱማ ዲማ ደልደላ ብሊሳ አርዲቻን ወልቲ ደሙቲን ከወልቀበቴ ዳ ጀቹዳ ኤጋ ንኩና ፋንግልፋቲን ፍሪ ትሬድ ዞን kan jedhamu daldala bilisaa biyyoonni Afrikaa walitti daldalachuudhaaf akka isaan barbaachisutti kanaan dura wantoonni jalqaban turaniiru sakanas biyyoonni 30 ol ta'anii waliigaltee taasisanii irratti farramanii mallatteessaniiti kan isaan jirani. Egaa yaa'ii daldala bilisaa kanaan kan wal qabate egaa daldalli bilisaa keessumaa biyyoonni Afrikaa walitti daldalannaan isaanii maal akka fakkaatu gara fuula duraatti immoo karoora waggaa 50 qabameeti irratti hojjetamaa kan jiru keessumaa bara faranjoota 2013 jalqabee hanga 2063 tti karoorri kun kan taa'e waggaa 50 gidduutti dhimmoota irratti yaa'ichi hojjechuuf qabu qoqqoodameeti lafa kaa'amee kan jiru hagammaattis egaa waggoonni kurnan darbanii jiru. Waggoota afan irratti immoo hojiiwwan hojjetaman maal fakkaatu kan jiru irrattis gadi fageenyaan irratti ni mari'atamaa jechuudha. Kana keessaa biyyoonni irratti yaa'icha irratti hirmaatan jechuudha. Waliigala biyyoonni miseensa gamtichaa ta'an irratti hirmaataniiti kan isaan jirani. Kan biraan yaa'ii ministeeronni miseensota gamtaa Afrikaa irratti ta'an keessaa inni ijoon miseensummaa mana maree nageenyaaf tasgabbii gamtaa Afrikaatiin kan wal qabate jechuudha. As keessatti Itiyoophiyaan bara kana filatamteeti kan isheen jirtu biyyoota afan sadii dabalatee jechuudha. Walumaa gala biyyoonni 4 dabalataan miseensa mana maree nageenyaaf tasgabbii gamtaa Afrikaa ta'anii filatamaniiti kan jirani. Kan biraan egaa biyyoonni Afrikaa viizaa malee wal keessa deemanii akka walitti daldalataniif akka karra saaquuf mariin garaagaraa yeroo garaagaraatti taasifamaa ture jira. Mariin kunis amma yaa'ii idilee 38ffaa kanarratti ni ka'an eegama. Egaa yeroo ammaa kana biyyoonni Afrikaa irra guddeessaan oomishaalee isaanii kan isaan galchatan biyyoota Eeshiyaa kan akka Hindii, Chaayinaa biyyoota garaagaraa irraatti kan isaan oomishaalee galchanii itti fayyadaman jechuudha. Haa ta'u iyyuu malee yoo walitti daldalatan tokkoffaa humni diinagdee ardittii ni cima. Gara fuula duraatti immoo jabaataa yoo deeman maallaqa tokkoon illee walitti daldalachuun akka danda'amu. Fakkeenyaaf Keeniyaan shilingiidhaan Itoophiyaa irraa akka bituu dandeessu Itoophiyaanis maallaqa yookaan birrii ishee fayyadamtee Keeniyaa irraa oomishaalee garaagaraa walirraa bituu walirratti gurguruun akka danda'amuu fi beektonni hayyoonni arditti keessa jiran yaadama garaagaraa kaasaa turanii Profeesar Patrick Lumbumbaan dhimma kana irratti baay'ee kaasaa turan fakkeenyaaf isaan akka kaasaa turanitti shilingii koo qabadhiyoon Itoophiyaa dhaqee maal kunnaan jedhu akka sharafaatti itti fayyadamanii akkasumas lammiin Itoophiyaa tokko birrii qabatee Keeniyaa keessa oogalee ittiin sharafatee bitachuu hin danda'u waan ta'eef inni kun hafuu qaba yoommoo doolaara qabadhee gara biyyoota Afrikaa biroo dhaqee inni kun baay'ee bareedaadhanii simataniin harkaa fudhatu akkaataa isaanitti jedhaa turan jira. Egaa kanumaan wal qabatee irkattummaa biyyoota biraarraa akkaataa adda bahin of dandeessee ardittiin walitti daldalachuudhaan diinagdee biyyattii hawaasummaadhaan siyaasaan jabaattee akkuma gamtaan Awurooppaa waliin diinagdee jabaa ijaarratan gamtaan Afrikaas diinagdee jabaa ijaarrachuudhaaf akkaataa irratti hojjechuun danda'amu irratti illee mariin gadi fageenyaan taasifamaa ture yaa'isa kana keessattis jabaatee itti kan fufutaa jechuudha.
አመሰግናለሁ ያዲሳ በጣም ነው ማመሰግነው ዘርዘር ላለ መረጃ ሀፍቶም እንግዲህ መድረኩ ያንተን
كبرات تملكتنا دمص ولدو زخونه امين مكتتال تركو مالتي واديس ميدان نتورك دما بستفالو مرصاتنا اخم زبلو زلو فولي مدلاوينا يلوم مالتي مبل 38 غباي ህብረት አፍሪካ ምክንያት በመጓር ማለትي بستفالو مرصاتون ከተከታተልና እና በዘጋጣም ዘይክን አድምሆቱ كبرات تملكتنا مزي تتحيزو اتي وعلى اب منتاي ጉዳያት ትኩረት كገብر اب زبل زعبا ካብን ዝላዓሉ ጉዳያት ሓደታዩ بزحلفه ለካቲት 6 ለካቲት كشوعات ነብዘሎ ማለትዩ ሚኒስትር ጉዳያት ወጻይ استفالو هاجرات أب ذكير وعلى نيروت وعلى دماء عند علامة تايم أبزي وأنا جواي مبساسن شو متون جواي كل على زقبهم أجندات تايم كخون زقبا أمنتي رئيس ذات الكورين كخون زلوا مبزبل استفال عليه حسابات العلم استفال عليه تم كندي زتوها لزعبات هذوي أجندات الدماء نفتم مرحة زقرب له كنتات زلوا تم مرحة المافتي زلعلو زيتات كيرم والسنتات كم حلالفو يتسبي زقبر مالتي في اللي يعني أبزح زقزي توادلوا أمر حتى أفت كوميشن زلوا مرحتا زتكلو ندم وانا كوميشنر حويسو مالتيو ابزي متخاز قبرلو كنتات كم زلو زفلتيو كبرى تملكتنا بزكاو بزح لفقن بفلاي دما قدمي 12 عامات اب 2013 عامات فرنجي زي ناي 20 زبل نوح عامات فرق كفله زمن زاكل مالتيو زتحنصص تلملو استتلمي اجندا تايز مثلا من تاي بركه يزركب تايتاي تفصيمم تايتاي كيترفنا اتوم زي تفصم نغرات كنقصالي بخمه ايوم بدنبي تسرحيلهم بزح لوط خمصلم زخلا زبل زعبا كتكوري زهون مالتيو بفلاي افريكا زغوي قند زغبرو لمخنيات تايو افريكا بحد دمص خوينا دمصا تسمعلو اب استفالاليو وعلاتاتو يقع فصامتات عالم استفالاليو بجلتات كون يخل مالتيو زلوا تسمعنت كف تبللو يقع كب تبللو خنتات مفتار زعلم يكون مالتيو كابزي ون كاب قدمي 58 كلتن عامتاتون اللي حرت مريسنا خوينا ندحرون افريكا خم حنتي هاجر تخونوا المنقد زبل حسابات نيرم بخيد دما كالي حساب نقرولو بستفاله لي منقتات هبز احنا لو كنتات له مالتيو بفلا بزحلفوا توسنوا غبايتات نحرال علينا خوينا دما بفلاي مس نصا نقدي تتحيزو زوبا اب مطياش زلو منقسقاس تايز مثل ايثيوبيا بستخاله متن استفالالي سعرات زغورت المس حيل الكتريك تتحيزو خوني خلي استفالالي مهرتات ابعد وشت زمرتو زفوريو ناب مصحونا على زغونه العلو استواصو اندا بركه تركو لخناتات كم زلت فلتيو ازي كن كما هغور نزي وعل زفرما 3 هاجرات اللواين كم كفل عالم مالتي كم افريكا ازي تغورو مخان كن زلو كفتات تايم تم تجمر منقسقاسات كتاي مسلو زبلون كم حدا زل على له اجندا كون مالتيو كم تقدم بنا زغلصنا يون اتم مرحتي بفلاي امملا اقدم بلم زاتو لخناتاتو نيرو زي نايو على زخونه نايو على خا دبلوماسي نايو على خا دبلوماسيات افتبوتا اب مشامون نايو على زخونه منقسقاسات نمغبر سفرالي مرحه تقدم بلم تاخي قدم مجمع زاتو لخناتاتنا تعزينا نيرنا كبرات ملكتي ازي نايو على زخونه مخنيات كله يخلي كم تقدم بلا زغلصنا مسرت المعت تحيزون كخوني خلي كاو حلفي لكن نايو على زخونه استواصلو ايثيوبيا كم تقدم بلا زغلصنا ازي غباي مكيادا نايو على زخونه عبي زخونه استواصلني هو ايو تايكن وسن خلينا كابزينا امنت ክልቲያው ዝኾኑ ዘተታት ዝግተገበረሉ ኩነታት ኣሎ ካብኡ ሕልፍ ኢሉ እውን ኣብ ፀገም ዘሎ ሃገራት ሓገዝ ዝገበረትሉ ካብኡ ብዝሓለፈ እውን ዝተፈላለዩ ሃገራት ድማኒ ኣብ ሱዳን ኣብ ዘሎ ሊብያ ኣብ ዘለው ሓይልታት እውን ስምዕነት ዝተፈፀመሉ ኩነታት ኣሎ ማለት እዩ ስለዚ ኢትዮጵያ ብሚኒስትር ጉዳያት ወፃኢ ክኸውን ይኽእል ብቀዳማይ ሚኒስትራ ተሰኒያ ክትከውን ይኽእል ብዙሓት ርክባት ፈፂማ ኣላ ቅድሚ ትጉባኤ እኳ እንድሕር ወሲድና ማለት እዩ ድሕሪ ጉባኤ እውን ትፅቢት ዝግበረሎም ኩነታት ኣሎ ስለዚ እዚ ዋዕላ እዚ ሓድነት ኣብ ምጥንኻር ናይ ሃገር ዲፕሎማሲ ኣብ ክበብ ምባል ዘለዎ ኣስተዋፅኦ ልዑል እዩ እቶም ዋና ዝጠቐስናዮም ግን እዛቶም ኣጀንዳታት እዚኣቶም ብዋንነት ተመኺሩሎም ኣፍሪካ ኣብ እንታይ ብርኪ ትርከብ እንታይ ቀልጢፋ ክተፍፅሞም ክትሰርሖም ኣለዎም ዝብል ግን ልዑል ትፅቢት ዝግበረሉ ክኸውን ይኽእል እዩ ዝብል ግምት ትፅቢት እዩ ዘሎ ተመልከትና አቡ ይህን ይመስላል።
አመሰግናለሁ ሀፍቶም። እንግዲህ ተመልካቾቻችን 38ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ እንግዲህ ከደቂቃዎች በኋላ ይካሄዳል። ዳይሬክተራችን እያሳየን ባለው ምስል በዋና ጽሕፈት ቤቱ የአፍሪካ ህብረት መቀመጫ ማለት ነው መሪዎቹ እየተጠበቁ ነው የሚገኙት። እንግዲህ 38ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ መረጃዎችን ወደ እናንተ ማድረስ ቀጥለናል። ከዚህ ከስቱዲዮ መረጃዎችን ወደ እናንተ እያደረስን እንገኛለን። በስፍራው ደግሞ ባልደረቦቻችን መረጃ ሊያደርሱን በስፍራው ነው የሚገኙት። እንግዲህ በስፍራው ያለውን ሁኔታ በተመለከተ ደግሞ መረጃ እንዲያደርሱን ሪፖርተሮቻችን በስፍራው ይገኛሉ። ምናልባት ሰብስቤን እየተመለከትነው እንገኛለን። ሰብስቤ እየሰማን ከሆነ እንደምን አርፍደሃል? እንግዲህ 38ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤን የተመለከቱ መረጃዎች ወደ አድማጭ ተመልካቾቻችን እያደረስን እንገኛለን። እስኪ በስፍራ ያለው ሁኔታ ምን ይመስላል? አዳዲስ የሚጠበቁ ጉዳዮች ምን ይኖራሉ? አሁን ባለው ሁኔታ በአፍሪካ ህብረት ዋና መቀመጫ ጽሕፈት ቤት እየተካሄደ ያለ ሁነትን በተመለከተ መረጃዎችን ታደርሰን።
ጤና ይስጥልኝ። እንግዲህ 38ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ በዛሬው ዕለት ይጀምራል። እንግዲህ ከቀደም ብለው ባሉት ቀናት ውስጥ የስራ አስፈጻሚዎች እንደዚሁም ደግሞ የአፍሪካ ህብረት የሀገራቱ ቋሚ ወኪሎች ጉባኤያቸውን ሲያካሂዱ ቆይተዋል። በዛሬው ዕለት ደግሞ የመሪዎቹ ጉባኤ የሚጀመርበት ቀን ይሆናል። እንግዲህ በዚህ የመሪዎች ጉባኤ ላይ ለመሳተፍ የበርካታ ሀገራት ርዕሳነ ብሔሮችና ርዕሳነ መንግስታት ወደ አዲስ አበባ ሲገቡ መቆየታቸው ይታወሳል። እንደዚሁም እንግዲህ ከተወሰኑ ደቂቃዎች በኋላ እንግዲህ በይፋ 38ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ ይከፈታል ማለት ነው። እንግዲህ የዘንድሮውን የ38ኛውን የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ መሪ ቃል ስንመለከት በዋነኝነት እንግዲህ የማካካሻ ፍትህ ለአፍሪካውያን እንደዚሁም ለትውልደ አፍሪካውያን የሚል ይሆናል። እንግዲህ ይህን ስናነሳ በተለይም አፍሪካና አፍሪካውያን እንደዚሁም የአፍሪካ ዝርያ ያላቸው በመላው ዓለም የሚገኙ ጥቁር ህዝቦች በቅኝ ግዛት ዘመንም ይሁን ከዛ በኋላ ተያይዘው በመጡት በአፓርታይድና በመሳሰሉት ትልቅ ኢፍትሐዊነት ሲፈጸምባቸው እንደቆየ ይታወቃል። ከዚህ ጋርም ተያይዞ እንግዲህ እነዚህ አፍሪካውያንና ትውልደ አፍሪካውያን ወይም ደግሞ የአፍሪካ ዘር ያላቸው በመላው ዓለም የሚገኙ ህዝቦች የተሳሳተ ትርክት ወይም ደግሞ ተገቢ ያልሆነ አረዳድ እንዲኖራቸው ተደርጓል። ለዚህም በአፍሪካ ህብረት መሪነት ይህ አፍሪካውያንና ትውልደ አፍሪካውያን ፍትህን ማግኘት አለባቸው፣ እንደዚሁም የማካካሻ ካሳም ሊያገኙ ይገባል የሚል አቋም የተያዘው በ37ኛው የመሪዎች ጉባኤ ነበረ። ከዛ በመነሳት ነው እንግዲህ በ38ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ መሪ ቃል ሆኖ እንዲወጣ የተደረገው። ይህ አካሄድ እንግዲህ በአጠቃላይ ከዚህ የታሪካዊ የሚባሉ በአፍሪካውያን ላይ የደረሱ ጭቆናዎችና ስልታዊ ጥቃቶችን ለማካካስ አፍሪካውያን ያጡትን ኢፍትሐዊነት ለማስገኘት ያስችላል ያሉት። እንግዲህ ያም ብቻ ሳይሆን በአፍሪካ ዜጎች ወይም አሁን በአፍሪካ ውስጥ እየኖሩ ካሉ ህዝቦችና ትውልድ አፍሪካውያን የሆኑ ዲያስፖራዎች ወይም በተለያዩ የዓለም ክፍሎች ተበትነው የሚገኙ ዜጎች እንዲቀራረቡ፣ እርስ በራስ እንዲነጋገሩ፣ አፍሪካውያን በጋራ እንዲመክሩ የሚያስችል መደላድልንም ይፈጥራል ተብሎ ይጠበቃል። በዚህም እንግዲህ አፍሪካ ተገቢውን የሆነ ማካካሻ ካሳና ፍትህም ጭምር እንድታገኝ ያለመ ንቅናቄ ነው ማለት ነው። ከዚሁ ጋር ተያይዞ እንግዲህ በዛሬው የመክፈቻ ስነስርዓት ላይ ይህንን የመሪ ቃል የማስተዋወቅ መርሃ ግብር ይከናወናል። ያም ብቻ ሳይሆን የተለያዩ ሀገራት መሪዎች ንግግሮችን ያደርጋሉ ተብሎ ይጠበቃል። የፌዴሪ ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ዶክተር አብይ አህመድም እንደዚሁ ንግግር ከሚያደርጉት መካከል መሆናቸውን የወጣው ዝርዝር መርሃ ግብር ያሳያል። የአፍሪካ ህብረት ኮሚሽን ሊቀመንበር ሙሳ ፋኪ መሐመድ እንደዚሁም የወቅቱ የአፍሪካ ህብረት የህብረቱ ሊቀመንበር ንግግሮችን ከሚያደርጉት መካከል ተጠቃሽ ናቸው። እንደዚሁም ደግሞ ህብረቱን በ2025 የሚመሩት የአንጎላው ፕሬዝዳንትም እንደዚሁ ይፋ ከተደረጉ በኋላ ንግግርም ያደርጋሉ ተብሎ ይጠበቃል። የ2025 የአፍሪካ ህብረት መሪ ቃልም እንደዚሁ ከጸደቀ በኋላ የተለያዩ አጀንዳዎች በዝግ የሚካሄዱ ይሆናል ማለት ነው። እንግዲህ አዲስ ሚዲያ ኔትወርክም ከዚህ ከአፍሪካ ህብረት ከሚገኘው ጊዜያዊ ስቱዲዮ ይህንኑ የ38ኛውን የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ በቀጥታ በተለያዩ ቋንቋዎች ለእናንተ ማድረሱን የሚቀጥል ይሆናል። አብራችሁን እንድቆዩን እጋብዛለሁ።
ባልደረባችን ሰብስቤ ባዩ ለመረጃዎቹ እናመሰግናለን። እንግዲህ ተመልካቾቻችን የአፍሪካ ህብረት 38ኛ የመሪዎች ጉባኤን በተመለከተ መረጃዎቹን ወደ እናንተ ማድረሳችን ቀጥለናል። አሁንም በአፍሪካ ህብረት እንቆያለን። በስፍራው በተለያዩ ቋንቋዎች መረጃዎችን ወደ እናንተ ለማድረስ ሪፖርተሮቻችን በስፍራው የሚገኙት የአፋን ኦሮሞ ባልደረባችን ደግሞ መረጃዎቹን ያድርሰናል። አብራችሁን ቆዩ።
Hayyee kabajamtoota daawwattoota keenya yaa'ii idilee gamtaa Afrikaa 38ffaa sababeeffachuudhaan istiidiyoo keenyarraa kallattiidhaan isin biraan qaqqabsiisaa jirra jechuudha. Akkasumas gamtaa Afrikaa irratti gaa haalota ammaa qabatamaan jiran kan isin biraan qaqqabsiisnu ta'a. Yaa'ichi gaa turtiiwwaniin booda yookaan turtii daqiiqaa muraasaa booda yaa'ii isaa eegaluuf kan jedhu akkasumas sirni baniinsaas ni geggeeffama. Galaalchaan keenya Sanyii Taaddasaa waajjira muummee gamtaa Afrikaatti argamuudhaan odeeffannoo dabalataa kan nu biraan qaqqabsiisu ta'a. Sanyii yoo sitti dhaga'ama ta'e akkam bultee siin jecha egaa odeeffannoowwan qabatte keessumaa jalqabbii yookaan baniinsa yaa'ii gamtaa Afrikaa 38ffaatiin kan wal qabatee odeeffannoo harkaa qabdu daawwattoota keenya biraan nuuf qaqqabsiisi.
Galatoomaa harka fuunee kam jirtu kabajamtoota daawwattoota AMN Plus sagalee dhaloota akkasuma AMN afaan Oromoo afaanota garaagaraan tamsaasii amma isin bira dhaqqabaatii jiru yaa'ii gamtaa Afrikaa 38ffaa kan bara 2017 magaalaa Finfinneetti taa'amudha. Yaa'iin gamtichaa dursuudhaan koreen hojii raawwachiistuu gamtaa Afrikaadhaa guyyoota lamaan darbaniif mari'ataa turuun isaa ni yaadatama. Guyyaa har'aas as magaalaa Finfinneetti yaa'iin gamtichaa kan 38ffaan eegalamuudhaaf daqiiqota muraasatu hafanii gamtaan Afrikaa ergaa hundeeffame irraa eegalee dhimmoota faayidaa fi akkasuma immoo faayidaa waloo Afrikaa kabachiisuu danda'an ni yaadatama. Sanaan wal qabatee waggaa waggaadhaanis gamtaan kun yaa'ii isaa ni gaggeessa. Yaa'ii isaa irrattis dhimmoota ajandaa ta'anii fi keessumaa bara 2063tti gamtichi milkeessuudhaaf kaayyoo inni qabate keessaatii yeroo yeroodhaan sagantaan bocamanii bahan keessumaa biyyoota Afrikaatiif faayidaan ta'u jedhee kan yaade adda baasuudhaan waggaa waggaan irratti ni mari'ata. Bara kanas ajandaa keessumaatii dhimmoota Afrikaan haqa baroota darban keessatti dhabdee beenyaadhaan bakka buusuu jedhu giddu galeeffachuudhaan marii isaanii taasisaa jechuudha. Afrikaan waggoottan yeroo kolonii irraa eegalee waama muraasa kan ilaallu yoo ta'e yeroo kolonii eegaluudhaan dhiittaa mirga namoomaa saamichi qabeenyaa fi akkasuma immoo daldalli namaa karaa seeraan alaatiin humna namaa Afrikaa keessaa gara biyyoota biraatti baasuun bal'inaan gaggeeffamaa ture. Ajjeechaa hamaanis biyyoota kanneen irratti gaggeeffamaa turuusaa ni yaadatama. Sunis qoratamee haqni Afrikaadhaa deebi'uudha akka qabuu fi kallattiin kaa'amee turuunsaa ni yaadatama. Egaa kanas mata duree taasifachuun marii isaa guyyoota lamaan guyyaa har'aaf borii ni taasisa. Guyyaa har'aas egaa daqiiqota muraasa booda ta'een eegalamuudhaaf ni jira. Asitti sagaa ministeera muummee Dr. Abiy Ahmed dabalatee Musaa Faaqii Mahamed kan bara kana yeroo turtii isaanii xumuramanii fi akkasuma immoo chairpersonii gamtichaa kan turanis haaraadhaan yookaan immoo chairpersonii haaraadhaan kan bakka bu'an ta'a jechuudha. Kunis taateewwan guyyaa har'aa keessaatti Antooniyoo Guutereez dabalatee aangawoonni Afrikaa fi biyyoota garaagaraa waltajjii kanarratti ni argamu. Ergaawwan garaagaraa ni darbu jedhameetis kan eegamu. Addis miidiyaa neetwork Addis televezyiinii sagaa afaanota garaagaraatiin akkasuma immoo karaa raadiyootiinis tamsaasa keenya kallattiin kan isin bira dhaqqabsiisu ni ta'a. Nutis istuudiyoo keenya yeroo gamtaa Afrikaa keessatti argamuuti afaanota garaagaraan tamsaasa keenya kan isin bira dhaqqabsiisnu ni ta'a. Yaa'iin gamtichaas kan milkii akka ta'uu fi qaamoleen garaagaraa tumsa taasisaa jiraachuu isaaniiti. Kunis tumsi kun itti fufee karaa nagaan yaa'iin kun
jalqabamee galaalchaa keenya Sanyii Taaddasaa odeeffannoo bal'aa waajjira muummee gamtaa Afrikaa irraa daawwattoota keenya biraan nuuf qaqqabsiisteef guddaa galatoomii jennaa. Boodarras daawwattoota keenya odeeffannoo wal fakkaatuun sanyii akkasumas dabalataan galchine waan achi jiru haala qabatamaa isin biraan qaqqabsiisaa itti fufna jechuudha. Egaa yaa'ichi guyyoota lamaaf kan turuudha. gurraan dhalaa 8 guyyaa irraa qabee hanga 9 barkuma 2017 jechuudha. Akkasumas komishinii gamtaa Afrikaa Musaa Faakii Mohammad kan turan filannoon geggeeffame illee abbaan immoo abbaa carraatee itti fufee yaa'icha hoogganuuf jira jechuudha. Kanumaan kan wal qabatee ammas odeeffannoo dabalataa kallattiidhaan galaalchitoonni keenya afaanota garaa garaa achirraa nu biraan qaqqabsiisu isaanitti isin dabarsa.
አመሰግናለሁ ጌታውን በስፍራው የሚገኙ የአፋን ኦሮሞ ባልደረባችን ሰኝን ማብስተን እናመሰግናለን። እንግዲህ መረጃዎችን ወደ እናንተ ማድረሳችን ቀጥለናል። ከአፍሪካ ህብረት ዋና መቀመጫ በትግርኛ ቋንቋም ሪፖርተሮቻችን በስፍራው ይገኛሉ። መረጃዎችን ወደ እናንተ ያደርሱናል። ስቱዲዮ የሚገኘው ሀፍቶም ወንድማገኝ እንግዲህ በስፍራው የሚገኙ ሪፖርተርን ይጋብዝ ዘንድ እድል እሰጣለሁ። كبرات تملكتنا كبزي كاب استوديو كاب أمكتالي خم تركوت زلوا مدلوا تاي كم مثل بحفش هذا ما بقت تفنوا ما أبتو بوتا زلوا ريبورتراتنا لو تفتح أم تاي كم مثل كم تي أبقت تفنوا نريزلنا أجايشنا باستوديو أب تاويهم زركو مالتيو سلزي تزلوا حبريتا تايز مثل بفلاك عتاي خات تسبيز جبر كافتو جوية تزلوا مرها جبرتات تايهم زمثلوا نبزبل نب تملكتنا كافتو بوتا مسارحتنا أبتي بوتا لو مالتيو سلزي نعاتهم عدل كنهبينا تزل حفش تايز مثل زبل حدا موي وينتا ويسلمونا بتبوتا سلازلو حبريتا كونا انا ابنكم حلفكم
سلام دعنا هبلي كم يتسالشو كبرات تملكتنا نايلوبي مبل 30 شمونتن قبائي مرحتي حبرة افريكا من محيشي فتحي ن افريكاويانن زرئي افريكاويانن بزبل مري حسابيو نخلته معلتات ككايد مالتيو بفلاي دما أبزي وعلى زي أبزي جوبا إزي زكي دما كم كتم أديس أبابا يلون كم هاجر ون بركة زبالو مدلوات الناس جبار اللوز أنا ح جوبا يو أب زم نبرو معلتات دما بفلاي مرحتي استفلا له هاجرات نيود بحبرات منجستات والناس عفي أنطونيو غوتاريز حويسو نيستفلا له علم لخا تكالات مرحتون تاريخي بوميوم أبزي لوم زي جمر وعلى مالتيو بفلاي دما أبزي وعلى زي تكأندي تخرت زجبارلو مكحاسي فتح قبهال كلون بفلاي أفريقيان أبز حلفو زبناتون بزح جقونان دربا وزعان بزحهم كم مخانو نعون مكحاس بفلاي دما أفريقيا أبي عسرة سوسان سلستن تزحز أجنداون نعوب زكحاس من قدي نم زلو صراحتون نمعمام زتلا ما خمس خانيو الناتجلت أنحو بفلاي دما أبزي أبي أفريقيا كمون أب ناي ودب حبرات منجستات ناي سأتسا بيت مخري زلوا بوتا كمون قوامي مقامتي نختركب كافتهم زتا زجبروا لهم أجندات كم زخناون إنا تثبيت زجبر بفلاي دما تي مما حيشي مكحاسي فتحون كم بتمساسالي إلون ناي كوميشنرات مرزع خمسة إلون يو نتحبرت أنحو إلون عبزهم زحلفوا معلتاتون ناي منسترات فتأم تسرحون أفتي زصدقوا استفلالي أجنداتون نساتمون عبز زتا تغيروا لهم استفلالي وسانتاتون كم زم حلالة فيو ناتتقاس أنيحو بحفشة جن أبي عسرة سوسان سلستن أفريقيا كت تجبرو زحاسبته تلمتاتون بسفحو زتا خمس جباريو ناتجلت أنيحو مستدق أمنت دك أنستيو منعسين كالوت جوداتون بسفحو أفريقيان أبي سلام من تتنزلهم من رأسهم زلهم متحب بارون كمي خون كم زلوا بسفحو زتا خجبارلون تثبيت كاب زجبارو جوداتهم أبكت على دما بعصو زجبرو زتات خمسة اللوني ناتجلت أنيحو بفلاي دما قدماء منستر دكتور أبي أحمد حويسو استفلاليو مرحتي هجرات أفريقيا ون مدار خمسة سمعوا ناتتقص أنيحو نحن ون كابزي كاب حبرات أفريقيا زركب جيزياوي استوديونا زلوا حبريتات نباخم النبز حيز خون
تنا كرتان حتسكو مسارحتنا وينتا زلالم يا كابت بوتا حبريتها بصحتنا زلامالتي وحفشاتهم بيزغبر لهم زعباتات انتي كم زمسلو تزلها واو انتي كم زمسلون انا بتملكتنا وانا باخذنا كره تملكتنا بلا زلامالتي سلازي مسارحتي وينتا زلالم نذهب كنا حبريتها بسم سمعتي تملكتي كمسكنا كفتو سلازي قصيلو دما ناب ابوكم لسكم كره تملكتنا
አመሰግናለሁ አፍቱም በስፍራው መረጃውን ያደረሰችን ባልደረባችን ዊንታ ዘላለምን እናመሰግናለን እንግዲህ የትውልድ ድምጽ የሆነው አዲስ ሚዲያ ኔትወርክ አዲስ ቴሌቪዥን የ38ኛ አፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤን የተመለከቱ መረጃዎችን ከዚህ ከስቱዲዮ እንዲሁም ከህብረቱ ዋና መቀመጫ ጽህፈት ቤት በቀጥታ መረጃዎችን ወደ እናንተ እያደረስን ቀጥለናል። እንግዲህ ቀጣይ መረጃችን የሚሆነው በሀገር ውስጥ መረጃዎቻችን ባሻገር ለዓለም አቀፍ እንግሊዘኛ ተናጋሪ ተመልካቾቻችን መረጃዎችን ከስፍራው መረጃ የሚያደርሱን ይሆናል። አፈወርቅ ውበቱ እንግዲህ መድረኩ ላንተ ሰጠው።
Thank you, Abu. Again, welcome to our program here, ladies and gentlemen from far and near. Just today's our program that definitely deals with the 30th African Union Summit is going on right in the African Union's headquarters around Mexico. And definitely our program deals with what perspectives can we get from this summit, because different delegates, representatives and presidents from various countries of Africa have come to Ethiopia just to attend this critical summit, because it definitely gives us a very nice issue about Africans and the people of Africans. So our colleague is there just to give us the information about how the situation is going on here. So Asrat, I think you are there and you are expected to tell us what the atmosphere looks like there around the headquarters main office, because the delegates and different of his manners are taking place there. And I definitely want you just to address the basic information about that.
The 38th African Union Summit is just to kick off in minutes here in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. And the major thematic area of the summit is justice for Africans and the people of African descent through reparations, which is reparatory justice and the racial healing for Africans wherever they are. And the other major thematic area of the summit is going to be leadership elections to replace the existing leadership of African Union Commission. AMN plus English is here to cover developments of the summit.
Oh, thank you very much, Asrat. I think that will be a very important issue, because we've said that the African Union Summit is really critical, plays a pivotal role in addressing African issues and bringing togetherness in African people. So I think there in the headquarters main office, the meeting will definitely address how important issues will be definitely transformed into the other level. So I think you will be giving us another information, but perhaps later. Thank you very much for now.
አመሰግናለሁ አፈወርቅና በስፍራ የሚገኘው የእንግሊዘኛ ባልደረባችን አስራት አብስተን ነው የምናመሰግነው። እንግዲህ ተመልካቾቻችን 38ኛ አፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ ከደቂቃዎች በኋላ ወደ ስፍራው ይካሄዳል ተብሎ ይጠበቃል። ይህን መረጃ ወደ እናንተ ማድረሳችን ቀጥለናል። በአማራጭነት ከሀገር ውስጥ ቋንቋዎች ባሻገር በዓለም አቀፍ ቋንቋዎች መረጃዎችን ወደ እናንተ ሲያደርስ የቆየው የትውልድ ድምጽ የሆነው አዲስ ሚዲያ ኔትወርክ አዲስ ቴሌቪዥን እንግዲህ መረጃዎችን በተለያዩ ቋንቋዎች ወደ እናንተ ማድረሱን ይቀጥላል። በስፍራው የአረብኛ ቋንቋ ሪፖርተራችን ኢክራም አወል ተጨማሪ መረጃዎችን ልታደርሰን በስፍራው ምን እየተካሄደ እንዳለ ሊጠበቁ የሚችሉ ጉዳዮች ምን እንደሆኑ መረጃዎችን ልታደርሰን በቀጥታ ስርጭት ላይ ነው የምትገኘው። ኢክራም ምንድነው እየተካሄደ ያለው በስፍራው የሚጠበቁ ሁነቶችስ ምንድናቸው? ለአድማጭ ተመልካቾቻችን መረጃ ብታደርሽልን።
تحية طيبة أحييكم من هنا من مقر الاتحاد الأفريقي من قلب العاصمة الإثيوبية أديس أبابا. طبعا لقمة الاتحاد الأفريقي 38 هنا في العاصمة أديس أبابا توافد من العديد من الدول الأفريقية لمشاهدة هذا الحدث التاريخي. ويعقد قمة هذه السنة تحت شعار العدالة للأفارقة والأشخاص المنحدرين من أصل أفريقي من خلال التعويضات. طبعا هو لدفع تعويضات من الإبادة والجرائم العنصرية التي شهدتها القارة السمراء. وكما يتوقع أن يكون هناك يعني تعيين للرئيس الأنغولي في هذه القمة والعديد من الحدث في هذه القمة لهذه السنة. سنوافيكم بأدق التفاصيل فكونوا معنا وشكرا لكم.
አመሰግናለሁ ኢክራም። ወደ በኋላ ላይ እንግዲህ ተጨማሪ መረጃዎችን በስፍራው የሚገኙ ሪፖርተሮቻችን የሚያደርሱን ይሆናል። የትውልድ ድምጽ የሆነው አዲስ ሚዲያ ኔትወርክ አዲስ ቴሌቪዥን በአማርኛ ቋንቋ፣ በአፋን ኦሮሞ፣ በትግርኛ፣ በእንግሊዘኛ እንዲሁም በአረብኛ ቋንቋዎች በአማራጭነት መረጃዎችን ወደ እናንተ እያደረሰ ይገኛል። እንግዲህ ባልደረቦቼ ቀጥታ የመረጃ ስርጭታችን ወደ ስቱዲዮ ተመልሰናል። ቀደም ሲል ያነሳን የነበረው የዘንድሮ 38ኛ አፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ ዋነኛ የመምከሪያ አጀንዳዎችን በተመለከተ ሀሳቦችን ያነሳን ቆይተናል። እንግዲህ ባልደረቦቼ አዲስ ጌታውንና አፍቶም ተጨማሪ መረጃዎችን አድርሰውናል። አፍወርቅ እንግዲህ በዘንድሮ 38ኛው የመሪዎች ጉባኤ ላይ የሚጠበቁ አጀንዳዎች ምንድናቸው? ዘንድሮ ለየት ባለ ሁኔታ መሪዎቹ ይመክሩበታል፣ ውሳኔ ያሳልፉባቸዋል ተብለው የምንጠብቃቸው ጉዳዮች ምን ይኖራሉ? መረጃዎችን ብታደርሰን።
Thank you. Yeah, we've started so far discussing issues about the African Union Summit here in Ethiopia's capital, Addis Ababa. And of course, I think it's very important to begin with why this summit started perhaps decades ago. As everyone understands, the African Union Summit plays the pivotal role in bringing about African issues together with the African people, because Africa is the second biggest continent actually in the world. And this continent has everything, the potential, the treasure, the resource, and what definitely matters here is utilizing it perfectly without any interruption, because we said, and we definitely stick to the point that Africa has everything at hand. But so previously, the continent has been in different dimensions, especially the ups and downs in relation to unity among the people was actually the bottlenecks for the African development. So the African Union Summit, and of course it is definitely taking place here in the Ethiopia's capital, but it started just to address these issues. And today, when it started actually functioning here in Ethiopia's capital, we've already had that more than 1,000 journalists across the globe are taking part, besides the delegates, besides the representatives and leaders from various parts of the continent. This definitely gives the moment that how this issue is becoming so critical, because the African Union Summit has been taking different attention-grabbing situations. And that's why now we've got more than 1,000 journalists. This is a miracle, actually, in a way, because we definitely have had an information about the different international conferences being held in different parts of the country, in the world. And I haven't heard about the number of journalists who took place to this extent, in a way. Previously, for instance, in Brussels, there was a meeting, the international conference. In that time, even more than 1,000 journalists didn't take place. But here, we're definitely having local and international journalists who are going to just report about the issue. So this summit is going to actually address different issues, which definitely play the most devil's advocates for the people of Africans. And the first one, perhaps, maybe the security issue. The security issue in Africa is actually the first and perhaps the most important attention-grabbing situation, because Africa is actually very, very abundant in the resource. It has got everything at hand, but still what definitely takes the most important part here is the security issue. And of course, there are improvements, especially Ethiopia is playing the most important role in becoming to the table just to address the dialogues with different parts of the group and different militants as well. So Ethiopia in this regard can be taken as a model. Sorry. And that will definitely give us an omen about how the summit will address these issues. And the other will be the other common agenda issue, which in fact maybe is the economic issue that the country Ethiopia is now definitely implementing, especially in producing wheat production in Ethiopia. Ethiopia has been actually in a bottleneck situation, simply importing the wheat production from abroad. But now Ethiopia has got that chance, the potential just to grow this reach throughout the world, and the economic issue will be the other issue, besides actually the justice issue, which in fact is the motto of the African Union Summit here. And of course, we definitely focus about that later, because this is very important issue. Justice for Africans and Africans have descent is very important. But for the time being, I think this agenda addresses the common trends, especially in the future, in relation to the security and economic issues, which has been, for sure, the most prominent role in Ethiopia and African issues as well. Besides that, actually, whenever these delegates are simply taking part here in the African Union Summit, there is one thing that should be definitely recognized here, and that is the unity, the sense of unity among Africans, because whenever we are addressing our issue, our potential here, we feel that we are united, and that by itself is another recognizable issue.
አመሰግናለሁ አፈወርቅ። እንግዲህ 38ኛው የዘንድሮ የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ በብዙ መንገዶቹ ተጠባቂ ነው። ቀደም ሲል ያነሳናቸው የመምከሪያ አጀንዳዎች እንዳሉ ሆኖ በዘንድሮ ጉባኤ ላይ ለየት ባለ ሁኔታ ቀደም ሲል በስፍራ የሚገኙት ባልደረቦቻችን ባደረሱን መረጃ መሰረት እንግዲህ ህብረቱን ለተከታታይ ዓመታት በኮሚሽን ሊቀመንበርነት ሲያገለግሉ የነበሩት ሙሳ ፋቂ መሐመድ እንግዲህ የመጨረሻ ስብሰባቸውን ይታደማሉ ማለት ነው። ከዚህ በኋላ በሌላ ህብረቱ በአዲስ ኮሚሽን የሚመራ ነው የሚሆነው። ለዚህም እንግዲህ እንዲያግዝ ወደ 3 የሚደርሱ እጩዎችን የአፍሪካ ህብረት አቅርበዋል። በዛሬው ዕለት በሚካሄደው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ ላይ ውሳኔ ይተላለፋል ተብሎ ይጠበቃል። የኬንያ የረጅም ዘመን የፖለቲካ ተቀናቃኙ ራይላ ኦዲንጋ ምናልባትም ሰፋ ያለ እድል ግምት አግኝተዋል። የጅቡቲ ውጭ ጉዳይ ሚኒስትር እንዲሁም የሞሪታኒያ የቀድሞ ውጭ ጉዳይ ሚኒስትርም ህብረቱን በኮሚሽን ሊቀመንበርነት ለመምራት በእጩነት የቀረቡ እጩዎች ናቸው። እነዚህ ጉዳዮችን ጨምሮ በርከት ያሉ ጉዳዮች ባልደረባይ አፈወርቅ ባነሳው መንገድ በተለይ አፍሪካን አሁንም ድረስ እንደ ልጓም እየፈተነ የሚገኘው የሰላምና ጸጥታ ጉዳይ ዋነኛ መምከሪያ አጀንዳ ነው። ህብረቱ ከዚህ ቀደም ከ4 እና 5 ዓመታት በፊት በ2020 በፈረንጆቹ ማለት ነው ሳይለንሲንግ ደገን ወይም የጦር መሳሪያን የማይሰማባት አህጉርን የመፍጠር ትልም ነበረው። ምንም እንኳን ባይሳካም ከዛ በኋላ በጣም በበርካታ ሀገራት የሰላም እጦትና ትርምሶች ያየንበት አጋጣሚ አለ። እነዚህን መሰል በጣም በርካታ ጉዳዮችን ያነሳል ተብሎ ይጠበቃል። አሁን ባለው ሁኔታ በአፍሪካ አህጉር በርከት ያሉ ሀገራት ብለን መጥቀስ እንኳን ባንችል የተወሰኑ ሀገራት አሁንም ሰላም የሚፈልጉ፣ አንድነትን የሚፈልጉ፣ መተባበርን የሚፈልጉ፣ የአፍሪካውያንን አጋርነት የሚፈልጉ የሰላምና ጸጥታ ጉዳዮች አሉ። ጎረቤት ሀገር ሱዳንን ማንሳት እንችላለን፣ ሊቢያንን ማንሳት እንችላለን። ከቀድሞ ፕሬዚደንቷ ሙአመር ጋዳፊ ከስልጣን መነሳት በኋላ አሁንም ድረስ ሰላም ያላት አገር አይደለችም ሊቢያ። እነዚህን ሀገራት በተመለከተ እንግዲህ የህብረቱ መሪዎች ከሚያሳልፉት ውሳኔ ቀድሞ ትላንት ማለት ነው በዝግ እንግዲህ እነዚሁን ሀገራት ወደ ሰላም መመለስ በሚቻልበት ሂደት ዙሪያ ምክክር ሲደረግ ቆይቷል። የፌዴራል ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ዶክተር አብይ አህመድም በትላንትናው ዕለት በተለይ ሱዳን ወደ ቀድሞ ሰላሟ ለመመለስ በነበረ ጥረት ውስጥ ኢትዮጵያ በተለይ እንደ ጎረቤት ብቻ ሳይሆን እንደ ወዳጅ ሀገርም ሰፊ ጥረት እያደረገች ትገኛለች። በቀጣይነትም ኢትዮጵያን ጨምሮ የምስራቅ አፍሪካ ቀጠናና እንደ አህጉርም አፍሪካ ሀገራት ወደ ሰላም እንዲመለሱ የማድረግ ጥረቱ ተጠናክሮ እንደሚቀጥልም ጭምር ያረጋገጡበትን ሁነት ማስታወስ እንችላለን። ሊቢያን በተመለከተ በትላንትናው ዕለት ህብረቱ ባዘጋጀው ሌላኛው ስብሰባ በሊቢያ ተፋላሚ ወገኖች እንግዲህ የጦር መሳሪያቸውን አስቀምጠው ወደ ሰላማዊ ድርድር ለመመለስ የሚያስችላቸውን ስምምነትም ጭምር ስለመድረሳቸው ተነስቷል። እነዚህ ጉዳዮች እንግዲህ ህብረቱ ሊፈታቸው የተቀመጡ የሰላምና ደህንነት ጉዳዮች አስቀድሞ እየቋጫቸው የሚሄዱ በዛሬው ዕለት የመሪዎች ስብሰባ ተጨማሪ ጉዳዮች ተነስተው ይመከርባቸዋል ተብሎ ይጠቀሳል። እንግዲህ ባልደረቦቼ እንደምታውቁት አሁን ባለው ሁኔታ በተለይ ምዕራብ አፍሪካ በመፈንቅለ መንግስትም በሌሎች ይህ ህገ መንግስታዊ በሆኑ የመንግስት ግልበጣዎችም ጭምር እየታመሰ የሚገኝ ቀጠና ነው። አሁን ባለው ሁኔታ ህብረቱ ወደ 6 የሚደርሱ ሀገራትን ከተለያዩ ስብሰባዎች አግዷል። ከነዚህ መካከል ወደ 4 እና 5 የሚደርሱት በመሰል በመፈንቅለ መንግስት በወታደራዊ እስር የሚገኙ ናቸው። ቡርኪና ፋሶ፣ ኒጀር፣ ማሊን ማንሳት እንችላለንና አሁንም የሀገሩ ትልቁ የቤት ስራ የሰላምና ደህንነት ጉዳይ ነው። አፍሪካውያን አሁንም ይበልጥ ሻገር ብለው ስለ ኢኮኖሚና ማህበራዊ ልማት ለማውራት ሰላም ያስፈልጋቸዋል። መረጋጋትን አብዝተው ይሻሉ። ይህንን ማረጋገጥ ይቻል ዘንድ አፍሪካውያን በተናጠል እንደ ሀገር እንዲሁም በጋራ በቀጠናዊ አደረጃጀቶቻቸው ልክ እንደ ኢጋድ፣ ኔፓድ፣ ኢኮዋስ የመሳሰሉ ቀጠናዊ አደረጃጀቶቻቸው እነዚህን ፈተናዎች የመፍታት የቤት ስራ ይጠበቅባቸዋል። እንግዲህ እስኪ አፍሪካ ባለፉት 10 ዓመታት አስገኘች ብለን የምንጠቅሳቸው ስኬቶች ይኖራሉ። በተለይ ከምግብ ዋስትና ማረጋገጥ፣ ከግብርና፣ ከአካባቢ ከአየር ንብረት ለውጥ ጋር በተያያዘ እንዲሁም ደግሞ በዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃ አፍሪካ የሚገባትን ስፍራ ከማግኘት አንጻር የተከናወኑ እንቅስቃሴዎች አሉ፣ የተገኙ ስኬቶች አሉ፣ ቀጣይም የቤት ስራዎች አሉ። እነሱ ላይ 1-2 ሀሳቦችን እናንሳ። ከምግብ ዋስትና ጋር በተያያዘ እንግዲህ ያደሳ ኢትዮጵያ ሀገራችን እንደሚታወቀው በተለይ ከዚህ ቀደም የምትታወቅበት በግብርናው ዘርፍ በስንዴ ከውጪ የምታስገባ ሀገር ነበረች። አሁን ባለው ሁኔታ ስንዴ ከራሱ አልፋ ወደ ዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃ ኤክስፖርት ማድረግ የምትችል ራሷን መመገብና ሌሎች አፍሪካን ሀገራትም ምሳሌ መሆን የምትችል ሀገር ሆናለችና ከዚሁ ጋር በተያያዘ ኢትዮጵያን ጠቅሰን በአፍሪካ ደረጃ ቀጣይ ቤት ስራዎቻችን ምን ሊሆኑ ይችላሉ? እንደ ህብረቱ ምን ጉዳይ ላይ ማተኮር አለብን? በሰላምና ጸጥታ አፍሪካውያን በሚፈልጉት የምግብ ዋስትናና ሌሎች ኢኮኖሚያዊ ትብብር ዘርፎች ዙሪያ ህብረቱ ምን ይጠበቅበታል? እንደ ሀገራትስ የሚጠበቅ የቤት ስራ ምንድነው የሚለው እናነሳለን። ያደሳ አንተን ላስቀድም።
አመሰግናለሁ አቦ። ኤጋ ከበጀምቶታ ዳወቶታ ኬኛ ኤጋ አኩማ ከአ ጅሩት ጀቹዳ ኬሱማ አጀንዳን ዮካን ኢሚ ኢጆ ያይን ገምታ አፍሪካ በበረከና ዮካን ያይን ገምታ ሶዶሚ ሰዴት ተፋንኮን ማል ረት ጥየፈታ ከንጀዶ ሙራሰ ሳኒ ሞ ሀካስኑ ኬሱማ ኢሚ ነገኛ ኢሹ ጉዳድ ዮካን ኢማ jabaate irratti kan mari'atamuudha jechuudha. Nageenya yoo hin jiru ta'ee Afrikaan qabeenya uumamaa rabbi yookaan waaqni ishee badhaase kana itti fayyadamuuf illee yeroo ammaa kana rakkoo hamaa keessa kan isheen jirtu qabeenya uumamaa guddaa qabdi qabeenya uumamaa kanatti fayyadamuudhaaf garuu rakkoon nageenya Afrikaa keessattuu dhaateeti kan jiru. Egaa yaa'ichi kanaan dura bara faranjoota 20tti ardii sagaleen yookaan dhukaasa rasaasaa keessatti dhaga'amne uumuudhaaf tattaaffii jabaatu hojjetamaa ture. Isa kanaanis bakkeewwan hedduu yookaan biyyoota garaagaraa keessatti milkaa'inoonni galmaan ni jiru. Haa ta'uyyuu malee yeroo ammaa kana biyyoota Afrikaa garaagaraa iddoo tokko tokkotti walitti bu'iinsi ni jira. Fakkeenyaaf Sudaan kaasuu ni dandeenya. Sudaan keessatti gareen hidhatee sochoofee akkasumas mootummaan biyyattii walitti bu'uudhaan miidhaan hamaan qaqqabeetu kan jiru. Lammiileen miliyoona 23 ol ta'anii yeroo ammaa kana harka dhaabbilee idil addunyaa eeggataati kan jiran harka dhaabbata mootummoota gamtoomanii dabalatee jechuudha. Egaa nageenya Sudaan keessatti akka bu'uu fi Itoophiyaan dhugaa dubbachuuf tattaaffii isheen taasisaa jirtu baay'ee olaanaadha. Muummichi ministeera Itoophiyaa Dr. Abiy Ahmed erga Sudaan wal waraansa keessa galanii muummee ministeeraa yookaan hoogganaa biyyaa yeroo jalqabaa fi gara Sudaan imalanii dhimma nagaa irratti Sudaaniin mariisisanidha jechuudha. Isa kanaaf Itoophiyaan ga'ee isheen nageenya ardichaaf qabdu baay'ee olaanaa ta'uu isaa mul'isa. Kanan duras Sudaanii fi Sudaan kibba yeroo isaan wal dhabaa turan Itoophiyaan nagaa buusuu keessatti shoorri isheen ba'attee kan addunyaan ragaa ba'eefidha. Egaa dhimmi nageenyaa ajandaa olaanaa ta'e irratti mari'atama. Yoo Koongoo kan kaasnu ta'e Koongoon qabeenya uumamaa keessumaa albuudota jajjaboo ta'an akka addunyaa keenyatti diyaamandii dabalatee jechuudha albuudota jajjaboo qabdi. Haa ta'uyyuu malee nageenyaaf tasgabbiin Koongoo keessa waan hin jirreef yeroo ammaa kana biyyattiin gaagaamaa siyaasaaf diinagdee hamaa keessa kan isheen jirtu. Gareen hidhatee socho'u M23 kan jedhu yookaan M23 kan jedhamu Koongoo keessa socho'uudhaan yeroonni haleellaa garaagaraa raawwatu nageenyaaf tasgabbii biyyattii jeequu ni mul'ata. Isa kana irrattis mariin jabaan ni geggeeffama. Akkasumas biyyoota akka Burkina Faso Maalifaa keessatti aangoo mootummaa humnaan fudhachuun kun ni calaqqisa waan ta'eef wantoota kana sirreessanii tooratti galchuun barbaachisa waan ta'eef yaa'ichi dhimmoota kana irratti ni mari'ata. Egaa gara dhimma keenya birootti gaafa ceenu dhimma wabii nyaataatiin wal danda'uudha. Afrikaan kaleessa dheengaddaa biyya kadhaadhaan beekamtu turte. Keessumaa biyyoonni uffee saaraa gadi jiranii biyyoota qamadiin alaa galuudhaan deeggarsaan jiraataa turanidha. Seenaa taasisuudhaaf dhimma kana irratti biyyoonni Afrikaa hedduun hojjetaa jiru. Garuu Itoophiyaan dursitee waan irratti milkoofte fakkaatti. Kaleessa dheengaddaa qamadiin kadhaadhaan gara Itoophiyaa galaa ture. Har'a Itoophiyaan wabii nyaataatiin of danda'u irra dabartee qamadii oomishtee biyyoota alaatti erguudhaan illee seenaa ajaa'ibaa galmeessiteeti kan jirtu. Muummichi ministeera Itoophiyaa Dr. Abiy Ahmed illee badhaasaa agirikoolaa badhaafamaniiti kan isaan jiranii. Inni kunis dhimma wabii nyaataatiin of danda'uudhaan wal qabata. Wabii nyaataatiin of hin danda'an taanaan waa'ee nageenyaa haasa'uun waa'ee birmadummaa haasa'uun ulfaataadha. Biyyoonni biraan akka fedhanitti harka keessa galchatu. Qamadii ergan sanaan wal qabatee immoo dudduuba qamadii erganii immoo harki isaanii dheeraadha waan ta'eef kanuma wal qabatee dursa bilisummaa yookaan birmadummaa ishee labsachuuf ardiin Afrikaa nyaataan of danda'uu qabdi jedhamee ajandaa ta'ee irratti hojjetamaati kan jiru. Egaa akkuma dura kaasne irra deddeebinee ardittiin qabeenya uumamaan baay'ee badhaatuudha. Qabeenya uumamaa kana immoo itti fayyadamuu irratti ammallee hanqinni guddaan akka jiruudha. Bishaanni gurguddaan galaan laggeen yaa'oon baay'een ni jiru. Ooyiruun qonnaadhaaf ta'u bal'aatu jira. Haa ta'uyyuu malee sababa nageenyiif tasgabbiin dhibeef tarsiimoodhaan hoogganuu waan dadhabamee fi isa kana gara bu'aa diinagdeetti fiduun ulfaataa ture baroota dheeraa dura. Amma garuu biyyoonni dhimma kanarratti jabeessanii hojjetaa jiru. Itoophiyaan isa kanaaf akka fakkeenyaatti kan isheen ilaalamtu.
የአዲስ አበባ ነው ማመሰግነው። እስኪ ሀፍቶም እንግዲህ እንደ አህጉር ሀገራት በተናጠልም ሊሆን ይችላል እንደ ሰብሰብ ብለው እንደ አፍሪካ ህብረት ሊሆን ይችላል ባለፉት 10 ዓመታት በተለይ 2063 መተግበር ከጀመረበት ዓመት ጀምሮ እንዲሁ ተገኘ ብለን የምናነሳቸው ውጤቶች ምንድናቸው? ቀጣይስ በተለይ በማህበራዊና ኢኮኖሚያዊ ዘርፎች በሁለንተናዊ መስኩ ለነዋሪዎቿ የምትመች አህጉርን ለመፍጠር ከተቀመጠው እቅድ አኳያ ቀጣይ ቤት ስራዎቻችን ምን ሊሆኑ ይችላሉ የሚለው ጉዳይ ላይ ብታተኩርልን።
አመሰግናለሁ አቡ። كبرات تملكتنا مكحس فتحي أفريقياً زرع أفريقياً بزبل تيما ذكر مبل 38 قبائل حبرت أفريقيا مهنيات مقارنة بزيا بستيلو تسيما زلنا مالتيو مزي تتحيزون استفراليو زعباتات ندلعلنا نبهاتكمنا كبرات تملكتنا ندابسحنا إنا نركب بفلاي أب زحلفو عسرت خلت عمتات كاب عسكلتش 13 عمت فرن جميرا نابزي بزلو مالتيو بستتحزت المتات أفريقيا أب من تاي بركي يركب أب من تاي تجمير تاي كيترفو أب زبل زعبا كرقلنا መሰረታዊ ዝበሃሉ ነገራት ክነልዕል ንኽእል ኢና ብፍላይ ምስ ሰላምን ፀጥታን ተታሒዙ ክኸውን ይኽእል እዩ ምስ ሓለዋ ከባቢ ክኸውን ይኽእል እዩ ተፈጥሮ ሃፍትኻ ውሕስና ምግብኻ ምሕላው ክእ ዘለዉ ኩነታት እንታይ ከም ዝመስሉ ዝብሉ ዛዕባታት ኣልዒልና ክርአ ንኽእል ኢና ብፍላይ ኣብ ዝሓለፈ ዓመታት ዝተፈላለዩ ቴማታት እናተዋሃቡ እቲ ሕብረት ኣፍሪካ ዝካየድ እሞ ካብቶም ዝተዋሃቡ ድምፂ ዘይስምዓ ኣፍሪካ ዝብል ቴማ ሓደ እዩ ነይሩ እዚ ግን ክሳኻዕ ኣይከኣልን ኣብ ዝተወሰነ ሃገራት ማለት እዩ እዚ ከዓ ምክንያቱ እንታይ ክኸውን ይኽእል እዩ ውሽጣዊ ፀገማት ክህሉ ይኽእሉ እዮም እቶም ውሽጣዊ ፀገማት ባዕልኻ ይህን ምሂን ኢልካ ኣብ ምፍታሕ ዘለዉ ፀገማት ሓደ እዩ ካልእ ከዓ ካብ ወፃኢ ዝመፁ ዝተፈላለዩ እታወታት ነቲ ነገራት ነጋደድዎ ውስብስብ ወይ ከዓ ሕልኽልኽ እንዳኾነ ዝኸደሉ ኩነታት ዝፍጠረሉ ኣሎ ስለዚ እዚ ከመይ ገይሩ እዩ ክእለ ዘለዎ ከመይ ገይሩ እዩ ሰላም ክፍጠር ዘለዎ ከመይ ገይራ ኣፍሪካ ዘለዎ ሃፍቲ ተፈጥሮ ብብዙሕ ነገራት ሃፍታም ኣህጉር እያ ካብ ቀደም ጀሚሩ ካብ ብዓዳዊ ምግዛእት እንድሕር ወሲድና ኮይና ግን ብዓርሳ ኽኢላ ከይትለምዕ ብዓርሳ ብቴክኖሎጂ ከይትምዕብል ዝተፈላለዩ መሕለኻታት ዝተፈላለዩ ፀገማት እንዳተፈጠሩ ባዕላ ንባዕላ ወይ ድማ ሕድሕዳዊ ፀገማት እናተፈጠሩ ንኸይትምዕብል ዝግበሩ መንገድታት ቀደም ባዕሎም ባዕዳዊ ምግዛእት ናፍታ ኣህጉር ኣትዮም ዝገበርዎ ምንቅስቓስ ነይሩ ስቕዓ ብቓልሲ ምስ ተወገደ ድሓር ካብ ዝመፁ ኻን ብውሽጣ ብዝተፈላለዩ ብዲፕሎማሲ ክኸውን ይኽእል ብዝተፈላለዩ ጉዳያት ፀገም ዝፈጥሩሉ ኩነታት ኣሎ ነዚ ንምብዳህ ወይ ከዓ ነዚ ጠጠው ንምባል እንታይ ክግበር ዘለዎ እዩ ዋና ርእሱ ክኸውን ዝግባእ ናይ መብራህቲ ኣፍሪካ ማለት እዩ ነዚ እውን ዝተፈላለዩ ፃዕርታት ፈተነታት ትልሚ ተታሒዙ ናይ 50 ዓመታት ማለት እዩ ዝተፈላለዩ ፃዕርታት እናተገበረለ ዝመፀሉ ኩነታት ነይሩ እዩ መዚ ተታሒዙ ኣብ ዝሓለፉ ውስን ዓመታት እኳን ከም ኢትዮጵያ እንድሕር ኢና ኮይና ውሕስና ምግቢ ንምሕላው ሓደ ልዕላውነትካ ካብ ተረጋግፀሉ ውሕስና ምግቢ ዓርስኻ ምኽኣል እዩ እሞ ነዚ ዝተፈላለዩ ፃዕርታት ይግበርን ብምህርቲ ስርናይ እንድሕር ወሲድና ኮይና ኢትዮጵያ ካብ ዓርሳ ሓሊፉ ናብ ካልኣት እውን ምስዳድ ዝጀመረትሉ ኩነታት እዩ ዘሎ እዚ ድማ ተጠናኺሩ እንድሕር ቀፂሉ ብቀዋምነት ምሕጋዝ ምሻጥ ዓርሳ ምምዕባል ትኽእለሉ መንገዲ ክፍጠር እዩ እዚ ከዓ ብሌማት ትሩፋት ክንብል ንኽእል ኢና ናይ ከተማ ሓርሻ ክንወስድ ንኽእል ኢና እቲ ዘለና መሬት ብጉቡእ ኣብ ምጥቃም ማለት ብሰብ ሓይል እውን እንድሕር ወሲድና ኣፍሪካ ብጣዕሚ ምዕብልቲ እያ ፍሩይ እኹል ዝኾነ መንእሰይ ሓይል ኣሎ ነዚ ከዓ ከፍሪ ዝኽእል ኣብ ዝተፈላለዩ ስራሕቲ ተዋፊርካዮ ልምዓት ከምፀልካ ዝኽእል ኣሎ ስለዚ እዚ መንእሰይ እዚ ናብ ካሊእ ችግር ከይኣተወስ ኣብ ሰላሙን ኣብ ዕብየቱን ንኽዋፈር እንታይ ክግበር ዘለዎ ዝብል እውን እቶም መራሕቲ ብሰፊሑ ክመኽርሉ ብሰፊሕ ምይጥ ገብርሉ ኣብዚ ከዓ ንሩይ ዝኾነ ምንቅስቓስ ዝጭበጥ ለውጢ ንምምፃእ እንታይ ክግበር ኣለዎ ዝብል እውን ከም ሓደ ዓብይ ዛዕባ ዝለዓለሉ ኩነታት እዩ ዘሎ ማለት እዩ ኣብዚ ድማ ሃፍቲ ተፈጥሮካ ኣብ ምጥቃም ብፍላይ ዘለዎ ሃፍቲ ተፈጥሮ ምስ ሓይሊ ኤሌክትሪክ እንድሕር ወሲድና ኮይና ኢትዮጵያ ናብ ካልኦት ሃገራት ምውሳድ ጀሚራ እዚ ምስ ነፃ ነግዲ ክትነተሓዞ ንኽእል ኢና ከም ፅቡቕ መላዓል ኾኑ ዝተፈላለዩ ሃገራት ምስ ተወሰነ ሃገራት ኢትዮጵያ ብነፃ ብዘይ ቪዛ ዝኸደሉ ምክንያታት ዝተፈጠረሉ ዝተጀመረሉ እዚ ክሰፍሕ ክኽእል ኣለዎ እቲ ምዕባል ዝተጠናኸረ ምዕቡል ወይ ከዓ ዝተቐላጠፈ እንድሕር ኮይኑ ክኸውን እንድሕር ኮይኑ እቲ ምትሕባራት እዚ ጋህዲ ክኸውን ክኽእል ኣለዎ እቲ ዋና ግን ምስ ሰላምን ፀጥታን ተታሒዙ ዝረአዩ ዘሎ ብፍላይ ከዓ ምብራቕ ኣፍሪካ ቀርኒ ኣፍሪካ ንብሎ ማለት እዩ ዘለዉ ፀገማት ብኣጋ ተፈቲሖም ለውጢ ንክመፁ ኢትዮጵያ ዝተፈላለዩ ዝረአዩ ዘለዉ ኩነታት ንኽእል ኢና ከም ሃገር ንረአዩ ዘለዉ ዓበይቲ ነገራት ክርአ ንኽእል ኢና ንኣብነት ኣብ ክልል ኦሮምያ ምስ ስምምዕነት ፕሪቶርያ እውን ኣልዒልና ክንዘተ ንኽእል ኢና ኣብዚ ስለዚ ኢትዮጵያ ከም መርአያ بعلنا سلام كن فترة خلينا نايكالوت هجرات نايكالوت حيالات نبهال علامات إذا أتونت بزيولو سلام مفتر أرسب عرسخة حد كا تسمع معها من بارزك على لوزيكا حد كان هر تسمع معها نحر سمعنا تفتيركا نمع بعد أن تجبروا قعزنا وعرض هنا عابي أستوى سلومو أبزي كم حدا أجندة كخوني خليه يزبل هذلو سفت حرس مريتنا بطق من درنا على خينا كمان تزلوا هفت فترة كنت حرينا ينامنت استفلا لي معدنات له ثم معدنات نساتهم زم كالت هجرات استفلا لي مرتا تفريمنا وانا مسدوهم زلهم زي بعدنا نفريل بالتكنولوجيا نمعولو الحبرات سب أب مفتارونا وعرض هنا قدا كله يتسبي زجبر كبرات ملكنا زي أتمون كم وانا زعبات كوينا متلعلهم استفلا لي فتح استفلا لي مفتح حسابات قمة لهم توالي تزجبر نزيز نسلابو
أما سجنا له أفتم إنجري قدم سيل إن تنسى وهجراتنا أفريقيا እንግዲህ ብዙ ኖሯት ትንሹን ሰርታ መድረስ ያለባት ደረጃ ላይ ያልደረሰች አህጉር እንደመሆኗ መጠን ቀጣይ በስራዎቹ በጣም በርካታ ናቸው። ቀደም ሲል ባልደረባችን ሀፍቶም እንዳነሳው በተለይ በፐርሰንት በቁጥር ደረጃ እንኳን ካነሳን እስከ 65% ድረስ የአፍሪካ ምድር ታርሶ አብቅሎ ማብላት የሚችል መመገብ የሚችል መሬት ነው። ባለም አቀፍ ደረጃም እንዲሁ ኢኮኖሚ መደጎም ይችላሉ ተብሎ ከሚጠቀሱ ማዕድኖች ውስጥ ወይ ሚነራሎች ውስጥ እስከ 30% ያለው አፍሪካ አህጉር ውስጥ እንደሆነ ይነሳልና በዚህ ረገድ አህጉሪቱ አሁን ያለችበት ደረጃ ይታወቃል። ምንድነው ቀጣይ በስራችን ሊሆን የሚገባው? በተለይ ቀደም ሲል እንደተነሳው እርስ በርስ ያለን የንግድ ልውውጥ እርስ በርስ ያለን ወዳጅነትና አጋርነት በማጠናከር የታሰበችው የታቀደችው አፍሪካን በማድረግ ሂደት ውስጥ ቀጣይ በስራዎቻችን ምንድናቸው? አፈወርቅ
Okay, thank you very much. Again, I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, we are definitely discussing the whole issue here today because today is the African Union Summit here in Ethiopia. And actually, we begin with how the African Union Summit definitely played the most important role in bringing changes and progresses in Ethiopia, in Africa, and actually across the globe as well. But before that, I think it's very important to definitely begin with the best achievements that Africa has been through in the last decade since the establishment of the African Union, right? So actually, the African Union's establishment means everything for the people of Africa, you know, because this summit definitely addresses all African issues, all African problems, and African perspectives together, right? Well, the important thing here is the African problems and African solutions should go hand in hand here. That means African solutions should be the African problems. We don't have time, we don't have the legality here just to look for another external help here, because external helpers are always with external pressures, right? So the African Union Summit here plays the devil's advocate in simply giving the chance to the African people, because we often say that Africa has a potential everything. Here, that means we definitely solve our problems because we do have the potential, the capacity, the capability here. We do have the professionals. We've got educated human power across the globe as well. So we don't have to look for another help, another pressure here. And of course, it doesn't mean we are 100% here independent. Of course, you'd have some exchanges in relation to economic issues as well. But the African Union Summit played the most important role in bringing African issues to the African problems and African problems to the African solutions, right? So this is the first achievement, I feel, because we've been definitely mentioning the fact that the tensions between the northern Ethiopia and Ethiopian government has been solved with the Pretoria Agreement, right? The Pretoria Agreement here showcases how Africans can have the potential just to solve their problems, right? In this regard, Ethiopia should be mentioned because it is by the interest of Ethiopia and the militants from northern Ethiopia that the peace agreement in Ethiopia has been actualized, right? And that by itself can be again added by the fact that the tensions between Eastern Africa, especially in Ethiopia and Somalia, has been solved with the meddling of Ankara, right? The Turkey. That by itself shows how the African problems can be addressed if the Africans are really interested here. The other improvement, the other best objective I can mention here is the African resources, right? The use of African resources as compared to it was perhaps centuries ago is now improving, right? Because we mentioned that Ethiopia, for instance, in this case can be mentioned that it's now using its potential in wheat production, in the bounty of basket, in corridor development, in mega projects elsewhere in the country. That by itself shows how the country and the continent altogether are improving themselves. The indigenous resources, the indigenous capacity should be given the focus, right? That is the other improvement that we have been witnessing after the establishment of the African Union, because before the establishment of this African Union, we all know that Africans hadn't had any chance of negotiating, any chance of talking about their plans as well. But after the establishment of that summit, for sure, the African unity is spectacularly, we definitely have been improving ourselves. And the use of natural resources can be mentioned elsewhere as an achievement of the African Union Summit. And the other one, which we definitely mention here, is another very important question of representation in the UN Security Council. This issue hadn't been even tried. But now it's another issue wherever the African leaders are meeting together. They definitely mention that Africa should be represented in the UN Security Council because Africa is the second biggest continent in the world. And it should be actually a matter of time, of course, because we feel that Africans have the capacity. We have already said that. And the representation in the UN Security Council means Africa will use its potential perfectly, hand in hand, its dynamics, its path, because we said that, for instance, Ethiopia has been deploying troops to different neighboring countries, especially in East Africa, in southern Sudan and Sudan as well, and Congo as well. So the deployment of these troops can now be an example for how Africa is ready for peace and security, right? This case, we mentioned that the African Union Summit is really improving itself, and that is the achievement. And next step will be, I think, implementing and perfectly utilizing all these treasures, I can say, because we'd have the human power, we should utilize that. We'd have the legalities, we'd have the interest just to go through all the important aspects in Africa, and that should be realized again. The other thing I can say is the most important point, Africa should again work hard on the security issues, because still there are, coup d'etat, regime shifts over power. There are wars elsewhere in the country. Even we can mention now what's going on in Africa, the Western Africa as well. So the next step that Africa should definitely deal with would be the security issue.
አመሰግናለሁ አፈወርቅ። እንግዲህ አህጉራችን አፍሪካም ቀደም ሲል ባነሳናቸው መንገዶች በብዙ መልኩ በኢኮኖሚውም በማህበራዊ እንዲሁም በፖለቲካ ረገድ በራሷ አቅም በመጠቀም የተሻለች አህጉር መሆን የምትችልባቸው እድሎች እጅግ በጣም በርካታ ስለመሆናቸው ተነስቷል። እነዚህን እድሎች ለመጠቀም ግን ያሉባት ችግሮች ፈታኝ እንደመሆናቸው መጠን እነዚህን ችግሮች እንዴት እንሻገራቸው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎቹ እንዲሁም የየሀገራቱ በተናጠለም የእያንዳንዱ ሀገር ህዝብ የቤት ስራ ስለመሆኑ ይነሳል። በዚህ ረገድ የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ የሚያስቀምጣቸው አቅጣጫዎችና ውሳኔዎች ተጠባቂ ናቸው። የዘንድሮ 38ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ በአጀንዳ ደረጃ በመሪ ቃል ያነሳው ትልቅ ሀሳብ አለ። አፍሪካ የማካካሻ ፍትህ ያስፈልጋታል። በተለያየ መንገድ አህጉሪቱ ለደረሰባት በደል ካሳ ያስፈልጋታል። በተለያዩ አካባቢዎች በጭቆና በባርነት ወደ ተለያዩ ዓለም ክፍሎች የተበተኑ አፍሪካውያን ወደ አህጉራቸው ወደ እናት ሀገራቸው መመለስ ይኖርባቸዋል የሚል ትልቅ ቃልን አንግቧል። የዘንድሮ መሪ ቃል አፍሪካውያን የማካካሻ ፍትህ ያስፈልጋቸዋል የሚል የማካካሻ ፍትህ ምንድነው? በባህሪው አፍሪካ እንዴት ነው የምትካሰው? የደረሰባት በደል ምንድነው? የሚሉ ጉዳዮችን እንመለከታለን ለተወሰኑ ደቂቃዎች ያክል። እንግዲህ ባልደረቦቼ እንደምታውቁት አፍሪካ አህጉር ከዚህ ከ15ኛው መቶ ክፍለ ዘመን ጀምሮ እስከ 19ኛው መቶ ክፍለ ዘመን አጋማሽ ድረስ በከፍተኛ መጠን በዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃ እንዲሁም በህግ ደረጃ እንኳን ተጠያቂነት ሊያስከትል በሚችል ባርነት ቅኝ ግዛት እጅግ በጣም ስትቸገር ስትፈተን የቆየችበት ጊዜ እንደሆነ ይታወቃል። ይሄው ጊዜ በሌላው ዓለም ከአፍሪካ በተለይ ዓለም በተለይ አውሮፓ በኢንዱስትሪ እጅግ በጣም ከፍ ብሎ የታየበት ሌሎች ዓለም አካባቢዎች ደግሞ ራሳቸውን ለማሻሻልና ለማላቅ ሰፊ ጥረት ያደረጉበት በአንጻሩ አፍሪካ አህጉር ደግሞ በባርነት ዜጎቹ ሲጋዙ የነበረበት ከዛም በኋላ ባለው 1900ዎቹ እስከ ሁለተኛው ዓለም ጦርነት ማብቂያ ድረስም በቅኝ ግዞት ደግሞ የተለያዩ ህዝቦች ወደ ተለያዩ አካባቢዎች ሲጋዙ የነበረበት ጊዜ እንደሆነ እናስታውሳለን። አፍሪካ ያለች የምትገኘው ይሄው ከ15ኛው መቶ ክፍለ ዘመን እስከ 19ኛው መቶ ክፍለ ዘመን ድረስ በነበረው የትራንስ አትላንቲክ ተብሎ የሚጠቀሰው የባርነት ጊዜ እንዲሁም የቅኝ ግዛት ዘመን አፍሪካውን ለደረሰችበት ደረጃ ዳርጓታል። ይበልጥ ማደግ ከነበረባት ደረጃ ወደ ኋላ መልሷታል የሚል መከራከሪያ ያላት አፍሪካ እንዴት ትካሳለች የሚሉ ጉዳዮች መከራከሪያ ሀሳቦች ናቸው። ያደሳ እንግዲህ አፍሪካ አህጉርን ስናይ በተለይ በኢኮኖሚና በማህበራዊ ረገድ ቀደም ሲል ባልደረባችን አፈወርቅ በዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃም አፍሪካ ሊሰጣት ከሚገባው ስፍራ እኩል አይደለም እየተሰጣት የሚገኘውና ዘንድሮ የአፍሪካ ህብረት በመሪ ቃልነት ያነሳው የማካካሻ ፍትህ ከምን የመነጨ ነው? ካሳው ምንን መነሻ ያደረገ ነው? እንዴት ስለትካስ ትችላለች አፍሪካ የሚለውን መረጃዎች ምታደርስልኝ። አመሰግናለሁ
አቦ። ኤጋ ከበጀምቶታ ዳወቶታ ኬኛ ኤጋ አጀንዳ ሳታስፈቴው ካን መተድሮ ኢጆታ አስፈቹዳን ያይን ገምታ አፍሪካ 38 ተፋ ገገፈማ ጅሩረቲ አፍሪካኖታ በእኛቱ ሳንበርባቺሳ ከናንዱራ ሰበቦታ ገራገራቲን akka ardittiin sochoone akka isheen guddanne wantoonni taasisaa turan dhiibbaan biyyoota alaa keessa jira jechuudhaan gara yaada kanaatti kan dhufame jechuudha. Egaa jaarraawwan hedduudhaaf bifa daldala garbaatiin lammiileen Afrikaa hedduun isaanii gara biyyoota Awurooppaa fi akkasumas biyyoota Ameerikaatti fudhatamaatti kan isaan turanii jechuudha. Egaa daldala garbaa kanaan humni oomishaa yeroo sana arditti hojjetee jijjiiruu danda'u gara sanatti shiifti ta'a yookaan jijjiiramaatti kan inni ture. Sababa kanarraan kan ka'ee biyyoonni Awurooppaa hedduun isaanii indaastiriiwwan jajjabaa dhaabbachuudhaan ijaarrachuudhaan dinagdee isaanii fooyyeffataa akkasumallee dinagdeedhaan siyaasaan olaantummaa argataa kan isaan dhufanii. Kanaafi Afrika beenyaatu ishee barbaachisaa bifa jedhamuun egaa marii kun kan ta'amu jalqabe jechuudha. Ajandaa marii yaa'ii idilee gamtaa Afrikaa 38ffaa ta'ees barana kan inni dhufe jechuudha. Kanaan wal qabatee egaa biyyoonni Afrikaa hedduun isaanii hanga bara 1950moota keessatti kolonii warra alaa kana jala kan isaan turan jechuudha. Kolonii jala kan isaan turan kunis dinagdeedhaan akka isaan miidhaman isaan taasiseera jechuudha. Dinagdeedhaan miidhamuu qofa otoo hin taane siyaasaan illee walii galtee dhabuun rakkoomti walitti bu'iinsi amma Afrikaa keessatti mul'atan kunillee rakkoo yeroo sana dhalateedha yaadamni jedhu jira waan ta'eef isa kana gaa isa kana beenyaa kaffaluudhaaf biyyoonni dhiibbaa ardii Afrikaa irraan gahaa turan kun beekamoodha lafa jiru waan ta'eef isaan kun bifa beenyaa kaffaluutiin akka irratti hojjetamuudha mariin kun kan geggeeffamu. Kana malee Afrikaan ardii guddoodha akka addunyaa keenyaatti ardii sadarkaa keessa jirtudha haa ta'u iyyuu malee bakka bu'iinsa tokko dhaabbata mootummoota gamtoomanii yookaan UN keessaa hin qabdu kanaaf ardii Afrikaa bakka bu'aatu ishee barbaachisaa kan jedhamus yaadanni kuni irratti jabaatee marii jabaan irratti geggeeffamaati kan inni jiru kanaaf hireen Afrikaa harka dhaloota ammaa jirti dhalootatti dhufu waan gaarii dhaalchisuudhaaf dhaloonni ammaa jabaatee irratti hojjechuu qaba jechuudha kana dura kallattumaan warreen dhiyaa irratti hirmaatanii kolonii geggeessaa turan daldala garbaan illee wal qabatee jechuudha amma immoo dynamic shift godhanii akkaataa biraatiin kan isaan dhufaa jiran jechuudha kunis economically Afrikaan akkasiin of hin dandeenyeef ammallee dhiibbaawwan garaagaraa ni jiru akka Afrikaan waliin galleef walii galteen yoo jiraate gara of baruu gara waan ofiitti deebi'uu dhufa gara diinagdee ofiitti deebi'uu dhufa waan ta'eef isa kana cabsuudhaaf egaa irratti mari'atamuudha kan inni qabu jechuudha kan biraan waa'ee rakkoo Afrikaatiif furmaanni Afrikaanota kan jedhamu kunillee as keessatti shoora guddaadha kan inni taphatu anatu si beekan kaleessa ture har'a Afrikaanonni rakkoo isaanii ofii isaaniitii furachuu akka danda'an agarsiiftuuwwan jajjabaan tokko tokko ni jiru fakkeenyaaf lola kaabatti geggeeffamaa tureen kan wal qabatu Pretoria irratti walii galteen mallatteeffame jechuudha Afrikaan rakkoo mataa isaanii ofuma isaaniitii furachuu akka isaan danda'an akkasumas wal dhabdeen dhimma balbala galaanaatti wal qabatu Somaaliyaa wajjin walitti Itoophiyaa wajjin walitti bu'iinsi ture Ankara irratti Turkiitti jechuudha kan inni furamuuf kan inni taasifame Afrikaanonni rakkoo isaanii ofiin furachuu akka isaan danda'an illee kan inni mul'isu jechuudha kanaaf harki nama biraa yookaan biyyoota alaa otoo hin barbaachisin ofii isaaniitii Afrikaanonni rakkoo isaanii mari'atanii ijoollee isaaniitiin furachuu akka isaan danda'an as keessatti kan inni ilaalamu jechuudha egaa ardiin Afrikaa ardii baay'ee miidhamtuudha keessumaa rakkoo uumamaan utuu hin taane rakkoo namtolchee namoonni isheerraan dhiibbaawwan garaagaraa qaqqabsiisaniin miidhaa diinagdee miidhaa siyaasaaf hawaasummaa keessummeessaati kan isheen jirtu yeroo ammaa kana Afrikaa keessa dargaggoota 160 oltu jira kun carraa guddaadha dargaggoonni kun humna oomishuu danda'u humna diinagdee jijjiiruu danda'u humna indaastirii keessa galee waan haaraa kalaquu danda'u yeroo ammaa kana artificial intelligence yookaan beekumsi namtolchee yookaan sammuu namtolcheen akka addunyaatti babal'ataati kan jiru waan ta'eef isa kanallee Afrikaan keessatti gahee isaanii baachuu qabu teknooloojii kana wajjin tarkaanfachuu qabu adeeduma teknooloojiin guddachaa deemuun duukaa kan tarkaanfachaa hin deemne yoo ta'e ammas garbummaa biraa keessatti kufuutaa waan ta'eef dhimmoonni kun ajandaa ta'anii kan isaan kaanidha Afrikaa keessa dargaggoota hedduutu jira faallaa kanaa biyyoonni akka Jaappaan immoo maanguddootatu itti baay'ata yeroo ammaa kana sodaa guddaadha kan isaan qaban biyyoonni baay'een lakkoofsi uummata isaanii irra guddeessaan namoota jaaran yookaan umurii quufanidha waan ta'eef Afrikaan garuu carraa guddaa dargaggoota of harkaa qabdu kana gara misoomaatti gara nageenyaatti deebistee yoo itti dhugumattuu rakkoon Afrikaa furmaata argataa deema miidhaan yookaan miidhamni harka biyyoota alaatiin Afrikaa irra qaqqabaa turellee beenyaansaa kaffalamuu qaba maaliin akka kaffalamu ኢኒብሰማ ቦደረት ዋንቴቪ ከናን ወልቀበተ ይችላል
አመሰግናለሁ ያደሳ እንግዲህ ሀብቶም ማጠር አድርገ ዘንድሮ አፍሪካ ማካካሻ ፍት የፈለገችበት ዋነኛ ምክንያት ምንድነው መካስ የፈለገችው ስለምንድነው ምንድነው የካሳው ሚለው አጠር አድርገ መረጃዎችን አድርሰልን
እሺ አመሰግናለሁ كبرات تملكتنا كم تسفلتنا إلى معمد تيما مكحسي أفريكا أفريكاويانن مكحس فتحنا أفريكاويانن زرع أفريكاويانن يزول أبزي حدا كريز لنا تأيو أفريكاويان ترح كيكونس زرع أفريكاويان أفريكاونس زرع زلهم كالتون أو كاتتو خمسة لهم نعمت كم تي قدموا بالأبون داقلت أزنبرة أفريكا بركز زبل هاجرات مالتي بجاك إثيوبيان لايبريان نايب على زخون مخنيات ولا كل خليو بجاك خلتين هاجرات بركز زبل هاجرات بعدهم مجزات أزنبرة على كنا تاتني رزنبرة المخنيات لما بركز زبل هاجرات ناوز خاطر لو كنا تاتيني يوم مالتي سلزي كابزي حسب كنا وصلنا خلتايو أفريكا كابزتايا كتك حذلوا عند حرن بالكينا بفلا إذا أتاونت تطو زولو لمن قدي أبستفلا نايت عالم لخصت بيروتات تساتفلو قام أبال تخونوا لمن قد تفتر كم زقبا زحبروا لو كنا تاتي زلو سلزي سفح زخونا حسابات من عليك عليه وزي مالتي أبو
አመሰግናለሁ አፍቶም እንግዲህ አፍወርቅ አጠራርገልን ዘንድሮ መሪ ቃሉ እንግዲህ የማካካሻ ፍትህ ፍለጋ ነው አፍሪካ እየተጣራች የምትገኘው እንዴት ይመለከተዋል የቀረው ዓለም
It's great. I think it should be good news for the rest of the world as well, because this is not an issue of Africans, right? Because we feel that Africans, especially in the last 3 or 4 decades and before that, were definitely looted. They were dispossessed of their property and they were detained as well. They were kept in custody because of their question of independence and sovereignty, right? So this type of question should be addressed. And of course, the best question here is how do we definitely compensate the rest of the Africans and the whole people in Africa through justice? Because we feel that all the justice and the illegalities committed against Africans in the past decades cannot be compensated through words or economy, definitely. So the first thing should be recognition for what has happened in Africa. Through giving recognition for what happened in Africa, in African people and African children as well, I think we definitely give justice for the Africans, right? So it's not an African issue, but also the issue of the whole globe, I can say.
አመሰግናለሁ አፈወርቅ። እንግዲህ 38ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤም ምስል ላይ የተመለከተ እንደምንገኘው ሊካሄድ ደቂቃዎች ይቀሩታል። በዚሁ ተጠባቂ ጉባኤ እንግዲህ የኢስዋቲኒ ንጉስን ጨምሮ 35 የሚደርሱ ርዕሰ ብሔሮች ወይም ፕሬዝዳንቶች በዚህ ጉባኤ ላይ ይሳተፋሉ ተብሎ ይጠበቃል። ሁለት ሀገራት በጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ደረጃ ተወክለዋል። ሰፊ የመሪዎች ተሳትፎ ያለበት ጉባኤ እንደሆነ ይነሳል። ቀደም ሲል ባልደረባ አፈወርቅ ባነሳው መንገድ ከ1000 በላይ ዓለም አቀፍ የመገናኛ ብዙሃን አውታሮች ይህንን ተጠባቂ ጉባኤ ሽፋን ለመስጠት አዲስ አበባ ይገኛሉ። እንግዲህ ልክ የዛሬ ዓመት ባለፈው ዓመት ማለት ነው በዚሁ ጉባኤ ላይ ተሳትፈው የነበሩ የሀገራት መሪዎችን የኢፌዴሪ ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ዶክተር አብይ አህመድ በብሔራዊ ቤተ መንግስት የራት ግብዣ ማድረጋቸው የሚታወስ ነው። ላፍታ ያክል ይህንን ቅርጫቢ ምስል አስታውሰናችሁ ወደ ስቱዲዮ እንመለሳለን። አብራችሁን ትቆዩ እንጋብዛለን። ተመልሰናል አድማጭ ተመልካቾቻችን። የትውልድ ድምጽ የሆነው አዲስ ሚዲያ ኔትወርክ አዲስ ቴሌቪዥን 38ኛውን የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ የተመለከቱ መረጃዎችን ወደ እናንተ አደረስን። ከስቱዲዮ እንግዲህ በተለያዩ ቋንቋ አማራጮቻችን መረጃዎችን ወደ እናንተ ስናደርስ ቆይተናል። ከአፍሪካ ህብረት ዋና መቀመጫም ባልደረቦቻችን ያስገባን በስፍራው ስላለው ሁነት በተመለከተም ተጨማሪ መረጃዎች ወደ እናንተ አድርሰናል። እንግዲህ በስፍራው ያለው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤም ሊጀመር ደቂቃዎች ይቀሩታል። እዛው በስፍራው ላይ እንግዲህ ሪፖርተሮቻችን ተጨማሪ መረጃዎችን ወደ በኋላ ላይ ምናልባትም ሊያደርሱን የሚችሉ ከሆነ ያደርሱናል። እንግዲህ በአዲስ አበባ የሚገኙት ቀደም ሲል ያነሳናቸው አንድ የስዋቲኒ ንጉስን ጨምሮ 35 የአፍሪካ ሀገራት መሪዎች ፕሬዝዳንቶች ወይም ርዕሳነ ብሔሮች ይገኛሉ። ሁለት ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትሮች ናቸው። ሌሎች ሁለት ሀገራት ደግሞ በውጭ ጉዳይ ሚኒስትር ደረጃ ተወክለው አዲስ አበባም እንግዳ ሆነዋል። በዚሁ በ38ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ ላይ ለመሳተፍ ቀደም ሲል እንግዲህ እነዚህ መሪዎች እንዳነሳናቸው በርከት ባሉ ጉዳዮች ዙሪያ ይመክራሉ፣ አዳዲስ ውሳኔዎችን ያስተላልፋሉ ተብሎ ነው የሚጠበቀው። ህብረቱ እንግዲህ ለስድስተኛ ኮሚሽነሩ ሊቀመንበሩን ሙሳ ፋቂ መሐመድን አሰናብቶ ተተኪውን ኮሚሽነርም እንግዲህ ዛሬና ነገ በሚካሄደው የመሪዎች ጉባኤ ላይ ይመርጣል ተብሎ ይጠበቃል። ከዚህ ቀደም የውጭ ጉዳይ ሚኒስትሮቹ ወይም የአፍሪካ ህብረት የስራ አስፈጻሚ ኮሚቴ አባላት እንግዲህ ወደ ተጓደሉ የተባሉ ወደ 6 የሚደርሱ የአፍሪካ ህብረት ኮሚሽነሮችም ጭምር መምረጣቸው የሚታወስ ነው። ከዚሁ ጋር በተያያዘ ሀገራችን ኢትዮጵያ በአፍሪካ በጣም በርካታ ሀገራት ተወዳድረውበታል፣ ብርቱ ፉክክርም ተደርጎበታል ተብሎ በተጠበቀው የአፍሪካ የሰላምና ደህንነት ምክር ቤት ውስጥም እንግዲህ አፍሪካውያን ሀገራትን ለማገልገል ከዚህ ቀደም የነበራትን ለአፍሪካ ሰላምና ደህንነት የተወጣችው ሚና ይበልጥ አጠናክራ መቀጠል የምትችልበትን ኃላፊነት መስጠቱም የሚታወስ ነው። እንግዲህ የመሪዎች ጉባኤ እየተጠበቀ ነው የሚገኘው። እንግዲህ የፌዴራል ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ዶክተር አብይ አህመድን ጨምሮ ተሰናባቹ ሙሳ ፋኪ መሐመድ የህብረቱ የወቅቱ ሊቀመንበር ፕሬዝዳንት እንዲሁም ተተኪን ጨምሮ የተባበሩት መንግስታት ድርጅት ዋና ጸሐፊ አንቶኒዮ ጉቴሬስም ይታዩኛል ምስል ላይ። እንግዲህ ይሄው ጉባኤ ይካሄዳል ተብሎ ይጠበቃል ከደቂቃዎች በኋላ። እንግዲህ በተለያዩ ቋንቋዎች ይህንን ጉባኤ ተመልካቾቻችን እንዲሳተፉልን እንጋብዛቸዋለን። ያደሳ እንግዲህ ለተመልካቾቻችን ጉባኤውን መከፈት አስመልክቶ እንግዲህ መረጃዎችን ታደርስልናል።
አመሰግናለሁ አቡ። ኤጋ ከበጀምቶታ ዳወቶታ ኬኛ AMN ሰገሌን አሎታ ያይ ኢዲሌ ገምታ አፍሪካ 38 ተፋረቲ ጥየፈቹን አፋኖታ ገራገራቲን ከለቲዳኒ ሲምብራን ቀቀብሲሳ ኢትፉፋ ጀቹዳ ወደፈነው ገራገራስ ዋጅራ ሙሜ ገምታ አፍሪካ ራይ ከኔ ሲምብራን ቀቀብሲሳ ኢትፉምኑታ ጀቹዳ ገላልቺቶታ ኬኛ አቺ ጅረንራ ወደፈነው አርገን ሲምብራን ቀቀብሲስና ከለቱማኒ ኤጋ ያይቺ ገሉዳፍ ደቂቃውን ሙራሰቲ ሀፋ ጀቹዳ ኮሚሽነር ኮሚሽኒ ገምታ አፍሪካ ሙሳ ፋቂ መሐመድ የሮሳን ገና ኢሳኒ ጥምሮካን ገዲያ ሳኒ ጥምሮዳን አንጎሳኒ ነማ ኢታኑፍ ደበርሰንታ ጀቹዳ አከሱመስ ታተወን ገራገራኒ ገገፈሙ ከለቱማንሞ ገረሰነቲ ከንጨኑታ ያይቺ ጀልቀቡዳፍ ደቂቃውን ሙራሰቱ አፈዋንቴፍ
አመሰግናለሁ ያደሳ። እንግዲህ አፍቶ ማጠር አድርገህ የጉባኤውን መክፈት በተመለከተ እንግዲህ ለትግርኛ ተመልካቾቻችን መረጃዎችን ታደርስ ጋብዝኩ።
አመሰግናለሁ። ክቡራት ተመልከትና መበል 38 ጉባኤ ህብረት አፍሪካ መካሐስ ፍትሒን አፍሪካውያን ዘር አፍሪካውያን ብዝብል ሕዚ ድሕሪ ሕዱድ ደቂቕ ንምጅማር ኣብ ምሽብሻብ ይዝርከብ። በዚ እውን ዝተፈላለዩ መራሕቲ ዝተፈላለዩ ዓለም ለኸ ትካላት ከምኡውን ነበር ቀዳማይ ሚኒስተር ፕሬዚደንት ኢትዮጵያ እውን ኣብዚ ኣብ ስክሪን እናተረኣናዮም ዝርከቡ። ስለዚ እቲ ዋዕላ ንምጅማር እውን ሕዱድ ደቂቕ ቀዳማይ ሚኒስተር ዶክተር አብይ ኣሕመድ ሓዊሱ ካልኦት መራሕቲ አፍሪካ ልዕሊ 35 ፕሬዚደንታት ወይ ርእሰ ብሄራት ዝተፈላለዩ ሃገራት ከምኡውን ሓደ ንጉስ ናይ እስተዋነ ንጉስ ማለት እዩ ከምኡውን ክልተ ቀዳማይ ሚኒስተር በክልተ ሚኒስተር ጉዳያት ወፃኢ ተወከሉ መራሕቲ ኣብዚ ኣብ ካፍቲ ቦታ እናተኸታተልና ንርከብ። ስለዚ ተዘለው ዋዕላ ንክጅመር ኣብ ምሽምሻዊ ዝርከብ ንሕና እውን ካብዚ ተዘለው እንታይ ከም ዝመስል ካብቲ ቦታ እውን ብቐጥታ ድማ ተዘለው ሃዋህው እንታይ ከም ዝመስል ሓበሬታ ኮናዮም ናብ ኣቦኹም ልሰኩም።
አመሰግናለሁ ሀብቶም አፈወርቅ።
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now, today's ordinary session of the African Union Summit is actually about to kick off with the headquarters main office there, and we've been definitely witnessing how important this African Union Summit has been through and its prospect in the future as well. At this media network, the country's generation of voice, which in fact is a metropolitan media outlet, has been definitely striving for quality of information throughout its streams, and we've been here giving you all the omens about this summit, and I think it's going to open. The summit will definitely be addressing issues about Africans. Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Abiy Ahmed, is taking part there, and Musa Faki Mahamat is there as well, and different delegates from across the globe and various countries of Africa have already come to Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia actually. And the program will definitely be addressing issues in relation to how the African Union Summit is really pivotal. Our reporters are there as well just to give you a live report about how this issue will be definitely handling issues of Africa. And thank you very much still for being with us so far.
ባልደረቦቼ አብዝቼ አመሰግናለሁ። የትውልድ ድምጽ ከሆኑ አዲስ ሚዲያ ኔትወርክ አዲስ ቴሌቪዥን 38ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ የተመለከቱ መረጃዎችን ከስቱዲዮ ወደ እናንተ ስናደርስ ቆየን። በአፍሪካ ህብረት ዋና መቀመጫ ጽህፈት ቤት የ38ኛው ጉባኤ እንግዲህ ከደቂቃዎች በኋላ መካሄድ ይጀምራል። በተለያዩ ቋንቋ አማራጮች መረጃዎችን ወደ እናንተ ስናደርስ ቆይተናል። አብራችሁን ስለቆያችሁ አብስተን እናመሰግናችኋለን። አፍሪካ ህብረት ከሚገኘው ጊዜያዊ ስቱዲዮአችን የሚተላለፉ መረጃዎችን ከዚሁ አፍታ ጀምሮ መከታተል ትጀምራላችሁ። እናመሰግናለን። አብራችሁ እንድትቆዩ ግብዣችን ነው። ጤና ይስጥልን።
Republic of Mauritania and Chairperson of African Union, Your Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and host of the 38th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of the Union, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Mr. Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Mohamed Abbas, President of the State of Palestine, Your Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Honorable Mia Montri, Prime Minister of Barbados and Chairperson of the Caribbean Community, Your Excellency Dr. Adesina Akinomi, President of the African Development Bank, Excellencies, First Ladies, Honorable Ministers here present, Your Excellency Dr. Monique Sazabagana, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellencies, Commissioners of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Abda Hassam Jacob Aziz, Deputy Secretary General of the League of Arab States, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors here present, Heads of African Union organs and regional economic communities and mechanisms. I also recognize the presence of our partners, members of the diplomatic corps, members of the press, and all distinguished delegates. All protocols observed. May I now kindly call the Excellency Chairperson of African Union to call this meeting to order. Your Excellency, you have the floor. Thank you.
Excellence, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Premier ministre de la République démocratique d'Éthiopie, notre hôte, honorable chef d'État et de gouvernement, chers collègues, Excellence Moussa Faki Mohamed, président de la Commission de l'Union africaine, je souhaite une chaleureuse bienvenue à tous les chefs d'État et de gouvernement et les hauts représentants des États membres et à nos distingués invités. Je voudrais aussi exprimer notre appréciation pour votre présence. Je suis heureux de déclarer ouverts les travaux de la 38e session ordinaire de la conférence de l'Union africaine. Et pour commencer, mesdames et messieurs, je vous invite à vous lever pour observer une minute de silence à la suite de la disparition d'un grand combattant pour la liberté, Monsieur Samu Nujoma, père fondateur de la Namibie. Donc je vous remercie. Merci. Je souhaite maintenant inviter le protocole de la Commission à nous décliner le déroulement de la cérémonie d'ouverture.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may I humbly call all of you to rise for the African Union anthem. Thank you. Your Excellency Mohammed Wil Sheikh Al Ghazwani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania and Chairperson of the African Union. Your Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Your Excellencies, Heads of States and Governments of African Union Member States. Your Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Your Excellency Mr. Mahmoud Abbas Abu Mazin, President of the State of Palestine. Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. Your Excellency Maya Moore Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados. Your Excellencies, distinguished former presidents here present, Honorable First Ladies here present, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Your Excellency Dr. Monique Nzanza Baganwa, the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellencies, Commissioners, and all the leadership of the Commission, Excellencies, Ambassadors, members of the Permanent Representatives Committee, Your Excellency Mina Wamakela, Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, Your Excellency Madame Nardos Bekele Thomas, Chief Executive Officer of the African Union Development Agency, AUDA-NIPAD, Your Excellency Dr. Jan Kaseya, Director General of the Africa CDC, Your Excellency Ambassador Marie-Antoinette Roscatre, Chief Executive Officer of the African Peer Review Mechanism, APRM, Your Excellency Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs of the Republic of South Africa, former Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellencies, Heads of United Nations Specialized Agencies and International Organizations here present, سعادة نائب الأمين العام لجامعة الدول العربية ممثل الأمين العام, Your Excellency Luis Moshikiu Abo, Secretary General of the International Organization of La Francophonie, Your Excellency Dr. Warkena Yibihu, Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, Your Excellencies, Heads of COMISA, ECOWAS, SINSAT, EAC, ECAS, SADC, and UMMA, Your Excellency Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group, a strong believer of the African development and prosperity, Your Excellencies Dr. Benedict Oki Orama, President of the Afri-Exim Bank, Your Excellency Dr. Sidi Wildeta, President of the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADIA, معالي الشيخ شخبوط نهيان آل نهيان, وزير الدولة بدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة, Excellencies, Permanent Observer Representatives to the African Union, and Excellencies, representatives of our partners to the African Union, all protocol observed, members of the press, a very good morning to you all. It gives me immense honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the opening ceremony of the 38th Ordinary Session of the AU Assembly of Heads of States and Governments being held today at the Nelson Mandela Hall, the African Union headquarters in Addis Ababa, the capital of Africa. Addis Ababa, a vibrant city that has been at the heart of the Pan-African diplomacy and multilateralism, stands as a symbol of Africa's unity and progress. As a host nation of the African Union, Ethiopia plays a crucial role in fostering continental dialogue and advancing African integration. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the 38th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of Heads of States and Governments of the African Union holds significant importance as it will oversee the elections of the chairperson and the deputy chairperson of the African Union Commission. Over the past years, the African Union has made remarkable progress in conflict resolution, mediation, and peacekeeping efforts, contributing to greater stability across the continent. Economic transformation has been further strengthened through the African Continental Free Trade Area and accession to the G20, contributing towards the implementation of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, having said so, the program of today's opening ceremony will stand as follows. We will have a statement by His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, followed by a statement by His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, following which a statement by His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. We shall then have a statement by His Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine. Then His Excellency Mahmoud will Sheikh Al-Ghazwani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania and Chairperson of the African Union, will make his opening remarks. Immediately after that, we will call the Dean of African Ambassadors in Ethiopia to introduce the new Bureau, members of the African Union Assembly, following which we shall have the handover ceremony for the chairperson of the African Union. Then we will go to the launch of the African Union theme of the year, Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations. Without any further ado, I have the great honor and privilege to invite His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, to deliver his statement. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, President Mohammed Ould, outgoing Chairperson of the African Union, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, outgoing Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished ministers, ambassadors, diplomats, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Ethiopia, the cradle of Pan-Africanism and a proud champion of African unity and freedom. It is an honor to stand before you today as we reflect on the immense potential we hold, not just as individual nations, but as a united and dynamic continent. In a world marked by rapid change and multiple challenges, we find ourselves at a crossroads of uncertainty and opportunity. This moment calls upon us to strengthen our collective resolve, embrace resilience, and foster unity across Africa. The theme for this year's assembly calls on us to heal the scars of historical injustice and overcome lingering trauma that has long hindered our progress. The demand for reparations is not about charity or financial aid. It is a call for justice. It seeks to restore the dignity of millions and heal the deep scars of poverty, inequality, and discrimination. It demands an end to the systematic exploitation of our wealth, resources, and opportunities. It also calls for a transformative process that acknowledges past harms and takes bold steps to right the wrongs caused upon us, upon society across the continent. Thank you. Thank you. Most importantly, the call for reparations requires not just words, but concrete actions to affirm the equal worth of every human being. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to achieve lasting peace, justice, and prosperity, we must rise above the geopolitical tensions and the historical divisions imposed upon us by colonial borders. By fostering solidarity among all of our nations and embracing a shared destiny, we can pool our resources and talents to unlock our continent's full potential. Africa's cultural, ethnic, and linguistic diversity is a source of pride and strength upon which we must build inclusive governance and equitable development. Conflict resolution, diplomacy, and peace building must remain at the heart of our efforts. By championing African solutions to African challenges, we can secure lasting peace and stability. Let us celebrate our achievements in politics, science, economics, and arts. Strategic initiatives such as the African Continental Free Trade Area give us the tools to boost intra-Africa trade, reduce external dependency, and achieve self-reliance. With Africa's large and dynamic use, abundant natural resources, and growing technological innovations, we have all the means to ensure sustainable growth. The rapid advancement of artificial intelligence, particularly generative AI, offers unprecedented opportunities to transform our economies and societies. By collaborating in AI, fintech, renewable energy, and mobile technology, we can address shared challenges such as climate change, infrastructure gaps, and public health crisis. Africa's rich and diverse data sets are essential for training robust and inclusive AI models. This highlights the importance of African representation in shaping future technologies. However, as we embrace these advancements, it's essential to protect our data sovereignty, prevent digital exploitation, and develop homegrown AI solutions that reflect African values and contexts. As our data sets grow, so must our capacity to harness them for local and global good. When used responsibly, AI can be a powerful tool in conflict prevention, transparent governance, and inclusive development. Africa must actively participate in the global technology race to ensure we are competitive players in the evolving digital landscape, while also ensuring we benefit equitably from this technological revolution. Furthermore, Africa's voice on global issues must grow stronger, ensuring that we have a say in shaping governance frameworks and other much-needed reforms in the global order. By empowering grassroots movements, youth networks, and educational programs focused on digital literacy and technological innovation, we can inspire the next generation. This will ensure Africa stands not just as a beneficiary of a global advancement, but as a key contributor in shaping the future of humanity. Excellencies, the opportunities before us are immense. Ethiopia is determined to prosper, guided by a vision of vibrant democracy, sustainable economic growth, rich cultural heritage, social progress, and a deep commitment to environmental regeneration. To realize this goal, we have laid out a pragmatic roadmap rooted in the transformative principles of Madamar. Madamar, an Amharic term loosely translated as synergy, is our guiding philosophy. It is a homegrown ideology that promotes prosperity, unity, sovereignty, security, and national dignity. At its core, Madamar encourages social and economic advancement, celebrates diversity, and nurtures a spirit of community grounded in Ethiopia's rich culture, spirituality, and values. Reflecting on the progress of the past 5 years and building on the vision of Madamar, Ethiopia has made remarkable strides. Despite inheriting a nation deeply divided along ethnic lines, burdened by substantial debt, and facing numerous internal challenges, we have moved forward with determination. At the same time, we navigated a complex and ever-changing regional and international landscape. Yet, through resilience and cooperation, we continue to move closer to the realization of our shared vision of prosperity. Our achievements speak for themselves. Allow me to share a few highlights. We have reformed our political system, transforming into an inclusive multi-party framework that reflects the diversity of our nation. To deepen these reforms and foster cohesion, reconciliation, and peace, we are undertaking a national dialogue. On the economic front, we have built a resilient and diverse economy. Over the past 5 years, we have doubled our cultivated land, increasing crop production to nearly 700 million quintals, with the wheat accounting for 40% of this total. These efforts have strengthened food security and driven rural development. Today, Ethiopia is the largest wheat producer in Africa. Thank you. Through collective efforts, we have reduced external debt by over 50%, double both GDP and GDP per capita, and tripled government revenue in 5 years, with an 8.1% growth reported in the most recent fiscal year. Across the country, our major cities are evolving into dynamic, culturally rich, and sustainable hubs. In education, we have established 40,000 kindergartens and primary schools to boost early childhood education. Additionally, we have launched a program to train 5 million coders to strengthen our digital economy. Furthermore, we strive to honor our heritage by restoring national sites, developing tourist destinations, and reclaiming cultural artifacts, fulfilling our duty as the guardians of our nation's treasures. These accomplishments reflect the unwavering spirit and resilience of the Ethiopian people and underscore our firm commitment to advancing Ethiopia's future. With its focus on unity, cooperation, innovation, and shared progress, Madamar can serve as a guiding framework for our Pan-African agenda. By embracing its principles, we can forge a path toward a more just, equitable, and prosperous future for all Africans. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us march forward with determination, harnessing the limitless potential of our continent and its people. The time is now to claim our future, build a legacy of equality and prosperity, and secure dignity for all. Let us be the generation that unites the continent and our diaspora in a shared vision of justice, prosperity, and peace. To conclude, I thank our outgoing chairperson, President Mohammed Ould, for his leadership and representing our organization on the global stage. Allow me to also warmly congratulate our newly chairperson, President Joao Lorenzo, and wish him success during his tenure. I would also like to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed for his exemplary leadership as chairperson of the African Union Commission over the past 8 years. Throughout his tenure, His Excellency Musa Faki has shown unwavering commitment to Africa's development, peace, and integration, significantly strengthening the African Union's role in addressing the continent's challenge. I also extend my sincere thanks to him for being a steadfast friend of Ethiopia, supporting us not only during our times of success, but also in our moments of difficulty. Thank you, my brother. As we bid farewell to His Excellency Musa Faki, it is with great pleasure that I extend a warm welcome to our incoming chairperson of the African Union Commission here in Ethiopia. I'm confident that under his leadership, we'll continue to make great strides toward achieving our collective goals. I wish him every success during his mandate. Thank you for your attention, and I wish us all a fruitful summit. God bless Ethiopia. God bless Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement, and thank you for the generous hospitality extended to our Excellencies, heads of states and governments, as well as distinguished delegates. Thank you. And now allow me to invite with great honor and pleasure His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, to deliver his statement. Your Excellency.
Excellences, Monsieur Mohamed Ould Cheikh Al-Ghazouani, Président de la République islamique de Mauritanie, Président en exercice de l'Union africaine, Excellence Dr Abiy Ahmed, Premier ministre de la République d'Éthiopie, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État, de gouvernement et de délégation, Excellence Monsieur Mahmoud Abbas, Président de l'État de Palestine, ma très chère sœur amie Mia, Premier ministre de Barbados, Excellence Monsieur Antonio Guterres, Secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Docteur Nkosazana Zuma, ancienne présidente de la Commission de l'Union africaine, Madame la vice-présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs les commissaires, Mesdames et Messieurs les secrétaires généraux et exécutifs des communautés économiques régionales et mécanismes régionaux, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs exécutifs des organes et institutions spécialisées de l'Union africaine, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs des missions diplomatiques, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs. C'est à la fois avec un grand honneur et un immense plaisir que je m'adresse à vous aujourd'hui pour la dernière fois en ma qualité de président de la Commission de l'Union africaine. Je voudrais tout d'abord, puisque nous sommes encore au début de l'année nouvelle 2025, présenter à vos excellences, vos familles et vos peuples, au nom de tous les personnels de l'Union africaine, mes meilleurs vœux de santé, de prospérité et de succès. Je voudrais aussi exprimer mes sincères remerciements aux présidents en exercice avec lesquels j'ai successivement travaillé ces 8 dernières années. J'ai nommé dans l'ordre de leur présidence Alpha Condé, Paul Kagame, Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, Cyril Ramaphosa, Antoine Félix Tshisekedi, Macky Sall, Azali Assoumani et Mohamed Ould-Cheikh Al-Ghazouani. En cet instant de remembrance, je ne peux oublier le président Idriss Déby Itnou, paix à son âme, qui, en africaniste convaincu, a eu l'initiative de ma candidature à la tête de la commission et qui s'est investi sans compter pour un tel destin pour moi. Sa mort tragique a été ma plus atroce douleur de ce double mandat. Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, 8 ans se sont écoulés depuis mon élection fin janvier 2017 comme président de la Commission de l'Union africaine. En ces moments chargés d'historicité, de signification et de symboles, je voudrais m'acquitter du devoir moral de vous présenter les grandes lignes du bilan de ce double mandat. Grâce à ces parcours, je me suis profondément imprégné à la fois de ce qui fait la grandeur et le rayonnement de notre continent, de notre organisation continentale, ainsi que des pesanteurs et limites diverses ayant entraîné le rythme de nos cadences. J'ai sillonné ce beau et fantastique continent. J'éprouve une profonde fierté d'avoir visité au moins une fois tous les 55 membres de notre Union. L'opportunité que m'offre ce moment est historique et unique. J'y tenterai de m'acquitter de la double obligation de rendre compte et de m'interroger sur quelques problématiques en ayant bien conscience qu'il ne faut absolument pas abuser de votre temps si précieux. Un rapport consolidé de notre bilan et un rapport annuel vous ont été distribués conformément à notre réglementation. Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, les rapides et intenses bouleversements géopolitiques qui ont caractérisé le contexte international durant mes 2 mandats ont eu des manifestations à la fois violentes et déstabilisatrices. La subite dégradation de la situation sanitaire consécutive au déclenchement de la Covid-19 s'est accompagnée malheureusement d'importants chocs et de profondes turbulences économiques et diplomatiques. Pour l'Afrique, cela s'est traduit par une aggravation du poids de la dette, de la baisse des flux d'investissement publics et privés, de la violence et de la prégnance de certains conflits africains, de l'affaissement du panafricanisme et des chaînes de solidarités africaines, des manifestations d'obsolescence des institutions africaines, des appétits extérieurs en Afrique, des déficiences patentes en matière de gouvernance et de leadership en Afrique et même dans le monde, de la crise du multilatéralisme post-Seconde Guerre mondiale, etc., etc. La guerre russo-ukrainienne, enclenchée en février 2022, est venue noircir davantage ces tableaux, annonçant une recomposition géopolitique mondiale. Est née une ligne de fracture qui a suscité une forme de bipolarité qui, dans les imaginaires politiques, évoque la réalité pourtant théoriquement dépassée de la guerre froide. Des incertitudes profondes sur la soutenabilité de la paix et de la coopération internationale ont empoisonné les esprits, assombri les consciences et ont renforcé le pessimisme, les égoïsmes et le pragmatisme mercantile. Les conséquences de cette guerre ont profondément affecté l'Afrique, qui importait l'essentiel de sa consommation céréalière et ses intrants agricoles de ces deux pays, la Russie et l'Ukraine. Le spectre de l'insécurité alimentaire et sanitaire a plané sur bien de nos pays, dont un bon nombre continue de souffrir de leur fragilité structurelle. أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي السادة سيداتي وسادتي. وفي الشرق الأوسط فإن الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق عانى ويعاني أبشع أنواع الظلم في التاريخ البشري. إن الحرب الفظيعة والجائرة التي دمرت كل شيء في فلسطين وخاصة في غزة، واستمرار حرمان هذا الشعب من حقوقه الأساسية في الاستقلال والسلام والوجود والحياة بكل بساطة، لا تشكل عارا جسيما لكل الإنسانية. ورغم ذلك كله ظل الشعب الفلسطيني البطل صامدا، كما ظل الاتحاد الإفريقي في جانبه بكل قوة وحزم. هنيئا لك يا أخي الرئيس أبو مازن. Ces paysages d'apocalypse qu'offre aujourd'hui la Palestine, la bande et la population de Gaza en particulier, après plus d'une année de guerre destructrice de toute forme de vie et de biens, continue de se dérouler dans le silence presque total des puissances du monde, si ce n'est l'appel par certains à la déportation systématique des Palestiniens hors de leur terre. C'est le comble. C'est vraiment le comble. Ce drame inouï pèse aujourd'hui, malgré le cessez-le-feu et la libération des otages et prisonniers, facilité par le Qatar, l'Égypte et les États-Unis, sur la conscience universelle et questionne profondément sur notre humanité. Les taux de la mondialisation avancée, étouffante, déshumanisée, ne laissent point l'Afrique en dehors de l'élite hégémonique qui se déroule loin de sa terre. Bien au contraire, le continent en subit les débordements et fragmentations que traduisent les conflits par procuration, des soutiens des puissances extérieures à peine voilées aux parties belligérantes sur le continent, des expansions du terrorisme et de l'extrémisme violent, des poursuites de la guerre ravageuse au Soudan, à l'est de la République démocratique du Congo, des divisions de la Libye dont je salue l'adoption hier ici même de la charte de réconciliation. Félicitations à vous, Monsieur le Président Danouis Sassou Nguesso. Les tensions de tous ordres au Sahel, au bassin du lac Tchad, au golfe de Guinée, au Mozambique, à la Corne de l'Afrique et dans la région des Grands Lacs sont un autre pan de ces chapelets embrasiers des crises africaines. Les flux de réfugiés politiques, économiques, environnementaux et autres personnes déplacées internes viennent accentuer la situation sécuritaire, alimentaire et sanitaire déjà fragile de nombreux États membres. C'est à ce contexte mondial et régional fortement dégradé que nous avons été confrontés au cours des 8 dernières années de développement de notre action. Excellences, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, la réforme institutionnelle de notre Union entamée en 2017 ambitionnait la création de conditions optimales pour garantir la poursuite efficiente des programmes inscrits dans notre boussole doctrinale stratégique, l'agenda 2063, aux fins d'une meilleure résistance aux défis ainsi identifiés. À ce titre, la reconfiguration du leadership de la Commission, un processus d'évaluation des performances du personnel, des rapports de collaboration plus étroits entre l'Union africaine et les communautés économiques régionales et mécanismes régionaux, actés par un nouveau protocole, l'institutionnalisation d'un sommet de coordination dédié à l'intégration, la mise en place des groupes techniques R10 et F15 chargés de veiller à la qualité des ressources humaines recrutées et au respect des règles d'or de la gestion budgétaire, financière et comptable de l'Union ont été les points saillants de cette réforme. Une évaluation de la pertinence de tous les organes de l'Union, sans exception aucune, fera naître une nouvelle cartographie administrative et institutionnelle de l'Union. J'insiste ici, en particulier, sur 3 parmi ces organes. Le Parlement panafricain, le Conseil de paix et de sécurité et le Comité des représentants permanents. Le mouvement d'ensemble de la réforme, avec ses ombres et lumières, confirme sa pertinence et sa nature nécessairement progressive à se déployer sur le long terme. C'est une exigence d'adaptation perpétuelle des structures de notre Union aux évolutions qui caractérisent le monde. Je voudrais ici remercier les présidents Paul Kagame et William Ruto pour leurs remarquables efforts pour faire avancer cette réforme. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'évaluation de la première décennie de mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2063, couvrant la période allant de 2014 à 2023, révèle les progrès sectoriels accomplis dans notre marche vers la construction de l'Afrique que nous voulons. Il est crucial d'en tirer les vraies leçons et de procéder aux ajustements pertinents subséquents. Dans le domaine de la santé, c'est une approche holistique, traduite sur le terrain à travers des actions auréolées de succès. Avec la survenance de la pandémie de la Covid-19, Africa CDC s'est affirmée comme l'instrument le plus efficace de la lutte contre toutes les maladies. La préoccupante question du financement de la santé continue de nous préoccuper. 2 mécanismes de financement de la couverture sanitaire universelle et celle de la lutte contre la malnutrition sur le continent ont été conçus. Grâce au Centre africain des vaccins vétérinaires, PANVAC, dont le nouveau laboratoire de production de vaccins a été inauguré en février 2024, une avancée significative dans le domaine de l'élevage, de la santé animale et du développement socio-économique a été réalisée. L'Agence africaine des médicaments, AMA, a commencé l'installation de son siège à Kigali et ses activités sont sur la rampe de lancement. La médecine traditionnelle a bénéficié de l'élaboration de 2 plans décennaux, le dernier courant de 2025 à 2035. Le champ de l'éducation a été animé par la volonté de concevoir un nouveau système éducatif pensé en fonction des exigences d'un monde où l'enjeu majeur est devenu la compétition autour de l'innovation scientifique, technologique et maintenant par l'intelligence artificielle. C'est en cohérence avec cette âme que des stratégies diverses et complémentaires ont été développées, notamment lors de la conférence de Nouakchott de l'année 2024, initiée par la présidence en exercice de la Mauritanie, en collaboration avec la Commission de l'Union africaine et d'autres partenaires, dont l'UNICEF et l'UNESCO en particulier. La centralité des problématiques genre et jeunesse a été affirmée. Les envoyés spéciaux femmes et jeunes se sont bien implantés dans l'univers institutionnel du leadership de l'organisation. Tout au long des 8 années de ce double mandat, bien d'autres domaines cruciaux ont retenu toute l'attention qu'ils méritent, de par leur importance pour le développement socio-économique de l'Afrique. qu'il s'agisse de notre vision sur les questions minières, du programme détaillé de l'agriculture et de l'économie bleue, du développement des infrastructures et de l'énergie, du changement climatique avec l'adaptation et la résilience climatique du continent, de l'intégration régionale à travers la mise en œuvre de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, de l'opérationnalisation effective du Fonds de la paix qui a dépassé l'objectif de 400 millions de dollars, du traitement des crises humanitaires dont l'Afrique est l'épicentre avec la mise en place de l'Agence africaine humanitaire, du renforcement de la visibilité de l'Union africaine à travers notre partenariat avec les Nations unies. Tous ont été au centre de notre entreprise collective. Je profite de l'occasion pour rendre ici un hommage tout particulier à un artisan majeur de ces partenariats. J'ai nommé Antonio Guterres, un grand ami de l'Afrique. Merci Antonio. L'accession de l'Union africaine au G20 et les BRICS, dont plusieurs États africains sont membres, est venue couronner cette visibilité. Sur toutes ces questions, les structures spécialisées de l'Union africaine et les États membres ont mené des réflexions approfondies et tracé des perspectives claires pour certaines et rendu concrètes bien d'autres. Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, il y a quelques mois, j'ai adressé à vos Excellences une lettre relative à quelques urgences centrales dans le devenir de notre Union et de ses capacités de réaliser au mieux possible nos objectifs. Je pense ici d'abord au Conseil de paix et sécurité, évoqué plus haut. Son rôle devrait s'accomplir sur la base des textes qui régissent son fonctionnement, dont il tire la force et la légitimité de concevoir, d'encadrer les questions prégnantes de notre sécurité collective et d'imposer, si nécessaire, les sanctions requises le cas échéant. Il est fort regrettable que ces décisions soient parfois contraires à nos principes et lorsqu'elles ne le sont pas, restent souvent lettre morte. Les décisions de cet organe continental central ne sauraient être considérées avec désinvolture et négligence par les États membres, ni par une conception et des pratiques biaisées des communautés économiques régionales au nom du principe galvaudé d'une subsidiarité interprétée de façon intéressée et partisane. L'évocation du CPS renvoie à la question des changements non constitutionnels du gouvernement. À cet égard, j'ai mentionné dans la dite lettre que nous n'avons plus désormais que deux options. Soit abandonner les principes qui régissent actuellement cette problématique, soit les appliquer sérieusement, quitte à les réviser et les adapter à nos besoins et réalités nouvelles. Nous ne pouvons, pour notre crédibilité, continuer à ressasser telle une litanie ces principes tout en les piétinant ou acceptant leur flagrante et constante violation. Il n'y a rien de plus corrosif de notre crédibilité qu'une telle attitude qui a conduit ces derniers temps à une véritable défiance vis-à-vis des règles et principes et fragiliser l'intégration dans une partie du continent. J'ai mentionné également le marasme persistant et paralysant de notre insupportable division en matière de représentation en relation avec nos partenariats dits stratégiques. J'appelais ici encore à choisir l'une des deux options qui s'y présentent pour nous et dont j'ai présenté clairement les termes dans ma lettre. J'avais également mentionné la question récurrente du financement de l'organisation.
Financing of our organization, which paradoxically contrasts with the continuing trends of multiplication of organs without any concern for how to finance them. An independent organization and guardian of our freedom and sovereignty cannot be built with the finances and resources by others. I had also raised the depriving reduction of the initiatives of the chairperson of the African Union Commission and called for its harmonization with the legal and customary obligations that are now imposed on him. In short, the sense of my correspondence is very simple and maybe brutal. It is a question of placing our organization worthily or not before a terrible combination of factors of complexity. These are all the problems that you are facing today that I wanted to raise very modestly in my letter. Are we finally going to open our eyes to the fate of our organization, or are we continue to let it lament and moan? Excellency, Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a commonplace truth today to affirm that the concepts and legal instruments serving as a framework of analyzing the dynamics of contemporary international politics are outdated. They have lost their both structuring and explanatory virtue of current global phenomena. Such an observation explains why the debates today focus on the modalities for the advent of a new global economic and political governance. Africa cannot remain silent and inactivities. It must imperatively throw itself into the battle to carve out its own place in the configuration currently being designed. It is not easy. It will require ingenuity, creativity, method, and courage. More generally, this will require real redemption for an awakening of the consciousness and conscience of the soul of Pan-Africanism. That of our awareness of our Africanity, that of the pride of our Africanity, that of the commitment to our Africanity, that of the rejection of our depersonalization and our nihilistic servility of our identity and our being. This is what African youth are calling for us to do. They are the majority in all our states and are becoming increasingly demanding. Their voices are resonating louder and louder thanks to the new forms of communication that amplify all expressions. African youth are constantly challenging us and putting us on trial for being out of step with their aspirations, which are that of an Africa that is open to itself, united, sovereign in its policies and choices, standing and interdependent. This solidarity has always been our lifeline in the fight against colonialism and apartheid and the completion of our independence. We have just paid tribute to the memory of a great combatant, Sam Nujoma. This should bring something and click something in our minds. Our solidarity should galvanize our consciences, our wills and our intelligence to lead us to a more promising common destiny. There are no other new path for our future than to listen and to give substance to the aspirations of our youth, our fellow citizens and our diaspora. Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am leaving my office definitively in a few days. I confess that I feel overwhelmed by a sweet feeling of freedom that allows me to say a few words from the bottom of my heart. The first is a word of deep gratitude to your Excellencies for the trust that you have placed in me by electing me for 2 successive terms as the chairperson of the African Union Commission. You must rest assured that I have measured and I continue to measure all the dimensions of this trust and the heavy weight of subsequent gratitude and acknowledgement. The second word concerns the other one and me. In the other one, I'm thinking of our partners, especially those who have offered a sincere friendship and mutually beneficial cooperation. I want to thank them all and express our gratitude. I am also thinking of you present here, those who have left us also for different reasons. You have realized good and great things, and above all, as far as possible, respected a certain ethic and a line of conduct that we have believed to be consistent with our principles. Please accept my full gratitude. The members of the African Union Commission are the men and women then have worked very often in the shadows with diligence, dedication, discipline, and talent. I would like to pay tribute to them, the tribute that they deserve. The third word relates to my own limitations. I wanted so much to do quickly and better during the 2 terms that you entrusted to me. I know that I have not done everything. Perhaps I underestimated the burden of the task and the weight of the constraints. I know that I may have made mistakes. I should not say perhaps, but I should say certainly I've made mistakes. Maybe here and there I have weakened and made mistakes and missed opportunities to do better. I would like to apologize and ask forgiveness if my shortcomings have caused any individual or collective harm. The fourth word relates to my feelings at the moment. I am happy to regain my freedom, but I know that we'll also have the nostalgia of the places, the women and men whom I have known, for the Ethiopian people, with their age-old civilization. To you, my brother, dear brother Abiy Ahmed, Amasaganalo. Maybe we'll have time to write the history of all this tangle of feelings and sensations. Finally, my fifth word is that of my oath to continue to think of Africa, to serve Africa, to dream for its youth for whom we have not done enough and for whom we must do a lot, because after all, it is they who count today and more so tomorrow. A final word to you, Mr. President, Chairperson, and Mr. President, dear brother Sheikh Al-Ghazwani, to tell you how much I appreciated your close relation throughout your mandate. You have been a master of wisdom, civic-mindedness, and loftiness, inspiring in all respects. To you, Mr. President, and dear brother Joao Lorenzo, and I would like to stress that the quiet strength that you symbolize reassures me about a chairmanship of seriousness and substance. May you both in particular, and all of us, have an active thought for the great prisoner of the Sahel, President Mohamed Bazoum, whose interminable detention is not justified. He must be released unconditionally. I wish full success to our summit. I wish full success to our next leadership. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you for your statement. Thank you for your unwavering commitment. Thank you for dedication towards Africa's peace, development, and unity. Thank you very much. I will now have the honor to invite His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, to deliver his statement. Your Excellency.
Monsieur le Président de l'Union africaine,
the
Chairperson.
All protocol observed. President Mohamed Ould Ghazouani, thank you for your leadership in the outstanding exercise of your mandate. President João Lourenço.
President João Lourenço, I commend you and I look forward for the opportunity to work with you as a new chair of the Union.
I also want to give a very special expression of gratitude to the chairperson of the African Union Commission, Moussa Faki, for his 8 years of strong and permanent commitment to multilateralism and impeccable cooperation with the United Nations. Cher Moussa,
Dear Moussa, working with you was a privilege, a pleasure, and an honor.
Excellencies, the partnership between the African Union and the United Nations has never been stronger. Together, we see an Africa booming with hope and possibility. You have a booming, enterprising population, including the largest number of young people in the world. The African continental free trade is poised to turbocharge the region's economy, and calls to address the legacies of colonialism and slavery are growing louder, as reflected in your team this year, and as reflected in the leadership of so many passionate voices for the liberation of Africa, such as the great Dr. Sam Nujoma of Namibia, whose life we celebrate and whose loss we mourn. The world must never forget that Africa is the victim of two colossal and compounded injustices. First, the profound impact of colonialism and the transatlantic slave trade. The roots stretch back centuries, and the bitter fruit continues to affect Africans and people of African descent to this day. Decolonization alone in itself was not a panacea. Political independence did not free countries from structures based on exploitation and decades of economic, social, and institutional underinvestment. It is high time for reparatory justice frameworks to be put in place. Second, Africa was under colonial domination when today's multilateral system was created, and that injustice endures. Look no further than the United Nations Security Council. There is no excuse that Africa still lacks permanent representation in the 21st century. I will keep working with the African Union and all member states to ensure the representation Africa needs and the justice you deserve, including with 2 permanent members of the Security Council. And we will keep pressing together for an international financial architecture that is no longer outdated, dysfunctional, and unfair. Correcting age-old injustices is essential to address here and now challenges. And the good news is that we have many of the solutions we need. Last year, you helped drive that effort at the United Nations with the Pact for the Future. And I thank Africa for its support that was vital to approve the Pact. Our task now is to make those commitments a reality. South Africa's G20 chairmanship could not come at a better time. Let me point to 4 areas for action. First, we must push for peace, security, and alleviating appalling levels of human suffering. Sudan is being torn apart before our eyes, and is now home to the world's largest displacement crisis and famine. As we near the holy months of Ramadan, it is time for an immediate cessation of hostilities. And the international community must come together to stop the flow of weapons and the bankrolling of bloodshed. In the Democratic Republic of the Congolese people have been suffering yet again from a brutal cycle of violence. And the fighting that is raging in South Kivu as a result of the continuation of the M23 offensive threatens to push the entire region over the precipice. Regional escalation must be avoided at all costs. There is no military solution. The deadlock must end, the dialogue must begin, and the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the DRC must be respected. The conclusions of the recent joint EAC-SADC summit offer a way forward, with a renewed call for an immediate ceasefire and new momentum for regional efforts based on the Luanda and Nairobi processes. Now is the time for swift implementation. And you can count on the continued support of the United Nations, including MONUSCO. In the Sahel, the clear and present threat of terrorism is undermining peace, security, and sustainable development. And in Somalia, we are urging predictable funding for the African Union support and stabilization mission, and I hope that our voice will be heard by the Security Council. And as we gather here in Africa, I know all our minds are also very much on Gaza. A resumption of hostilities must be avoided at all costs. The Palestinian people have suffered too much. I welcome efforts by the parties to abide by the ceasefire agreement and urge action for a permanent ceasefire and the release of all hostages. Peace is possible in the Middle East, and that starts with tangible, irreversible, and permanent progress towards the two-state solution, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and security. Excellencies, on all fronts, we stand shoulder to shoulder with the African Union to advance security, stability, human rights, and the rule of law. Excellencies, second, we must keep working together to deliver the AU 2063 agenda and the 2030 agenda for sustainable development and drive action on finance. African countries pay up to 8 times more to borrow than developed countries, and 20 are in or at risk of debt distress. The Pact for the Future supports an international financial architecture reform to reflect today's economy, ensuring fair representation and urging effective action on debt relief. And I will stand with Africa as a matter of justice and to right the historic wrongs. Excellencies, third, the climate crisis. Climate disasters are tearing across Africa, destroying lives, upending livelihoods, devastating economies, and inflaming conflict. At the same time, the renewables revolution is unstoppable, and Africa is poised to become a global clean energy powerhouse. Yet, today, Africa receives just 2% of global renewables investment. Realizing Africa's potential requires access to affordable finance, including by implementing the COP29 finance decision fully and on time, and supporting development of roadmap to realize $1.3 trillion a year. Excellencies, Africa has contributed little to the climate crisis, yet is paying the price with record droughts, floods, and heat. Climate justice requires a massive investment in adaptation, with the international community bearing an enormous responsibility. Developed countries must double adaptation finance, and countries must significantly boost the loss and damage fund. Allow me a note. When the loss and damage fund was created, the pledging conference that took place has allowed for an amount that is equivalent at the highest contract for a basketball player in the United States. It is absolutely necessary to make the loss and damage fund an effective instrument to support developing countries in adaptation. And we also need justice when it comes to your abundant critical minerals. Too often, your countries are plundered, bound to the bottom of value chains as others grow rich on your resources. The work of the United Nations panel on critical energy transition minerals is designed to help embed justice, sustainability, and human rights across the value chain. Africa's minerals must benefit Africa's people.
Excellencies, finally, we need to act on the new technologies, including artificial intelligence. Almost 2/3 of all Africans have no reliable internet access. We have a historic responsibility to ensure AI benefits humanity, not just a privilege for few. The Global Digital Pact shares the ambitions of the African Digital Compact: universal connectivity, capacity building, and responsible AI governance. I will share a model on capacity building so as to assist the Global South to use AI for the common good. Together, let's ensure these commitments are honored. Excellencies, the United Nations and the African Union stand united in our determination to deliver justice for your continent, leaving no one behind. We have much to build upon, so together, let's make commitments reality. And once again, let me say something in my mother tongue and say with one voice, Viva Africa.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. We highly appreciate your leadership in strengthening the African Union-United Nations partnership. Thank you. As-Sayyidat wa Sada.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, I'm very happy and honored to welcome today His Excellency President Mahmoud Abbas Abu Mazen, President of the State of Palestine. You have the floor, Excellency. Excellency Mohammed Wild al-Ghazwani, President of the Republic of Mauritania and the Chairperson of the African Union. Excellency Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Mr. Abiy Ahmed, Excellency Musa Faki, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. At the outset, I wish to extend our congratulations to Excellency President João Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, for becoming the chairperson of the African Union for the year 2025. We wish him full success. We extend our thanks to His Excellency President Mohammed Ould El-Ghazouani for his chairmanship of the previous session of the African Union. I'm very happy to meet once again with you and on behalf of the Palestinian people, who have a great deal of esteem to the people and the leaders of African states. We are proud of our friendship with them. They have always provided to us a faithful support to our just struggle for freedom and independence. Heads of state and delegation. At the time when we are working with countries in the world and international organizations to consolidate the ceasefire and provide more humanitarian assistance, and at a time when the state of Palestine is fulfilling its mission in the Gaza Strip, to assist the refugees and to go back to their areas and to provide the living conditions for our people, and to, as we are preparing for the reconstruction, we hear calls for deporting our people from their lands and affecting the sovereignty of other countries. These calls are meant to distract the world from the war crimes and the genocide and the destruction in Gaza, in addition to the crimes of colonization and the settlers grab land and annexation, in addition to attacks against holy shrines in the occupied territories and Jerusalem. These are carried out by the forces of occupation and the gangs of settlers. The aim is to destroy the possibility of a two-state solution for the Palestinian cause. Today, more than 2,300,000 people live in Gaza, including 1,500,000 refugees, 1,500,000 refugees who were forced to leave their country in 1948. They suffered from more than 50 massacres by the terrorist Zionist gangs. The only place they can go back to is their cities and villages from which they were expelled during the Nakba. In implementation of UN Resolution 194, which calls for the return of Palestinian refugees to the cities and the villages from which they were deported, and that they would be compensated for the harm they suffered. We reaffirm our complete rejection for all the calls aimed at deporting the Palestinian people from its land. This will keep the region in the cycle of violence instead of going to peace creation. It is an illusion for people to believe that they can have a new century agreement or to deport our people by occupying our land. In this regard, we hail the positions of the countries that rejected the calls for deporting our people from their land and stood by our side to defend their rights. We highly hail the position of the African Union and its member states in this regard. The Israeli colonial practices mean that we need to have an urgent action by the international community and the Security Council before the forces of radicalism disseminate to kill the two-state solution. Heads of state and delegation, the Palestinian cause is the cause of a people seeking freedom and independence. Our commitment to international legality and the signed agreements, including the implementation of the vision based on a two-state solution, mean that we need to end the Israeli occupation that occupies with military power the land of the state of Palestine and its Al-Quds, the eastern part of Al-Quds. There is the UN Resolution 338, also UN Resolution 242, and the Arab Peace Initiative, whose aim is to enable the people of the region to live in peace and security. All of this in implementation of the consultative opinion of the International Court of Justice, which has stipulated the illegality of occupation and that it should be ended in 12 months. This was decided by the International Court of Justice. There's also the decision by the UN General Assembly and the call for a conference that will take place in Geneva next month. I call upon the AU member states on this occasion to participate in this important conference. Heads of government and delegation, the achievement of peace and security requires from all of us to effectively participate in the global alliance to implement the two-state solution and to support the international conference for peace that will take place in the United Nations by the middle of next June. Under the dual chairmanship of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and France. This will be an opportunity to mobilize international resources for the international recognition of the State of Palestine and to obtain our full membership in the United Nations. We have not been able to achieve this because of the vetoes of the United States. Our aim is to implement the two-state solution based on international legality. The holding of the AU summit and the theme of justice through compensation reflects your authentic commitment to justice as a universal human value. It is a commitment whose echoes are seen in your continuous support to the Palestinian people who are still suffering from the last form of colonization in the world. We are the only ones living under colonization. You lived under this colonization, but you were liberated. Finally, we reiterate our thanks to the African Union and the member states for their continued support to the struggle of the Palestinian people to cherish their freedom and independence. And we wish your summit full success and more prosperity for the African people and their free peoples. Thank you very much for your attention.
Shukran.
Thank you, Excellency President of the State of Palestine, Abu Mazen, for your statement, your participation. Mr. President confirms the continued support of the African Union to the Palestinian cause, full support.
We invite His Excellency Mohammed Wil Sheikh Al-Ghazwani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania and Chairperson of the African Union, to deliver his opening remarks. Excellency.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة على سيدنا محمد. أصحاب الفخامة.
Excellencies, heads of state and government, Excellency Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine, Mrs. Mia Mutli, heads of government and delegation, Excellencies, Ministers, Excellencies, Ambassadors, dear guests. At the outset, I wish to extend my thanks to the government and the people of Ethiopia for the efforts made to hold this summit. We thank them for the support and the hospitality accorded to us in this beautiful city of Addis Ababa, which saw the establishment of our organization as inspired by the founding fathers, to have an Africa that is peaceful and united. I'm very happy to reiterate my thanks to my brothers, the presidents of the member states of the African Union, for the honor bestowed in me for chairing this organization. I thank them for their continued support throughout my mandate. I also extend my thanks to the presidents of countries and who are with us to attend this important meeting at the beginning of 2025. This year raises a number of questions. Thank you, Excellencies, heads of government, my chairmanship of the African Union has taken place at an international period that is highly sensitive. This also coincided by our adoption of the second decade plan within the framework of Agenda 2063. It represents a plan for development for member states and the regional economic communities and the various organs of the African Union. By adopting this decade plan, we can see our solid commitment to meet the aspirations of our peoples to have the Africa that we all want, in spite of the obstacles and in spite of all the challenges. And these challenges are tremendous. When I became the chairperson of the African Union, I was fully aware of the volume of the commitment and the responsibility. Today, our world is witnessing various crises. These are crises where we have more areas of conflict, and tensions have jeopardized relations between countries. They have also jeopardized the values on which the world system has been established since the Second World War. After a particular period of the development of international organizations and our belief in a more just world, the references went back and hopes collapsed. And now there is a revision of the international system in a way and that the contours are not clear. For a number of years, unfortunately, bloodshed continues. Many people found themselves in difficult humanitarian situations. The world has witnessed a level of violence unprecedented since the Second World War. Palestine is what Palestine is facing is a good example of this. This global situation is made more complex and complicated by the wars in Africa. These crises, global and continental, have had a negative impact on the efforts of development in our continent, where there are tremendous challenges such as poverty, unemployment, and the weakness of health systems and the weak economic structures, in addition to the impact of climate change, the dissemination of terrorism. All of this is having an impact on peace and security. It is destroying the social fabric of our communities. In my previous speech, I committed myself to work on these challenges, and I worked during my term on respecting the rules and regulations of the African Union. All of this in full harmony with the AU Commission and the regional economic communities and the regional organs. Our aim was to consolidate the efforts of peace and to reach peace on the basis of dialogue by supporting the valuable efforts made by Excellency Ngasso, President Ngasso, at the head of the African High-Level Committee on Libya. I also continued work with President Paul Kagame and President Tshisekedi to deal with the situation in Eastern DRC. In 2024, Mauritania hosted the third meeting to consolidate the peace initiative in Sudan. We also met General Al-Burhan on the 13th and the 14th of January 2025. And the aim was to end the hostilities in Sudan and to protect its peoples and territories. In spite of the efforts made by the Union and the regional economic communities and the member states, the establishment of comprehensive peace in our continent remains to be achieved. Therefore, I call for the implementation of the decisions made by the Malabo decisions in 2022. On the basis of the work of the PSC, and this can be done at 4 levels: harmonization, financial sustainability. All of this will meet the ongoing security challenges. All of this will enable us the possibility to explore more effective solutions to achieve peace and security. We need to identify the appropriate mechanisms that should enable us to settle the challenges of peace and security. In this context, we need the efforts of each one of us as part of a collective effort in order to meet these challenges. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we gave a great deal of attention to the agenda of development during our term. We endeavored to mobilize resources by organizing or participating in a number of meetings. We organized with His Excellency Samuel Ruto in the Nairobi summit to support the resource mobilization. We consolidated this with our work with President Hassan Ouattara on the occasion of the economic summit held in Abidjan. This represented a landmark in resource mobilization for our organization. The efforts of support have led to renewing the mobilization of resources. We also participated in the work of the to mobilize more resources from Korea for the benefit of development. The volume reached for Africa from $5.5 billion to $10 billion, in addition to $14 billion to finance exports for countries investing in our continent, in addition to the 4th edition of the China-Africa Summit at the level of the heads of state. China declared to devote $50 billion to boost development in our continent. In addition to the efforts made for resource mobilization, we endeavored during our participation in the 7th meeting in Italy and the BRICS meeting in Russia in October. Also in our meeting in Brazil in November 24, in addition to other events, we endeavored to solve the problem of debt by promoting development. We also called for the review of the support and we called for establishing a new charter for financing development that would be more flexible and sustainable and would lead to the mobilization of resources that are commensurate with development. We also called for a better implementation of plans by the multi-party financial organizations for the benefit of development and to implement our international agenda. In addition to resource mobilization, in order to promote development, we endeavored to turn our resources into an effective and sustainable development that can meet the faced challenges. These challenges have been worsened by the various crises. In this context, and in line with what was indicated, we called for a more flexibility to enable people to access education. In line with the theme for last year, we had this meeting in Mauritania in collaboration with the African Union. A continental meeting on education and employment of youths. This meeting was held in Nouakchott. The aim was to integrate youth and employment, and to youth represent the majority of the people, and these youths face the dangers of violence, radicalization, and illegal migration. I call upon the summit to adopt the Nouakchott Declaration because it calls for a sustainable education to support peace and security and to create jobs and to reduce unemployment and precarity. African youths need an effective educational and training system. They also, like other African citizens, need health systems that enable them to have access to good quality health care. This will enable them to deal with the arising health issues as witnessed in our continent, such as the smallpox, cholera, and the like. In this context, I would like to hail the work carried out by the Africa Disease Center in dealing with the sudden health crisis. I congratulate Dr. Jankaya for the pioneering work done in this regard. Today, I will present a detailed report on this issue. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in line with the Dhaka Declaration on food security and the following, we held two exceptional meetings to consolidate the agricultural systems. The first meeting was held in Nairobi in May 2024. It dealt with soil and the use of fertilizers. And in January 25, there was also a meeting in Kampala to develop flexible agricultural systems. A strategy and an action plan were adopted in order to promote a comprehensive agricultural development for the years starting 2026. I invite the summit to adopt the declaration and the action plan, and the same applies to the declaration of Nairobi. The aim is to promote investment and develop agricultural industries. The focus on industry requires that we need to have an energy that is sufficient and at an acceptable cost. We held in Dar es Salaam with Her Excellency Samia Suluhu, and in coordination with the African Development Bank and the World Bank, in last January, we held the African Summit on Energy, in order to promote access to electricity for millions of Africans in sub-Saharan countries. There were a number of energy pledges. In this regard, I call for extending our congratulations to the President of the African Development Bank and the President of the World Bank for their efforts within the framework of this ambitious partnership to support development efforts in the continent. Energy plays an important role in dealing with climate challenges. these climate changes have a major impact on our countries. There is the issue of global warming, and we need to deploy more efforts for the energy transformation. On your behalf, during the 29th session of the multi-party meeting on climate change, COP29, held in Baku in 2024, we called for the need for the international community to fulfill its commitment and to assist us in dealing with the negative impact of climate change. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the achievement of the second action plan to implement Agenda 2063 is closely related to the coordination between the AU and the regional economic communities. For this reason, in our mid-year coordinating committee in Accra, we focused on integrating our national plans in continental programs to achieve African complementarity and to make its voice heard. This common voice will enable us to have the position that should enable us to effectively participate in the development of international agenda that should focus on sensitive African issues. Therefore, in all these events, we defended the rights of the African continent in its representation in the Security Council. We also called for a review of the international rules of governance. Our efforts were positively met, and there were clear commitments to work on them in the various meetings. But the effectiveness of the follow-up and the joint African work mean that we need to continue the structural transformation of our continent. You all know the questions raised by the structural transformation, such as the principle of alternation and how this is implemented, in addition to the distribution of positions. Because of the sensitiveness of this issue, we held an extraordinary meeting of the Executive Council, during which there was a decision to see how we can apply the principle of alternation to have a just alternation between the regions. In line with this reformist spirit, we worked on the review of the skills within the African Union. An extraordinary meeting of the Executive Council was held in November 2024 to make a decision on the best ways to carry out this operation. Following extensive consultation, the Council identified solutions to this issue. It established a clear roadmap to continue this process. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in my initial speech, I emphasized the need to overcome the challenges, and I indicated that this could only be done by joint efforts on the basis of our common destiny. In order to achieve our noble objectives. Today, I reiterate the same issue as I hand over the chairmanship to His Excellency President João Lourenço, wishing him full success in the mission he is entrusted with. I express my readiness to continue with supporting him. I should seize this opportunity to extend my thanks to Musa Faki Mohammed, the chairperson of the African Union Commission. I hail his leadership skills. I thank him for his valuable support during my term. I extend my thanks to the members of the African Union Commission and the various organs of the organization. I'm very proud for being able to serve my African continent and to be its voice in international meetings. I end my term fully convinced of the capacity of our continent to achieve the objectives of Agenda 2063. I'm more determined to work more effectively in this regard. I reiterate my congratulations to President João Lourenço. I wish him full success. I wish our summit full success. Long live the African Union. Long live Africa, independent and prosperous. I thank you very much for your attention.
شكرا فخامة الرئيس.
Thank you very much, President, for your statement.
Ladies and gentlemen, now allow me to invite His Excellency Ambassador Yusuf Mundoha Asumani, Ambassador of the Union of Comoros to Ethiopia and Permanent Representative to the African Union, Dean of the African Ambassadors in Ethiopia, to introduce the new Bureau of the African Union Assembly for this session. Your Excellency. Thank you,
Excellencies, Ahmed Al-Ghazani, current President of the African Union and the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, Your Excellency Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government of the African Union states, Your Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine, Your Excellency the Vice President of Barbados, Prime Minister of Barbados, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Moussa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Deputy Secretary General of the Arab League of States, heads of delegations, excellencies, ambassadors, permanent representatives and observers of states, excellencies, commissioners, excellencies, heads of African Union organs, invited guests, all protocols observed, Assalamu alaikum. I have the honor of introducing the Bureau of the Conference for 2025 pursuant to Article 16 of the Rules of Procedure of the Conference. The Bureau is as follows. Chair, the Republic of Angola, Southern Region. First Vice Chair, the Republic of Burundi, Central Region. Second Vice Chair, the Republic of Ghana, Western Region. Third Vice Chair, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, Eastern Region. Apologies. Rapporteur, the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, Northern Region, which is submitted for your approval. Thank you, Excellencies.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and congratulations for the new elected Bureau. I have the honor now to invite Excellency Mohammed Wil Sheikh Al Ghazwani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, to deliver his handover speech. Your Excellency, please.
Je voudrais remercier mes chers collègues.
I wish to thank my peers, heads of state and government, members of the Assembly, for having elected me at the head of the African Union as President for the period 2024-2025. Together, we have worked to advance the integration agenda on the continent. I wish to thank you for all the support and to thank you for the unflinching support that you gave me, contributing to the success of Mauritania and the entire continent in pursuing this lofty task. I will now call upon my brother, President João Lourenço, to hand over the baton, to him, and I wish him success in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I have the honor to welcome His Excellency João Manuel Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, the new chairperson of the African Union, for the handover ceremony in the high table. You are welcome, Your Excellency.
Okay, thank you.
Congratulations, Your Excellency. Allow me now to call His Excellency João Manuel Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, Chairperson of the African Union, to deliver his acceptance speech. Your Excellency. Your Excellency.
So much.
His Majesty Mswati III from the Kingdom of Eswatini, Your Majesty Letsi III from the Kingdom of Lesotho, Your Excellency Mohamed Ould Ghazouani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania and the outgoing President of the African Union, Excellencies, Heads of States and Government, Your Excellency Abiy Ahmed Ali, Prime Minister of the Democratic and Federal Republic of Ethiopia, Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of United Nations, Excellencies, representatives of heads of states and governments, Your Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, members, Excellencies, and President Mahmoud Abbas, President of the Palestinian Authority, and our guest of honor, Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps accredited in Addis Ababa, ladies and gentlemen. I would like, on the outset, to deeply thank His Excellency Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed from the Democratic and Federal Republic of Ethiopia and his people for, once again, as it always the habit each year in February, that they host the most important meeting of the African Union. I would like to thank them for the warm welcome and hospitality that was accorded to us since our arrival in this beautiful country. I would also thank Mohamed Ould Ghazouani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania and outgoing President of the African Union for the proactive way, dynamic and proactive way that he led our organization during his tenure. We were able to carry out, through his mandate, actions that contributed to the achievement of the main objective defined by our organization for the last year that just ended. And we also build educative systems that are strong to allow quality education for African citizens, taking into account the better performance of our continent at the global stage, taking into account the objectives of the Agenda 2063 of the African Union and Agenda 2030 of the United Nations. Excellencies, you are leaving us a great legacy. It's upon us now to continue to work and capitalize on your work that you living for us. And I count on your support and experience, as well as the support of all the other African countries, so that Angola can also undertake a presidency that will be at the level of our expectations, and that we can also add our efforts for the achievement of the development goals of our countries, together with the achievement of Agenda 2063 in all our efforts in building the Africa that we want. My thanks are also addressed to all the African countries, but more especially Southern region, for the trust entrusted to us in order to lead in 2025 the African Union at a time when our continent is faced with major challenges related to peace and security, which are a blockage to many initiatives and actions that we want to undertake for the development of our nations. As you all know, is the first time that Angola is assuming this major responsibility of leading the destiny of our continent in the coming 12 months. But we are going to look attentively to the problems of Africa, and we are going to contribute with our experience to finding solutions to peace and security, and for the implementation by member states of our economic policies, social policies to promote progress and development of our continent. This is very important for us. The fact that we are assuming the chairship of the African Union in 2025. At the time, we are also celebrating 50 years of our independence, national independence. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, throughout this conference, many issues will be discussed that are very important for our continent. The working framework of the African Union and the operationalization, the issue related to justice for African and people of African descendants through reparations, which is the theme selected for this year, and a theme that Angola also chose for its chairship, which is related to the building infrastructure as a factor for development for Africa. These aspects, if combined, can allow us to build a communication channel and a channel of dialogue with our partners. It will make us understand the importance and the advantage of cooperating for a developed Africa that is industrialized, that is going to win over hunger, misery, and unemployment, and reducing the probability of armed conflict and illegal immigration. We will have the opportunity to address all these aspects in our fourth conference for development that is going to take place in Sevilla, in Spain, from 30th June to 4 July this year. And we believe this is a historical opportunity to redefine the rules of financing based on economic justice and inclusion. Taking into account the commitments from previous conferences that were not fulfilled, especially the Monterrey Consensus, Doha Declaration, and Addis Ababa Declaration. The fourth Sevilla Conference is going to address the challenges that we are faced in the funding for development and promoting the adoption of innovative solutions and more effective solutions such as fiscal justice, debt relief, climate funding, reforms in financial and global institutions, and social inclusion. These are going to deserve our attention so that we can adopt a common position that can ensure the continent to reinforce its influence in the global governance and the reduction of the cost of the debt, and for a sustainable development of our continent. The achievement of these objectives is going to create synergies that are going to promote more trade, more cultural exchange, and technology, and other aspects that are going to bring benefits for all the parts involved. We believe that in the objective that we aim for our countries, we include issues that are for priorities, especially in fundamental infrastructures, railways, roads, airports and ports, power supply stations that are essential for the industrialization of our continent and to improve the living conditions of our people. During our presidency of the African Union that we are going to assume from today, we hope to work together with all the members of our institutions. We're hoping to launch a plan for together with our partners so that the African Union Commission can be able to establish the basis for infrastructure projects that are going to be undertaken in our continent. We would like to underline the contribution of Angola for the development of Africa, taking into account our superavit when it comes to energy supply, especially in this sector of energy. Given its strategic relevance that it have in the transportation of goods and in African trade between Africa and within Africa, taking into account the Lobito corridor and the Tanzanian railways that we believe are going to play a major role in connecting African countries and in promoting the trade that we want to achieve, especially under the AFCFTA. Taking into account what I've just said, I believe that we should come up with a well-defined strategy in order to yield the benefits. I believe that by integrating G20, it's essential in ensuring that Africa plays an active role in global decisions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the strategic lines of our presidency are aligned in general terms with the priority actions defined by our continent, especially under the acceleration of the implementation of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, especially covering 2024-2034, centered in transportation infrastructure, connectivity, energy, natural resources, peace and security, agriculture, blue economy, continental integration, and African free trade area and strategic partnerships. In this framework, our major lines of our interventions of major importance is the issue of peace and security, because we believe this is one of the pillars for the materialization of the aspirations of our Agenda 2063 of the African Union, especially the program that aims at silencing the guns by 2030, by transforming Africa in a peaceful region, safe, with a promising future, with prosperity for all Africans, and in placing our continent in the development route. In the reports of our activities, the undertaken as a champion, AU champion for peace and reconciliation in Africa, I made a detailed presentation, the activities that I undertook in helping the achievement of peace in our continent, especially in the eastern region of the Democratic Republic of Congo. I will also present my vision on what I believe that is essential to be taken into account in the future in order to put an end to the conflicts in Africa and in order to address the challenge of unconstitutional change of government, terrorism, invasion, and occupation of neighboring countries. We also have major challenges related to natural disasters resulting from climate changes and Marburg, cholera, and other diseases that are affecting us and call on us to unite our efforts in order to find collective solutions for their elimination. In this perspective, I believe that it's essential that the third conference on the oceans that is going to take place in France is an opportunity for us to address the main concerns of this topic and that are affecting our continent. With more than 30 coastal countries, our continent will have to protect maritime ecosystems and promote blue economy and undertake more actions against illegal fish, maritime pollution, and against climate changes, which are major challenges that we have to face together permanently. I would like to hope that this conference will contribute to reinforce our coastal resilience and building conditions to mobilize international funding for sustainable projects under the blue economy. Excellencies, this year and during the Angolan presidency, we are going to work in coordination with the African Union Commission to mobilize financial resources through the contributions of our member states in order to be able to have necessary resources for the realizations of projects and programs of continental level and reducing our dependencies for external funding. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are living a global landscape, a very challenging global landscape, especially with the challenge in our continent and in Eastern Europe and Middle East. Despite all that, we are sure that by combining our efforts and joining force, we are going to overcome these challenges and build the Africa that we dream of, contributing in the solution of the problems that are affecting our humanity. It's in this context that I believe that we should continue to act together so that the United Nations will be more inclusive and more aligned to the challenges and opportunities. And the reform of the United Nations should continue to be a priority for our continent. And it is very important to reaffirm our commitment with the consensus of Ezuline and the Circe Declaration of 2005 for 2 seats as permanent members with the right of veto and other privileges that are related to the seats. Excellencies, I would like to call on you, your best contribution, so that our presidents of our continental organization that we assume today can take part, can happen in a climate of understanding and the dynamism that is necessary in this long work that we together undertake for the transformation of Africa as a continent that rich and prosperous for its people. Allow me to address my vote of thanks to His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed and the outgoing commissioners that had their mandates at the Commission for their excellent work throughout their mandates at the helm of our common house of Africa. I wish to the new coming Commission successes in their mandates and endeavors. And I appeal that the Pan-African spirit and the ideals of our founding fathers continue to lead the future of our continental organization. I would like to hereby accept to undertake the functions of the chair of the African Union, and that our tears today for having lost the African child, Samuel Nyoma, will be transformed in strength that will help us achieve the challenge that are ahead of us. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in introducing the theme of the year 2025, Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations, it is now with great honor that I welcome Her Excellency Dr. Monique Nzanza Baganwa, the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, who will share her introductory remarks. Your Excellency.
የማካካሻ ፍትህ ለአፍሪካውያንና ለዘራ አፍሪካውያን በሚል በአዲስ አበባ ከተማ የተጀመረው 38ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤም በተመለከታችሁት መንገድ በከተማችን አዲስ አበባ በአፍሪካውያን መናገሻ ከተማ አዲስ አበባ ተጀምሯል። በርከት ያሉ ጉዳዮች ተነስተዋል። በመክፈቻው ዕለት የፌዴሪ ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ዶክተር አብይ አህመድን ጨምሮ ተሰናባቹ የአፍሪካ ህብረት ኮሚሽን ሊቀመንበር ሙሳ ፋቂ መሐመድ፣ የተባበሩት መንግስታት ድርጅት ዋና ጸሐፊው አንቶኒዮ ጉቴሬስን ጨምሮ የወቅቱ ሊቀመንበሮች እንዲሁም የወቅቱ የአንጎላ ፕሬዝዳንት ጆአው ሎሬንዞን ጨምሮ ንግግር አድርገዋል። አፍሪካ ማሳካች ስለተባላቸው ስኬቶች የቀጣይ የቤት ስራዎቻቸው ከዓለም አቀፋዊ ሁኔታዎች አንጻር ቃኝተው ንግግር አድርገዋል። ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ዶክተር አብይ አህመድ እጅግ በጣም ፈታኝና ፉክክር በሚያስፈልገው በዚህ ዓለም ውስጥ አፍሪካውያን በሁለት እግራቸው ቆመው በዓለም አቀፍ ደረጃ ተወዳዳሪ ሆነው መገኘት ይኖርባቸዋልም ብለዋል በንግግራቸው። በዚህ ረገድ የሀገራችን ኢትዮጵያን ያለፉ 5 ዓመታት ስኬቶችን አንስተዋል። በአርቲፊሻል ኢንተለጀንስ ወይም ሰው ሰራሽ አስተውሎት በቴክኖሎጂ ዘርፍ እንዲሁም በግብርና ዘርፍ የተገኙ ስኬቶች እንደማሳያ አንስተዋል። ባለፉት 5 ዓመታት ኢትዮጵያ ከራሷ አልፋም በአፍሪካውያን ደረጃ ምሳሌ መሆን የሚያስችሏት ስኬቶችን ስለማግኘቷም ጠቁመዋል ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ዶክተር አብይ አህመድ። እነዚሁ ስኬቶችን መነሻ በማድረግ አፍሪካውያን በጋራ ያላቸውን ትብብር በማጠናከር በንግድ በኢንቨስትመንትና በኢኮኖሚ ዘርፎች በእርስ በርስ ያላቸውን ትስስር በማጠናከር የጠነከረች የዳበረች አፍሪካን እውን በማድረግ ሂደት ውስጥ አፍሪካውያን ትብብራቸውን እንዲያጎለብቱም በንግግራቸው ላይ ጠቅሰዋል። እንግዲህ ባልደረቦቼ ከጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ዶክተር አብይ አህመድ ባሻገር እንግዲህ ሙሳ ፋቂ መሐመድን ጨምሮ አንቶኒዮ ጉቴሬስም ንግግር አድርገዋል። አጠር አድርገን የዛሬው 38ኛው አፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ የመክፈቻ ንግግሮች ምንድናቸው፣ ዋና ዋና ሀሳቦች ምንድናቸው የሚለውን ባጭሩ እናነሳለን። ያደሳ ቅድሚያውን ላንተ ሰጥቻለሁ።
እሺ፣ አመሰግናለሁ አቡ። ኤጋ ከበጀምቶታ ዳወቶታ ኬኛ ያይ ኢዲሌ ሶዶሚ ሰዴተፋ ገምታ አፍሪካ ስምብራን ቀቀብሲሳ ቱሬኒጋ ያይቺስ ጀልቀቤ በኒንሲሳስ ቢፋ አጃይበተይን በነሜቲ ከንጅሩ ሀገቦሪቴስ ከንቲ ውፉታ ሙሚች ሚኒስቴር ኢትዮጵያ ዶክተር አብይ አህመድ ያይቸረተ ሀሳታ ሲሰኒን አፍሪካን ዲፕሎማሲዳን ቶኮሙ ቀብዲ ዲነግዴዳን ቶኮሙ ቀብዲ አከሱመስ ሞ ዳሎኒ አማ artificial intelligence yookaan hubannoo namtolchee irratti hubannoo gaa argachuu qabu waan ta'eef dhimma kana irratti waloodhaan hojjennee waliin tarkaanfannu jedhanii jiru. Egaa barreessaa olaanaan komishinii gamtaa Afrikaa Musa Faqi Mahammadis haasaa taasisanii jiru. Akkasumas egaa barreessaa olaanaan dhaabbata mootummoota gamtoomanii Antonio Guterresis haasaa baniisaa taasisaniiti kan jiru. Yaa'ichis kan itti fufuu ta'a jechuudha. Gama keenyaan gamanumaan kan goolamnu ta'a.
አመሰግናለሁ ያደሳ። ሀፍቶም እንግዲህ ጠቅለል ያለ መክፈቻውን ሀሳቦች በተመለከተ ደግሞ ለትግርኛ አድማጮቻችን መረጃዎችን ታደርስ።
አመሰግናለሁ አቡ። መካሐሲ ፍትሒን አፍሪካውያን ዘረ አፍሪካውያን በዝብል ቴማ መበል 38 ውድብ ጉባኤ ህብረት አፍሪካ ሎሚ ብዕሊ ተኸፊተሎ ማለት እዩ። ኣብ መክፈቲ ስነ ስርዓት ድማ ዝተፈላለዩ ኣካላት መደረስ ሚዕሎም ንቅድመ ሚኒስትር ፌድሪ ዶክተር አብይ አህመድ ሓዊሱ ማለት እዩ። كمون كوميشن حبرت أفريقيا زخون بومبر حزب تسنباتها زخون مصافاكي محمد كالوتن مدرس معمنيروم قدمي من الدكتور أبي أحمد أب ملقتهم بمخفة مدرسة ما بسمعوا وانتايم زوج كابزم حلال فم ملقتي نقعنا بمسراتي تودب حبرات أفريقيا كمون كأندي نتنت نبزخونت كأندي نتنت ويكع ملك نتنت نبزخونت إثيوبيا بدحن مسخهم بذول ملقتهم بزوم حلال فم ملقتي أبزعلف حمش عمتات بركز ولو سرحتي أفريقيان مرئية كم زخونن كودم أفريقيان حادنتنا تتناخيرنا تجمعاتنا بلزم دحر فتحنا زلنا تجمعات معوالنا أقول تفك زهرة قد يزبل زل علو حساب نيرو مالتيو مصافك مهمة وانت سنباتي ويدمان كحزب جميرم زبق عمالتنا زحلف شو منت عمتات كوميشن أبومبر كوينم زمر حمالتين سمونا زمر لقتهم مس تكنولوجيا تحيزم زم حلال فو ملقت نيرو تكنولوجي أبز حزوان أفريقيا مع عبيلات كركب كم زلوا زيد ما جدا كم زخونا نزيد ما كسرح كم زقبان زحبر لخناتات نيرو سفر على أكلات ون أب مدرس معهم ملقتهم محلال فو ملو مالتيو سلزي مبل ثلاثة شو عتن جبائي حبرات أفريقيا مرحة حبرات أفريقيا بعلي بخمزي ملكو جميرو لمالتيو كم أديس ميديا نتوركم سفر على عنقاتات تمزلوا معبالتات محلال فو سنتات ناخم نبل لخناتات كم زلنا إحنا قلت نفوتو كبرات ملكتنا يعني اللي أبو
مسكنا الوقتم أفورك الجكمن.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Today's African Union Commissioners meeting here in Addis Ababa has kicked off, as we said earlier, and we've been here in Addis Media Network right in the studio, simply addressing the information regarding the status quo here in Africa's headquarters, Addis Ababa, whereas the African Union Commission is taking place actually. So during the opening speech, Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed has made remarks, especially regarding the Ethiopia's achievements in the past 4 or 3 years, especially because Ethiopia has been improving itself for the sake of improving all the potential that the country has got. And he said Ethiopia is now becoming the second, actually the biggest wheat producer in Africa. This by itself implies that the country has been progressing well, especially in the last 5 decades after the new regime actually has taken place. And he said again, Ethiopia and specifically Africa should again compete technologically because these times the era is technologically tough. So the country should exist whenever they are simply competing technologically as well, mentioning that the artificial intelligence in Ethiopia again is simply exemplified by the coders initiative, which is now taking place by 5 million coders especially. And the African headquarters, Addis Ababa, is now improving itself for the sake of meeting its reputation as the diplomatic hub of the world as well. So we've been here witnessing all what's going on here in Ethiopia, live from the studio and from the live transmission in the Mexico hall. Thank you very much for being with us.
አመሰግናለሁ አፈወርቅ። እንግዲህ የትውልድ ድምጽ የሆነው አዲስ ሚዲያ ኔትወርክ አዲስ ቴሌቪዥን 38ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤን መነሻ በማድረግ ከረፋድ ጀምሮ መረጃዎቹን ወደ እናንተ ስናደርስ ቆየን። እኔ አቡቻሌ የአፋን ኦሮሞ ባልደረባችን ያደቻ ጌታውን እንዲሁም ከትግርኛ ክፍል ሀፍቶም ወንድማገኝ ከእንግሊዘኛም አፈወርቅ ቦቱ አብረናችሁ ቆይታ አድርገናል። ከቀሪ የአዲስ ሚዲያ ኔትወርክ አዲስ ቴሌቪዥን መደበኛ ፕሮግራሞች ጋር መልካም ቆይታ እንዲኖራችሁ ተመኘን። ጤና ይስጥልን።